Rits, we are the Rits. Celebrate another one of birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Take it ice cream, it's on its way. And Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Rits, we are the Rits. Celebrate another one of birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Take it ice cream, it's on its way. And Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Rits, we are the Rits. Celebrate another one of birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Take it ice cream, it's on its way. And Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Rits, we are the Rits. 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 Celebrate another one of birthday bash. Rits, we are the Rits. Celebrate another one of birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Take it ice cream, it's on its way. And Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Michael, take a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer.
Yo ho ho! I finally am done with all of the crazy work that I've been doing the past like month and a half.
Oh, nice. Party time.
And because of that, I was actually able to beat Oblivion yesterday.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Well, like what the game considers being done. I thought it was funny that like it does like Martin or whatever, like Scene Bean's little like monologue at the end. Right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, cool. And then like it didn't really feel like things were finished. Then it's like, oh yeah, come back in 2 weeks for like your Imperial Dragon armor. And I'm like, 2 weeks. I'm still in love with.
I'm still in love with your mistake on.
But yeah, like
nice. It only took you like 5 years, or
oh my goodness. Well, like the actual gameplay was only like 130 hours or something like that. But it took me forever to because there were like long breaks in between.
Right.
And the actual solo, like the main quest, is actually like fairly straightforward and short. Like it doesn't take you all over the place.
Yeah,
so I'm actually really glad that I like just went and tried to do as much as I wanted and then did the solo like quest, because it was very deliberate. Like it didn't really take you around to a lot of places.
No, it's fairly minimal, especially when you compare it to the one in Skyrim. Not that I ever played the main quest in Skyrim, I did everything else.
Oh, okay.
It's that one at least takes you to a lot more locations and.
Yeah, that's what I kind of would have expected, because I thought like Fallout was a little bit more like that, where it kind of took you to the different corners of the map. Yeah. But yeah, that's what Oblivion, at least the main quest, you really like once you go and get like Martin, like then you come back and you just kind of hang out at Cloud Ruler Temple the whole time. It's just between there you go between there and the Imperial City, like back and forth and back and forth.
Right. And I mean, you gotta close down some Oblivion gates and whatnot.
Oh yeah, so I didn't know if I was curious if closing Oblivion gates like factored into the main quest, and it just never brought it up to me because I'd already like done them all.
I think so. I mean, I think they at least want you to close down like a
certain number of them, because every time you went through, you would collect one of those sigil stones, and I thought like, okay, these are definitely going to come in handy. I can't wait to spend them or to give them to somebody. And like no one ever asked for it or anything. I'm like, so why? I've been closing all these gates.
But what have I closed all these gates for? I'm pretty sure you could just use those sigil stones to like enchant things. It's basically it's a really big soul gem, essentially. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
If I remember correctly, I don't know. It's been a while.
It was another game where I like hoard a bunch of things towards the end. I'm like, why was I saving all this? I could have been using it.
I mean, I do that every time, and no matter how much I tell myself, oh, I should just use stuff, I never do.
I literally never do. I'm like putting things in safes, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep it safe here. No one can ever touch it. And it turns out even I'm not gonna touch it.
Well, it's like even in Monster Hunter, a game where it requires you to use the things that you get in order to get stronger. I'm still like, ooh, I want at least 10 of every monster piece, so I just in case. Even though I know for sure that I'm never gonna use most of this stuff.
Although, Steven, I did have to hunt one high rank Ibushi to get a sack I needed to make an early weapon, and then upgrade it up to the main one.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that was annoying.
Aside from that,
a slippery little parsec request over there.
Yeah, I've been sending parsec requests since I heard Jared breathing, and it just hasn't.
I actually would love if Jared like never said a word, but just came onto his mic and just breathed into his mic for a few minutes. Hey guys.
Rits.
Oh, Rits. A bunch of Rits.
Bunch of Rits.
The Rits.
Oh, you staying at a hotel? Were you staying at the Ritz?
The Rits, girl.
The Ritz Carlton.
No, that's supposed to work.
We are the Rats.
Michael.
But yeah, Steven, right after I finished Oblivion yesterday, like I have all these other games sitting around like that I could be playing, but because it was like Oblivion was making me nostalgic for Fallout, I immediately started a Fallout 3 playthrough.
Hell yeah.
I couldn't help myself. I'm like, there's other new games that I haven't played before.
I know, right? Sometimes you just want the comfort of something you know you're gonna like playing.
That's 100% what it was. It was like the chicken tenders of video games for me. I just knew I was gonna like it, and there's
no risk involved. You're not gonna start something and like, because you can stop playing Fallout 3 at any time, and it won't hurt
anybody. It's like I think it is some of that. Like there's no pressure.
Yeah, pressureless.
Pressurelicious.
Produced by the novel Pushed by Sapphire.
Jared, how was the visit?
Catch us up.
Yeah.
What was this week?
They were there.
Bad. They were there.
Okay.
I
kept
wouldn't imagine there was going to be
some tragedy.
3 days. Perfect amount of time.
It sounds about right.
Yeah. We went on a hike that pretty much took my mom out for the rest of the weekend.
Would you push her?
She pushed herself. So there was a hike.
Was pushed by Jared.
Let's just
Michael. The secrets of parents.
Currently discussing parents' shenanigans.
Okay, I can spell.
Let's be accurate about every topic that we're on.
Exactly.
I don't want to confuse the audience.
So yeah, like this was a hike that we had done like when we first moved here. It's basically a hike, not up a mountain, but it's pretty like it's a climb up to the top of a mountain.
A sheer climb.
And then it ends at like a lake.
Line of weakness.
Oh, you can't use your hands.
Yeah, it ends at like a lake on top of the mountain. And the first time we did it, my mom struggled a little bit, but she made it up there. This time. She had like her little like hiking sticks, so she was all ready to go.
Oh, she had the sticks.
She had the sticks. But
nice.
that only helped for like the uphill journey. She was struggling. There's some parts where you have to kind of like scramble up some rocks, and when you get close to the lake, some water starts to trickle down the path. You have to like navigate that and stuff.
That actually sounds pretty cool.
It's pretty great. But the way down, her knees were pretty much just shot. Like she couldn't put any weight on them, and she had to make her way all the way back down, which is like a 2-mile hike back down. And oh man, it took a while. And then after that, we didn't go on any more hikes. We just went to I showed him a couple of breweries around town. We were all good.
Nice and just chill after that.
I mean, that sounds great.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. I mean,
they had been doing like outdoor stuff before they even got to you, right?
They had been hiking for like 4 days. Yeah. So I was surprised. That's what she kept saying.
That's definitely what did her in. Yeah.
I was surprised though, like when they came in for that night, she's like, I want to go on a hike tomorrow. I'm like,
oh, do you?
All right. If you want to do that. And she's the one who picked it. She's like, I want to do that Lake Mary hike again. It's like, you sure? Are you sure? So I didn't push her.
Okay.
She pushed herself.
Okay.
So yeah, there was that. Are you still trying to?
No. Just noticing that. No, I just wanted to try it.
Oh, I thought that was Steven's like subtle way of being like, but he's like not actually paying attention. He's just like, but there's not even a game happening. So it's a really passive aggressive way of trying to get Jared to stop talking.
No, honestly, my brain just told me since no one was chatting in our chat that Plinko had to be on. So I was just like, oh wait, hold on, let me do this real quick.
That's terrible.
Can you not?
Steven's
you can see
like
the
dog
screen right
brain
now.
is.
I can see what's happening, but I was not looking at the screen.
Steven's got like a Charles Xavier look on his face, like he's not looking at anything in particular. His hands just start typing based on the mood.
Yeah, well, I looked over. I'm like, oh, I did a 2 last time. I'll do a 2 this time again. And then as I was typing it, I realized that there's no Plinko on the board. But shit happens.
Steven's autopilot brain.
Happens.
And then I don't know if y'all.
I saw on the Discord.
Yeah.
Explain this. How did this happen?
So I had mentioned.
the bass
let me bring it up real
thing, yeah.
quick. I had mentioned early on that like months ago, it's like, hey, we're playing this one fishing game. Do you remember this on the Super Nintendo? It's like, oh yeah, like your dad and I used to rent that game like every weekend and try and play it. And we were awful at it.
Really?
And this was unprompted. I was like, you should bring out that fishing game, and we should try and play it. Yeah. So like they asked me to bring it out and like set it up and stuff like that. It's not as exciting as you probably think it was. It definitely.
Of course, it's a different setting.
Yeah.
But
they didn't come up with their own names for the big boys or.
It's
and then like talking about the chance and then like getting really into like the tournament of it all.
Heartbreaking.
Nick Casey being an asshole.
My dad did pick Earl Green as a character. I didn't guide him or anything. I didn't guide him at all. I went to the bathroom while they were setting things up, and he was already playing as Earl Green.
No way.
Yeah. So
the tree does not fall too far away from the apple that was already on the ground.
Just a couple of apples.
So
in a bushel.
It was a little bit heartbreaking. He got a couple of Dons on the line, but every single time it broke water, it would cut. It would cut the line.
Oh,
yeah.
We never really had that problem.
Well, that's because when it breaks the water, you're supposed to let go of the buttons until it gets back down. But like there's a small amount of time like after it gets into the water where you're also supposed to keep it off. So I think he kept like pressing the buttons too early, and then it would just snap. And both him and I in unison would just be like, oh. Set. And then obviously this was, you can see through the window, this is like happening like late at night. So like my mom is slowly just
jerrying herself out of the room.
Slowly
getting jerried away.
Yeah.
Getting jerried away. I like that. That's a new saying.
But I was also asking my dad, and like, yo, Dad, all right, can you read Fish Finder? He's like, yeah, I have a Fish Finder. I'm like, how the hell do you read this? What do you do with this?
What does this mean?
So it turns out the far right is the most like recent data stuff, and that is usually the Fish Finder is underneath the motor, so it's at the back of your boat.
Oh, okay.
So when you see something on the far right of the Fish Finder, that's where it is, like where your motor is. So when you see that, you back up a little bit, and then you're right where that data was. So that's apparently how you read it. My father lost several lures.
Oh no.
See you later, lures.
Yeah.
I don't need these anymore.
We got a total of 4 pounds of fish for day one. And we had to go all the way up to I got to the dock at 3:19, so we ended up turning in like 1.5 pounds of fish.
Oh no.
And then that was it for the night because they were tired as hell. Well,
I'm gonna win this one.
Yeah. But it's hilarious how my mom was like, you should set up that like fishing game.
Yeah, put it on, Jer.
That's hilarious. Yeah, Jer.
Another neat thing is, like I had said, this is the first time that my parents had seen my house like decorated, right? Like my apartment.
Wasn't
Yeah,
it
all
not-
these
was it
Star
not-
Wars things
was
and
it not
stuff
really
behind you. Like
decorated-
that's the first time they saw it.
Wasn't it?
I mean, he was
decorated
moving
in
in.
San Francisco. Like,
I mean, it was decorated in San
was-
Francisco, but by the time they got there,
Oh,
it
you'd
was all
already been
taken down.
packing
It
stuff
was all
away.
packed up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So-
They finally realized that you're a disappointment to them, and how the hell did they
Oh, hang
raise
on.
such a weirdo
There's
son?
there's some
What the hell
interesting-
is this Japanese crap?
Certainly, they had plenty of questions, but I'll get to those. But the first,
Oh.
the
Why can I
first
see the
impression-
panties on this sculpture of a girl? Why, Jared? Why?
There's so it was interesting when my mom first like got into the room. She almost like reacted like she just walked into a hotel room. Like she comes like it was acting like that. She's like, oh, this is nice. Oh wow, this is nice.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
And all the
yeah.
soaps are free.
I'm gonna take my robe home with me.
And
Mom, that's mine.
That's no.
My Han time.
as you can see from this picture here, I did not do any sort of censoring or tidying up to.
Oh no, of course not. Yeah, we agreed. Like that was. No,
Yeah.
Rule number 1 is you keep things status quo.
So here's my
Status quo.
my favorite interaction that came from like all the decorations in my house. So let's set up a situation here. Let's do POV. You're my
Hit
dad
me.
waiting for my mom to get ready, and you're checking out my bookshelf, right? So you got
Oh, okay. Yep. So you're okay. Interesting. Yep. Oh,
You
what
start,
are these? These
you
are
know,
interesting.
what's going on here? What's underneath here?
then my dad looks
That's
at me and wants to,
interesting.
and he looks at me and says, "I want to know what her name is."
Did he say it like that?
Hello.
Though? I want to
I
know.
wanna
what
know
her name.
her
is.
name is.
You just had to
Oh
wait.
my-
Had to wait for your mom to be out of the room to get off.
That's amazing.
I fucking
Oh my
love that.
God.
Yeah. So that was
Did you tell him?
Yeah, I also told him that was a gift from Jerry, that specific figurine. That was his
Oh, yeah,
his
that
going
was.
away present. He used to have that one. And he
Right.
gave it to me when he last visited me in San Francisco.
Is that basically where it ended? Like the conversation about the
Pretty
women
much.
on your shelf?
Yeah.
Your dad's gonna go home and start watching Gurren Lagann now.
But yeah, and they're obviously
Now that he knows
just,
her
like,
name.
asking about all of
Oh.
like the books on my shelf. It's like, so how many of these have you actually read? I'm just like, damn, at least like 80%. Like it's a lot. So they're just, asking about a bunch of like random different things. Another thing, like my mom was looking at all the Super Nintendo games on the shelf, and she's just like, oh yeah, Wheel of Fortune. I remember you guys playing that one a bunch. And I'm just like,
Nope.
yeah.
Never owned that.
Yeah. I didn't say that at all. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Why wouldn't you
Yes,
call her
Mom.
out? It's way funnier if you
No,
call her
I
out.
just met this like a couple weeks ago, actually. You're crazy. You're an insane person.
You missed an opportunity to make her feel awkward.
Oh, there's plenty
You
of
always
those
take those
opportunities.
like me and Steven like jump on any chance we can to shame our parents.
Oh yeah.
Make them feel old and stupid.
If they're not being shamed, we're not doing our job.
Yeah, that's the job of the children, to shame the parents.
To make them ashamed of having kids.
Regret having me?
Let the regret sit in.
My mom was
After
she
Oh, go ahead.
was talking about a story of like earlier in the vacation where they just had like, she's like, I had like 2 rum and cokes, so like not all that much, and then we got some ice cream afterwards. And for some reason that just wasn't sitting well in my stomach, so I had to go to the toilet in the middle of the night and just vomit. And it must have just been something like the ice cream and the alcohol. And it's like, yeah, just those 2 things, right? Yeah, just 2 rum and cokes, dude. Rum and cokes knock her the fuck out, man. That's her go-to drink for any sort of like wedding.
when she wants to be done, when she wants to be out, she just
Yeah.
I
rum
want
and
to get
cokes it.
slammed.
Any
Rum
sort of
and
any
Coke.
sort of wedding, she'll get a rum and coke, and after one, she's dangerous, and she has no concept of like
boundaries.
just like being. She doesn't seem to ever realize when she's drunk ever.
Oh,
She's like,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
totally fine,
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
but
Oh, I forgot to do my test.
Yeah, my medical exam.
I called
for
called them out on that because
Nice.
So we were going to a bunch of breweries and stuff, and my dad's like driving the rental car around, and my dad's getting like a flight at every like little brewery we go to, which
Goodness.
is like it's
Damn.
about the volume of like a beer, essentially, those little flight things.
That's a lot.
So Sure, but like we're going
One
slow and stuff.
If you can't stop at one, you have a problem.
Oh my goodness.
This is where my mom started to worry, obviously. So every single time we got in the car, she's in the back seat like, oh, slow down. Like nothing's happening.
Oh yeah.
And she's like, Jared, I hope you don't learn anything from this. I'm just like,
But
hang on
I
a
grew
second.
up in your house.
I'm like, I seem to recall a New Year's Eve where an entire basement of intoxicated adults left to go attend something. He's like, oh, we weren't all drunk. I'm like,
Yeah, you were. A
bunch of 40+ people.
There was not a sober person in that basement.
No, I know.
The only sober people there were us three. Because our night was just starting and theirs was long into.
Yeah,
it started hours ago.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So
They're like, no, don't worry, he's driving, and then the guy that comes in and almost trips on himself. He's like, oh, hey,
right.
Yeah.
That seems
you guys making chicken nuggets? Cool.
So I was excited. It's like,
guy's
yeah, do you
driving.
remember when you were taking like that certification exam? You were totally like out of it, and you were just trying to
We
finish
had to
it.
take
It's
it for you.
yeah, and she's like, yeah, but I wasn't the one who was driving, and I just doubled down. I was like, there wasn't a single sober person in that basement,
Not
and
a
y'all
damn
went out
one.
there. And the conversation just ended with, well, and then just silence.
Well, you know.
Oh man.
What can you do?
Meanwhile, your dad's just like gripping the steering wheel and like, look, he's like, hey, there's a bar over there.
I was also talking to them about like, you know, some stream stuff that we do on the weekends. I finally tried to like explain to them what it was.
After 2 years.
Yeah,
It was
and I was
Jared
talking to
explaining
them.
it to them. They were probably well aware of what it is.
Yeah, like,
He's
Jared, we know
oh,
what
I'm
Twitch
gonna
is.
assume you don't know what.
So you guys are idiots, right? So let me explain television to you. So you guys know what television is, right? Now,
you know,
do you know what
the light box?
do you know what the internet is?
Have you heard of a thing called the internet?
The internet.
Ever heard of it? But I was,
And then
I
he
was
goes
telling
like
them,
Alex on them and starts explaining satellites and how like the internet works, just to try and like get really pedantic.
I was telling them about the weekly movie review things that we do.
yeah.
And apparently they both vividly remember watching Alien. So I said like, yeah, last time we watched Alien, they're both just like, oh, that movie was freaky. Like, yeah, the movie was great, and blah, blah, blah. And then after I started explaining like the premise of like, yeah, it's like anybody who gets upset about me hearing that I haven't seen a movie, like that's the ones they put on the list. And then they like slowly throughout the night, they started like asking like, so have you seen like, You've seen like such and such, right? I'm like, no, and they're just like,
Nope.
oh my god, how did we
failed
raise?
his parents.
That's what they said. It was like, how did we raise this
Yeah.
kid? He hasn't seen anything. So, my parents do have their own 2 additions to the wheel that I'm considering putting on.
Ooh.
Yeah, they both gave their suggestions. My dad wants to put
I like
on the first Terminator,
Hell yeah.
and then my mom
Okay,
wants to put
okay.
on The Sixth Sense.
okay.
Oh yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
Solid
I mean,
movies.
those. I'm okay with those.
Yeah. I
Sixth
like
Sense
both of
is
those.
Sixth Sense is an iconic movie, so I fully agree with Sixth Sense.
Yeah,
I watched it on an
Terminator
airplane
1?
a few months ago.
Terminator 1. Terminator 1 is my dad's favorite.
Not bad. Okay.
Obviously, Terminator 2 is better, but Terminator 1 sets
There's
the
nothing
stage
wrong
for
with it.
Terminator 2.
I think those are both good examples of just iconic like movie
Yeah.
staples that
Oh, yeah.
they fit like your description of the movie book club is like
Right,
movies
yeah.
that I need to have seen, and it's crazy that I have
Things that it's crazy that you've missed out on them. Sort of thing.
right.
And then my mom was a little bit confused about what her number 2 recommendation would be. She thought that she really, really loved The Shawshank Redemption,
oh,
but she's not sure. She couldn't remember if it was The Shawshank Redemption or The Green Mile. She wasn't sure.
I know it was a prison movie. That much I know.
it took place in a prison. I know it, and there were black people. I knew it.
That's all I remember.
Oh man, Green Mile.
But they told me to text them if their movie ever got
Their
picked on the
picks get
wheel. Yeah. And my mom specifically said, it was like, don't like pretend to like Sixth Sense just for me, like just do like whatever, be honest.
we don't do that here.
She kept backtracking a little bit. She's like, just remember, it's it's kind of like an older movie.
No
blah, blah, blah.
backtracking.
No, you
Yeah.
don't.
That's the
you don't get
rule.
to do this. You stick to your guns.
Well,
If you like a
she was
movie-
trying to like cushion it, you know.
temper
Yeah.
the expectation.
Yeah.
So
Listen.
yeah,
I understand people's need to do that, but you don't need to do that here.
Yeah.
You can even if we trash your movie, just stand by. If you like a movie, like we shouldn't be able to change that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about us like proving a point. It's just what our opinion on the movie. That's it.
Yep. That's
like
it.
I went and saw the Nope, the new Jordan Peele movie this year.
Give us a quick TLDR on that.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot. I thought it was really good.
Nice.
I don't know if you've seen the trailers or anything.
I
little
barely
bit.
know much. What's like the premise of the movie? It's like UFO stuff, right?
It's essentially like there's UFOs on their like horse ranch and they're trying to like capture footage of it and stuff.
Okay.
It's pretty well done. There's some really cool like design things that happen into it that I really liked. But it's one of those situations where I liked it more than the people I went and saw it with. I was just like, I mean, yeah, I liked it. And like their complaints with it were just like, oh, so you didn't really watch the movie or anything. It was one of those really annoying things. I was like, you suck. I was like, well, all right. Yeah, so I was a little annoyed and I was like, all right, discussion over. Let's go home.
Oh my God. What kind of movies have they enjoyed? Do you know? Like what their taste is?
Of the
I don't
movies that
know.
y'all have seen together,
it's
what's
kind
the
of
one
hard.
that y'all have liked them? What's the one that they've liked the most that y'all have gone to see?
I mean, they didn't really love Lightyear, but who did?
Oh, okay. At least y'all were on the same page there.
Obviously, Jurassic World was just a joke to everyone, so that doesn't count.
Okay,
either.
so at least it seems like they have
consistent.
standards.
They kind of liked The Black Phone, but I kind of liked it too.
Okay.
It was that horror movie with Ethan Hawke.
Yep.
The Blumhouse
I don't know.
one, right?
I don't really talk to them about their outside of the movie theater things that we've gone to.
So this is the first time that y'all have had like really differing like.
Yeah, and I was just they didn't think it was bad. They thought it was good, but
they just didn't understand why you liked it that much.
Yeah, and I was just like I could tell that I liked it more than they did. It was one of those Event Horizon situations where I'm like, I mean, I can't just sit here and explain the movie to you again. You clearly didn't watch it.
Hey, I got the movie. That is like an unfortunate thing, especially when you see something you like. It's even if you're the one that.
And I was like, I don't know what your deal with it is, like, because they were asking me questions. I would like explain it to them, and I don't know if it changed their mind or not, but I don't know.
You never know.
It's just one of those things. I was like, I mean, whatever. I liked it. You didn't. Whatever. I don't give a fuck.
We can move on. We'll go see another movie and we'll forget this one completely.
Yeah. But I enjoyed it.
But you recommend it though, yeah?
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
Because I'm a fan of the Jordan Peele like
obviously
storytelling.
The directing and cinematography top notch,
gorgeous.
Yeah, like so. At the very least, it's got that going for it, and I like the story and stuff. The characters are cool.
Okay.
Is it? It's. You would say it's like on par with his other movies, right? Or is it like?
I mean,
pretty different.
Get Out is still like
the best one,
super top quality, best one. I probably liked it as equally as Us.
Okay, yeah, because Us wasn't as good as Get Out, but it was enjoyable.
Yeah, but it was still good and enjoyable, and
really
I liked the premise of it. Yeah, I would say like it's kind of like that level for me at least.
Okay, I'm definitely interested in it. So if it ever pops up on like the renting or whatever, I'll probably snag that.
Hell yeah!
Sweet. Shall we get into things?
Well, I'm kind of curious right now because we made a stick about this not too long ago. Is that the people whose movies?
Well, to be fair, no one's here right now, so we can't really knock them for that.
I'm just curious, like where people are right now. Like,
well, Jared ruined it by not being here yesterday. That's the problem. What up, Boats?
I'm chilling.
Oh, Boats, it's cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you're here, Boats. I want you. I need you.
No lurking allowed.
I love that everyone's just like, hey, I'm here.
I think he's mostly talking about Ninja who's not here right now, and she's the one who suggested Secrets to Nim.
Like people, like if you get your movie chosen, I would like that you're around to talk about the movie that you love with us.
I'm gonna chalk it up to schedule change from Friday. Probably. It's Jared's fault.
Yeah, it's all my fault.
But it's not like we chose a different time.
Well, I mean, it could have been unclear whether or not we were streaming today. I don't know. I don't know what other people thought.
Regardless, it's time.
Doesn't matter. We're gonna start talking about it. The Rits. Oh my god!
It's about the Rits
and their secrets. What sort of secrets do the Rits hold?
Now, can y'all just do me one favor and find something to talk about that isn't this for just like a couple minutes so I can go to the bathroom?
Sure thing.
Oh my god. Something other than rats.
Something other than rats.
I actually had a topic that I was gonna bring up.
Did you not poop before? this?
I did, but I think it was because I ate so quickly that my body's confused right now.
Oh God.
So I had a
bring up
topic.
through. Just go.
I had a topic that I was
go.
going to bring up before, but it was another like we might get into it and like debate over it. So I'm not going to bring that up now, and it's something that I want to be a part of anyways. Maybe we'll do that after the stream.
Okay.
All right, back in a minute.
You got it.
All right, see ya. Busy with work and Honest Jam. Well, we don't.
That's right. Honest.
It's okay if you can't watch the movie every week.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just as long as you're here for the discussion and enjoy it. Doesn't matter to us. You know, you could never show up again and it wouldn't bother me. Be strong.
I'm looking for what I think I want to put for the souvenir for this movie.
Oh,
I have an idea.
I'm trying to think of.
There's one item that I'm just like, huh. So I'm just gonna grab it real quick, and then once we get to the discussion, I'll bring it up.
Toss it in there. There's definitely like one scene. If I could do it, if I could encompass the scene with an object, it would be that to put in there. And it's I don't want to like just start talking about it without Andrew because he said not to talk about this.
Is it the dying child? Not exactly.
Classic dying child trope. We are the Rits. Yeah,
Rits. We are the Rits.
Put my movie suggestion back in the thread again.
Yeah, do it.
For it not to be chosen once again.
Michael, it's your birthday today.
Michael.
Ice cream is on its way. But yes, I once again watched this on a Tubi, which again, I did not have an issue with. It must be my ad block. Who knows?
Maybe. I mean, I this time I did it right and watched it on Amazon Prime, rented. One of those weird things where like the quality still looks old. I don't know why I expected it to be like.
What was the
higher
resolution
fidelity.
you were watching at?
Oh, I don't know. It didn't say. It was probably like
720p.
Maybe something like that. But it's just like one of those things where I'm like, haven't they like rescanned this movie at this point or something like in higher def?
I
Like,
don't know.
You'd think they just had done that. Like,
Yeah.
But they
Who
haven't.
knows?
So. Oh well. Not that it really took too much away from the movie. It's
Right.
just
I'm still trying to avoid talking about it until Andrew gets back. Until Andrew finishes shooting.
How exactly like Five Low was.
Oh my god! It seems like Don Bluth knows how to animate rats, and that's it.
The Rits.
The Rits.
But I guess on another topic, I went to. I had like only like a half day yesterday at work because we had this like big long meeting. But then we had a work outing afterwards where we went to a local brewery and stuff.
Nice.
And I almost got heat stroke because it was like 96 degrees outside and the only room there was outside. It was like a super tiny little place and there's no like room indoors. It was awful.
You almost pulled an anime expo.
Almost.
Jesus Christ.
Didn't show up today because I was going to be in the hospital.
Oh.
But it's just that.
This was yesterday, you said?
Yeah, but there's something about just sitting out in like the heat and like the cold beer is refreshing.
Sure, but it's dehydrating you.
It's also very dehydrating. I didn't drink any water the entire time I was there. It was horrendous.
Good Lord.
But it was also like having to come up with conversations with coworkers that I never talked to. It was a fun thing.
Yeah, I had just enough time with my parents where like right about as the conversation topics were running dry, they were leaving.
It's time to go.
We had our regular shitting on my sister's boyfriend conversation.
I love how that's just a constant thing. Mm-hmm. Well, boyfriend, soon to be husband, most likely.
They have resigned themselves to the possibility of that fact.
All right, they've at least accepted it that that's going to happen, essentially.
Yeah.
Unless something drastic occurs between the two of them.
Yeah. Yep. So.
Which is unlikely. Fun. Well, soon you're going to be shit talking your brother-in-law instead of just some dude.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That doesn't seem very nice of your family. It's just rude. unless something happens to his legs.
Ooh, I
What
like
about
the way
his
you
legs?
think, Boats.
And need those. Let's be walking through an alley one day and bam, steal his legs.
Lead pipe. Just pah!
Oh,
I also showed my dad says he keeps getting into like these different like YouTube channels and things. Like he was talking about like some woodworking guy that he always watches before bed, and there's this other fishing dude who he was showing me. He's basically like a fishing Bob Ross. Like he's constantly just like, all right, let's see if we can get anything over here, and
we're gonna cast our lure over in this spot.
Yeah. But I was showing him, because I knew he watches YouTube occasionally, I was showing him some Brave Wilderness Coyote Peterson stuff.
Oh, nice.
I was showing Mom and Dad the one where he gets bit by the giant desert centipede. Dad was getting super into it, and my mom was like, I can't watch it. Oh my God. At the same time, she's like, this guy's crazy. This guy's crazy.
I can't look away.
And she's like this. She's like, turn up a little bit.
Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, those videos are crazy. I'm like, why?
I can't
You're
stay
insane.
I can't stay in my chair when I watch them. I'm constantly like just hopping in my kitchen like, what are you doing? Go!
Especially like the ones where it looks like it's like latching on to them.
Yes.
You're like,
Oh,
like
man.
just like a quick little like, meh, and it's like it's like no more contact.
Yeah.
Like, fine. But if it's just like grabbing onto me or like the stinger's stuck in there or whatever,
macro
like, that's
shot
just
Actually
the worst.
pulled it off of you.
The
Yeah.
macro shot of the giant desert centipede like gripping his skin. It, like
Pinching,
it takes a little like chunk out of it, like ha.
Damn.
And
Yeah, fuck that.
I've pretty much confirmed that I am not scared of spiders, because I've stopped doing the I've stopped doing like the paper and cup thing. So as I was talking to my parents, one of a little tiny little spider was
Ahoy.
scurrying about. I was like, hey little buddy. I just hold my hand out, let him crawl on it, and then just like flick him out of the door.
Oh, you
So-
just let a spider onto your bare hand and then flicked him out?
Yeah. I
What
didn't
kind of
feel
what kind
anything.
of spider we what kind of
a
spider
tiny
we
one.
talking?
A tiny one is a small little black one. Like,
'Cause literally
not
today
even,
there
probably
was
the size
one-
of like my thumbnail, maybe.
Because literally there was one in the hallway.
Oh, we haven't started yet.
We haven't started yet.
Andrew's too busy pooping.
But I did it because I knew that we were waiting for Ninja.
Yep.
But there was there was a spider in the hallway, like outside of my apartment. It wasn't even in my apartment. But the thought that this guy, he's in the building, which is one step away from my apartment, which is just a room away from my bed, which is just like a few inches away from where my head sleeps, which is a few inches away from my brain, was enough for me to like crush that fucker straight into the wall and then just keep on walking.
Crush the spider as much as the great owl crushed that spider in the Secret of Nim.
In the secret segue. How do y'all like that?
We are professionals at this.
It'd be great if
Did you
after
see
all of that, we just give our numbers and then move on.
So
Alright, yeah, so we can get into it now.
We can
get
start the discussion of Secret of Nim now.
Yes.
So I know that Steven and I watched this movie yesterday, right, Steven?
Yep.
Oh, did you guys watch it together or
Jared,
something?
one. No,
No,
but Steven hit me up because we both watched it through
Gotcha.
Amazon, so we were using the same.
I watched
profile.
it on Tuesday, which is like the day
Oh, a
before
while
my
ago.
parents came in. Yeah, but it's the day before my parents got in town, so it was the only
Right,
time I had
right.
to watch it.
Could have
So
just watched it with them.
my
We
memory,
don't
my
want to tarnish the
memory,
view.
my memory might be a little bit hazy on it, so I'll rely on you
Well,
guys to
that's
fill
okay.
in the gaps.
Yeah, we should. I mean, it's pretty fresh. So.
Yeah. So
But that's why I'm still curious of
Yeah, we
someone who saw this like 5-6 days ago, like what their summary ends up being. But
yeah, sure. So
I mean, I'm curious. So, did y'all like have any notion of this movie? Like, had you known anything about this
Nothing.
like beforehand?
I knew nothing about it at all.
I had definitely seen at one point like on TV or something, or at least I remember it
Some
happening.
vague memory of
the
this.
scene at like the very end where the guy throws the knife at Jenner, and like,
yeah. Oh man.
like I remember that,
Yeah, I do.
and that's the only part of the movie I remember.
I've literally never seen it. That's for sure.
What? Ninja,
so,
I don't know.
So
I
obviously,
don't know what you're
we
I don't know
haven't. But so
haven't even
obviously,
said anything.
we went into the movie zero nostalgia for it whatsoever. Obviously,
exactly.
like
Yeah.
there was no preconceived like I'm gonna like this movie. Andrew probably was saying he wasn't gonna like it off the bat, but who knows if his opinion has changed.
Yeah, my absolute initial opinion, and it might be the same for y'all, was I've never heard of this movie, but I know where it's. I guess I've heard of it, but I basically knew nothing about it.
Yeah.
I knew it was an 80s animation, or I guess 1979, but it's 80s animation. I knew the era that it was coming from and the type of storytelling that it was going to be because I've seen the other movies like American Tail or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I feel like I knew everything I needed to know like going into the movie, but I was also happy to be impartial. Like this isn't some movie I saw when I was a kid, so I love it because it was when I was a kid.
Sure.
And I also have no like Don Bluth love. Like I have no
That's true.
I got none of that. So I'm just gonna go watch this animated movie and I'm gonna be super impartial. I know y'all think that I was gonna go into this really biased, but I really swear I went into this thinking I like animated movies. I'm going to treat it like an animated movie from the very beginning.
Sure.
So anything that I say from here on out, just know that I went in with a very, very open mind.
All right.
One thing I'll say about the movie, like, or at least like what I assumed the movie was going to be beforehand, I thought it was going to be just pure
Magic,
fantasy.
right?
I thought so
magic
too.
stuff.
I thought so too.
I had no idea it was going to be like on a farm, like people
I actually liked
and
that.
like.
I
I didn't mind that. It was just kind of a different thing than I was expecting, especially like the first scene with the guy like, Jonathan. Like, all right, here we go. Here's a weird ass wizard man. Let's get into this.
I was all buckled in.
Nicodemus.
I was all buckled in for a fantasy movie with Rits.
I was on board. I like this is where we're going, right?
I just assumed it was going to be just a magic fantasy movie, and the characters happened to be rats.
Yes,
and I thought that's
exactly what I thought it was going to be, especially within like the first like 5-10 minutes. And it was interesting, like within like the first half hour when like the farmer and his wife were talking about, it's like, yeah, the National Institute of Mental Health called, NIM. Like,
what?
Excuse me?
Okay.
Why are they looking for these rats? Are the rats getting therapy?
Yeah. So I'm like,
Well, and then they also mentioned like, and the rats are like diseased. Like there's a disease. I'm like, okay, this is about to be interesting.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
and then it stayed.
Because we're in the level of the rats, but we have the humans now talking about what the rats can't comprehend. So this is interesting.
Oh shit! What was I saying? For the most part, it stayed like fairly grounded in reality. until near the end where it wasn't. In terms of like, hang on, that wasn't the right way to phrase it. It was more of just like I expected more like magic spells and shit. Is what I was saying.
It didn't go that far.
So it mostly stayed in the realm of like Toy Story, where it's like there's these talking things in the real world. Yes.
Yeah. And okay. And
I didn't expect that.
We'll get to it.
We'll probably get to this. But
I have plenty of thoughts.
That corner is where I have some very strong opinions.
I have plenty of thoughts. Yes.
I'll be honest. There are things I liked about this movie and things I didn't like about this movie.
I'm very similar. So like, first of all,
I think we're all like fairly similar right now.
For several points throughout this movie, I just caught myself going, it's like, oh, this is lovely. Like this just looks nice. I really like.
Exactly.
Like it was just nice to look at.
Other parts are like,
it was just nice to look at.
I see.
I don't. You know what? I don't think there's anything that I outright hated about this movie.
I don't think hated. I think hate is a strong word.
I have
think
some criticisms.
Mildly annoyed by it, or at least like, just kind of like, all right. I mean, okay, whatever.
Yes,
so I think hate is not a word I could use because I had zero emotional attachment to this.
Gotcha.
So hate would require me to like be angry at the creators.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, but like because they did something to like a character. Like So that my criticisms are going to come from the fact that they weren't able to capture me emotionally.
So okay, all right. So
and I think that there are some pretty big points to bring up there.
I wanna give my like little TLDR of my basic opinion.
Basic opinion.
Let's get it.
So this is going to be like my main thesis throughout this whole review.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear it.
Basically, my little kernel that I got from this movie was that every decision that was made for this movie, from my opinion, seemed like it was in service of creating nice looking animation. not in service of the story, not in service of the
Interesting, yeah.
characters. Those things were always secondary to
Kinda secondary,
making a
yeah.
nice looking scene and sequence of events, which is why also I think like what
Very
you had
interesting.
said, Andrew, I wasn't like emotionally captured by this movie.
Right.
I wasn't like really caring about any of the characters or the story.
oh my
really.
God.
The story was interesting enough.
Justin,
It was Justin.
But
the cat's out of the right guard, you idiot! Come on, man.
But-
I know. It's just like
I do
he
think-
comes in like 48 minutes into the movie.
Another issue I have with like all of the quote unquote main characters are only in the movie for 10 minutes.
The
That's what
main
I'm saying.
characters all come in after the second half of the movie. Like they come in deep into the second act.
Yeah,
when you meet
it's like,
main
what do I-
characters.
and I think that's why I'm trying to think because I don't remember anything about like Five Goes West, American Tail, any of like the Don Bluth
Yeah.
movies, and it's probably
No,
because
he's real.
it's probably because the only thing that I remember about watching those movies was like the character designs and the animation.
Yeah, the
And, like,
atmosphere of it all.
Yeah, the atmosphere of it all, but like the story and the characters just never grabbed me as a kid, which is probably why I gravitated more towards Disney instead, which is kind of like the whole package. But I will say though, I still was very impressed and enjoyed like all of the animation in this movie. I liked it a
It's
lot.
worth
The backgrounds,
animations,
the
I don't
know
animations.
It's
I don't
really
know if you
nice.
looked into this stuff, Jared, because you had knew what Don Bluth was, but
Yeah.
it might be worth bringing up just the topic of the like origins of this movie.
I had no idea
the
about
idea
it
of-
actually.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
Just the idea that like the whole Don Bluth movie like craze. This is like an animator that like a small group of like 7 guys or something.
Yeah.
That all worked at Disney. Like were fed up with Disney, right?
I hate Disney.
They were sick of Disney, and this was in the 70s.
Okay.
They were sick of Disney, and they were sick of the bureaucracy and this sort of like just churning out content.
Yeah.
Like they were kind of treating like the creative team like trash, which
Yeah.
is no shock, right? So actually,
Classic Disney.
in the middle of making Fox and the Hound is actually when these dudes just left and created the Don Bluth company.
Gotcha.
So and Secret of Nim is I believe the first movie for them to come out with from that
first?
small
Really?
team. I believe it is the first one to come out from them.
Oh,
So this
shit.
is like their first time trying to prove like we don't need Disney, we don't need the money and stuff. But I mean, it was $7 million to make this movie. So
Okay.
it's not some small pool, and that was in 1979. So it was
Yeah.
not
That's
cheap.
a
I'm
good
trying-
chunk
not
of
cheap.
money.
So I just looked up like in terms of like because you were talking about just churning out mindless content for Disney and they were sick of it, and I'm
Yeah.
looking up the Little Mermaid, which was their first like you would I think it's classified as like the Disney Renaissance when they started.
Oh yeah, the golden age.
The golden age when they started turning like their Disney movies into like musicals and just having hit after hit after hit. That was in
Yeah.
1989, 10 years after this. So
Yep, yep,
interesting,
yep.
interesting. So that's kind of like they existed in like a different era of Disney.
They came from the era like these guys, and this will these are just little breadcrumbs
Oh.
for things that I'll definitely talk about later. But what do you got?
One small little note that broke my heart. I typed into Google the Little Mermaid release date, and the thing that pops up in like the big text, like,
Live
this is the
action.
thing that you're looking at. Yeah, it says May 26th, 2023. I'm like, no.
Huh? That can't be
No,
possible.
stop.
Live action
they're
Little
making-
Mermaid
I
is coming
thought
out
live
May
action Little
26th,
Mermaid.
2023.
I heard about that a while ago and thought it was a joke. So
That's happening next
I
year.
guess I should know better. I should know better.
You should know better than to think that's a joke when it comes to Disney and like
That's
trying
true.
to milk
With-
their properties for all they're worth.
Starring Halle
goodness.
Bailey as Ariel.
Halle Berry or
Halle Bailey.
Isn't she
Wow.
a little old for that?
That's what
Man,
I thought.
they are
I'm
really
like,
trying to
that's
force these
a weird choice, but
I
it is
don't know.
Halle
I don't know
Bailey,
who.
who I have never heard of.
I've
But
never
I-
heard of
I
Halle
just-
Bailey.
this is-
Let me look
sounds
up
like a
Halle
nobody.
Bailey.
I read like the first 2/3 of their name, and then my brain just filled in the rest. Halle Bailey
What a Howie Bailey.
and Melissa McCarthy as Ursula.
Are you
Oh,
serious,
no.
dude? What a garbage movie! Is
Don't
that
make
serious?
don't
Is
put
that
Melissa
actually what it is?
McCarthy in
Let me-
here.
let me-
God.
wait,
Who
pull this up right
who
now.
still wants to watch Melissa McCarthy in anything?
Let me pull this up.
Oh, this is upsetting.
I mean, like she's gonna be singing in this.
Halle
Exactly.
Bailey, Melissa McCarthy
Oh.
as Ursula.
No.
Oh, your
terrible.
favorite
Aquafina
Aquafina's in this, Andrew.
I
Scuttle.
fucking hate Aquafina. Get out of movies. Stop it.
Lin-Manuel Miranda
They
is somewhere in
They
here.
love putting Lin-Manuel
They
Miranda
love it,
in
yeah.
Disney movies now.
Mhm.
My
Is he just
God.
is he just in everything?
At
Holy
this
shit.
point,
He's the musical
Man.
guy.
he's the musical guy. Javier Bardem.
Guess so.
Who?
King Triton.
I don't know
I
any
mean,
of
I
these other
love
people.
Javier Bardem.
You
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
forgive
No
me
Country
for
for Old
reading
Men.
this as Halle Berry and not looking at
Oh,
the picture or anything.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like it could even be just like her daughter or something. Man, trite garbage this stuff is.
Oh,
It sells though. Anyways,
I'm not even really like Little Mermaid diehard fan.
Exactly.
but
Me
like
neither.
just why? Well, I
Still
know
one of those
why,
just like-
but
I know why, because they're on the
because
fast
The
track
Lion
to just
King
doing
was
it
one of the
for everything.
top grossing movies of all time. The live action one.
Dude,
Hate
which
it.
blows my mind. It means that all the data, like the numbers, don't matter anymore, just because it's all. There's no way to actually accurately measure if people like things anymore.
No.
Because
They
I
just
think
see
if
the
you ask
money line
anybody-
go up.
But
They
like
just,
how
they
there
just need
has
to
be
make
some
a
way-
live action Secret of Nim, and then game over. They win.
It's
Oh
called
my
Stuart
goodness.
Little.
Oh,
Stuart Little 2 actually was when
there's
they finally
much
started
less
to do it.
magic in Stuart Little. You're lying to me.
Oh, and also I didn't know that this was Secret of Nim was based on a book. I
Oh,
didn't
was
know
it?
Stuff like
Oh.
I didn't know stuff
okay.
like that. I didn't know stuff like that either.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
but I think that's good to know, like going into this, because there is a large culture built around movies like this because they're diehard Don Bluth fans.
Sure.
Because this idea of like suck it Disney.
Yeah,
So it's important.
I
It's
see that.
important to keep like the history of this movie in mind when we talk about this is a movie made purely by animators, and which is where you, which
Not
is
a lot
where-
of writers in
Okay.
exactly, which is where like
that makes
when
that
we're already
it's all
starting to
connecting
notice.
now.
Yeah,
All
right,
annex.
right.
That's why everything seems like it was just made to look pretty and
Dude,
not to make
exactly.
sense.
So,
I see.
I feel like you can expect to hear a lot of people come in and compliment this movie, saying like, but imagine a team so small, like for a team so small, they give it that sort of modifier or that like
it's
context.
Sure, it's impressive
For
for a team so small.
or
Yeah.
like despite this, or in irrespective of this. So
Sure.
Change the problems that the movie has, though.
yeah.
for
So,
me, at
but
least.
the history is interesting. Like this movie, like obviously has some historical significance
Yeah.
in the animation world. And it's important to keep that stuff in mind. But for people listening, keep in mind that there is definitely some cultural bias around this movie.
I just want to get ahead of this right now though and say that like overall I'm positive on this movie personally.
Yeah.
So
I am not.
I figured. So we'll
But
we'll get to
I
that.
knew that I would be.
That
I knew
makes
that
for
I would
some
be
more
on the lower
interesting
end.
conversation.
Yeah,
I knew I'd be
feel
on the
like
lower end.
I feel like I'm mostly positive. It's one of those movies where I didn't really have a strong opinion about it.
That's
that
the
was
thing.
one of the weird
Yeah.
things.
Mhm.
Where I was like, all right,
Yes. Yep.
yeah.
So we can start going through like the
So,
overview.
honestly, I
let's
haven't really made up my mind on it. I was kind of waiting for this discussion to
well,
actually
I think
kind of
we will.
feel out
Let's-
what I
I think I
liked
have
or
my
didn't
mind
like.
made up, but
we'll
we'll
find
see.
it.
Mhm.
We'll find it. I think going through like Jared's summary right now
Yep.
and finding some key points, we'll get there.
So we start with Mrs. Brisby with going to using her best Dorothy voice. And
No,
looking
we
for,
start with Nicodemus.
Oh, we start with
can't- we
Nicodemus.
can't
I
pass-
totally forget
God,
about
haven't you even
Nicodemus.
seen this yesterday? What the hell?
Which you know is there to set the whole tone of the movie, right? The very
Right.
first scene
That's
is
true.
a
wizard talking
wizard
to an amulet.
magically writing a book and talking about this
Oh.
amulet and Jonathan.
Well, you know he had to
my lovely
magically
Jonathan.
he had to magically write in that book because actually animating the writing would be way too hard. So
Oh yeah,
course.
and they unearthed
rats
some
can't
like
write. That's
sparkly effect that they used quite a bit throughout the movie.
yeah,
Yes.
objectively using magic to write in a book.
Yes.
There was
Full stop.
there
That
was
was
actual-
supernatural
actual magic.
magic.
The very
Yes.
first
So-
scene of the movie is telling you everything like that you would think you need to know before the movie, which is like, okay, there is some place called Nim, which is presumably magic because there is a wizard telling you about it, and he is also holding a magic amulet talking about like the power of the amulet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then Jonathan and talking about how she doesn't know the plan and like
Yeah,
it's
she
really
doesn't know
like,
our world.
the scale of what it's setting up is freaking massive.
I was
before it
expecting like
starts.
Lord of the
It-
Rings with Rits. Like that's what I was.
yeah,
it
pretty
was-
much like
was Lord of
some
the Rits.
Lord of the Rits, some
Lord of
sort
the
of
Rits.
super
Lord of the Rits.
complex magic problem that needs to be
Yeah.
solved by Jonathan's wife.
But,
Yes.
exactly, but she
And
doesn't.
who's
know.
Jonathan? I don't know.
So I think
Jonathan.
I get the feeling
Jonathan.
that I get the feeling that as I go through this overview, the majority of this discussion is be like I say something and then you're just like no, you forgot about this thing.
No, but that's okay. Because
I know.
I think an important part of the critique is how well a movie stayed with someone for like not even like 5 days.
Honestly,
so if Jared forgot everything,
it's a forgettable, unnecessary scene at the beginning with Nicodemus. Honestly,
and it only becomes more irrelevant as the movie progresses.
As the movie progresses, it's like 90% of the movie is not about Nicodemus. So what do I care about him?
So he's not important again for another like 55 minutes.
Yeah. So then we do have kind of like the
Mrs. Brisby going to
I don't
Mr.
know
Ages.
how do I describe that voice, because when she started talking, I'm just like, this sounds so familiar. What I couldn't describe it though.
I don't know.
Mr.
I don't know who you're trying
the only thing that I can like point to is kind of like a Dora thing, where like I don't. It's kind of like it's kind of like she's constantly talking like this, like with her hands, like everything's like
everything like it's almost like singing.
I've
like
never
it's kind
been
of like
there
floating.
Before.
Yeah,
floating in between the words.
It's not quite like a Southern Belle
voice acting.
Yeah. It was very like reminiscent of like all of the voice acting from that era. Like especially the females, like obviously Dom DeLuise has his own sort of style when he's reading lines.
When
but
I saw his
else
credit before, like
fucking Dom
him as Jeremy, I'm just like, all right, let's see what Jeremy's got to offer.
This is gonna be it. Let's go.
And I'm like, I wonder if he'll be just as superfluous as his other characters in other like movies. Yup.
Of course.
Correct me if I'm wrong. He's the same dude that voiced the cat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Which and again, dude, Dom DeLuise is like a master of voice. Like he's perfect for like cartoons.
Yeah. He's got a cartoon voice. Like
he's freaking got it.
I almost get the sense that they gave that crow a cat allergy just to give Don Bluth an opportunity, or not Don Bluth, just him to just do that.
Yeah.
I'm Dom DeLuise. Actually, I can't hear his voice. Sorry, I can't hear Dom DeLuise's voice with Steven without thinking of Cannonball Run.
I know.
Jared doesn't know this movie, but it's like an old racing movie with like Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise.
Dom
DeLuise has like a super like alter ego. I forget what the name.
I forget. It was like Captain something. Captain Chaos was like the one at the end, right? But
no, I think that's like Captain Chaos is like the original one, and he switches to Captain like USA.
Oh, like I couldn't remember if there was like an evil one and a good one or not.
I think Captain Chaos was the like his alter
doesn't matter. He's insane in that movie.
It doesn't matter, but I can't remove him from Cannonball Run in my mind, which is a far different type of movie.
It's also just like hearing Dom DeLuise like deliver lines. It just makes everyone else's delivery of lines seem just so flat and boring.
Yeah, and uninteresting.
Uninteresting. I'm just like, all right, you're just kind of
because
obviously like some of them are just trying to be like mystical, like the Nicodemus guy and stuff like that.
That's fine.
I feel like the guy who voiced Jenner had a fairly iconic sounding voice, although I looked him up. I don't think he was in anything else.
I think the voice actress for Mrs. Brisby did fine. It's just a very iconic sounding voice for the time. I'm just like, I haven't heard this in a while.
I realize that this is like a question that gets asked in the wrong way too much here, but Jared, have you seen Lady and the Tramp?
Yes, but I don't remember it like at all.
Okay, because like the voice of Lady, I think, is a good approximation of this type of voice. It's just like representative of that era of female voice acting.
That's just kind of what they thought they had to sound like. Like
all
some
of
like
most
innocent
of the women were exactly innocent, sweet, kind of unassuming, but like really beautiful voice. Like everything was soft.
Oh no, we weirdly just got started.
We're just there. We're literally at the.
Some things happen.
We're like we're still in like the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, we just got to Brisby. Okay, Miss Brisby, because we never know her first name, just Mrs. Brisby, because she is only identified by Jonathan. She has
Jonathan Brisby.
She has no agency at all in this movie.
She's got a name though, right? Like
no, but we only know her by her dead husband's stupid last name.
So she goes down and see Mr. Aegis, which I thought she was saying like Mr. Aegis or something. I was like, what's his name?
It's an odd name.
Mr. Aegis.
Mr. Aegis,
yes, I believe.
I can't pronounce that name without saying it like she does, like Mr. Aegis. Mr. Aegis.
Yeah, like some like Southern Belle sort of.
Yeah. So she goes to see Mr. Aegis because her son Timothy is sick. And
Classic. All Timmys are sick.
All
There's no
Timmys.
such thing as a not sick Timmy.
If there's a sick kid in a movie, his name is Timmy.
And then Mr. A just mixes her up a little concoction to help him deal with his pneumonia.
Yeah.
And then as she's on her way back, she meets up with Dom DeLuise, which is the only way I'm going to refer to him.
Just to walk back to like the actual like
Yes.
Mr. Aegis scene and everything.
Yeah.
I really like scenes like that where they're kind of going into a man-made
piece of
thing, but it's
machinery.
like, a piece of machinery.
Yeah.
And they're
And it
showing like,
looks
oh,
like
what would
mystical
what would it
almost.
look like to the rats and like how would they decorate this and stuff?
Yeah.
Like I thought the movie did a good job of
I
that
like
sort
that.
of thing. Like
Yeah.
the world setup.
A
I
lot-
thought was always really
a lot
nice.
of the
They've always done
backgrounds-
well in the American Tale movies, right?
Exactly. It's just like the things that like the man-made things that they
She's a
use
mom. There's no
as
other
like
attributes about her.
as like they're like building shit and stuff is always super cool to me. And then he's just like picking up like ladybugs. He's like shoo, get out of here.
Yeah.
Like
The scale, like they do a great job.
Yeah,
of
the
showing
feeling of scale and
I like that.
and
Yeah, I
that
like it
whole
a lot.
scene is really nice.
And it's a good way to add a little bit of like fantasy mysticism to it in terms of like
part of the song.
Oh yeah,
something-
Jared's got
You might
some,
choose a
like-
different. You might choose a different song.
Do you have any other like written?
Am I only
Can you just put on
hearing, like,
Ratatouille music? Because this movie is also
also
kind of like
hearing like speaking
Ratatouille.
in the background is a part of the song. It's the rat song. I didn't want it to be too loud. That's a good one though, Ratatouille.
Michael.
Mike, yeah, because we're having a conversation. You just hear like
Yeah,
someone,
you can't
like,
have the hearing words in the background.
the only things you hear are people speaking words, so it makes you think you're going crazy. There was definitely like a couple of moments where I'm like, this is just fucking Ratatouille, isn't it? Like, so like the plot like starts to like touch on
can't
things like that's like
steal.
the plot of Ratatouille.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, so she gets her little pneumonia medicine.
Yeah,
Little
she gets her
herb
medicine.
packet.
Yeah.
Oh, can I point out one thing that
Yes.
happens there? So another one of my small gripes with, because again, these are animators, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously one of their weak points is going to be audio and like understanding what it takes to make like compelling audio.
Yeah.
They know exactly how to visualize, like to Steven's point, like scale, but they don't know how to give audio that like really makes you feel like you're in that place. So even things like where Mr. Ages, like when she like scares Mr. Ages or whatever, and he like falls down like the thing, and it's just like dead silent.
It's
I'm like,
silent.
it's
I
just
noticed that a
fucking
lot
dead.
through the movie.
There's a
There
lot
was
of
just like
silence,
Why is there
seemingly
not-
missing sound effects. I'm like, why is nothing happening right now?
Yeah, dude, exactly. There's multiple points that I have vivid memory of now from this movie where I'm like, there was no sound there. Like, did they miss the sound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just made everything feel like eerie and scary.
Because
Like,
the
it really made it
animation
feel-
was great. Like it looked
Oh,
really
absolutely.
good, and there just the accompanying like because usually expect the audio to be just as good to help like kind of fill in any gaps that there are in the animation.
Oh, totally.
It was just
These guys
it just
brought
made it super noticeable when something was missing. You're like, oh,
And it was
Okay.
always things that should be big, like a cavernous sound or someone falling, or like a collision of something. Those were
Right.
always the times when there was no sound, which I thought was really, really weird. Which
just
means
a
that they
bit
were relying
strange.
a lot on music, like the score from whatever his name was, but apparently everyone thinks he's good. Also, the score wasn't really memorable to me, but everyone says that the guy is really good.
I mean, honestly, the score didn't leave an impression on me. I thought it was
Jerry
good. I thought it was
Goldsmith. What
good.
else has he done?
Yeah. Who knows?
I-
Probably
I'm
at least
looking it
I
up.
would guess.
I
go ahead.
had no problem with the music. Like I
was
thought it
fine.
fit
It was
the
serviceable.
world
Yeah.
and everything was good, but it definitely wasn't the thing that I like focused on. I was like, ooh, this song is really good.
Like,
I don't think at any point the music connected with me. It was just kind of, oh yeah, this makes sense with what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it fit. Like it was well done. It just wasn't iconic to me, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which is what I expect from animated movies. I don't know why. I feel like I have a high standard for music and animated movies to like really be iconic because it can be so exaggerated and hyperbolic. I feel like the music needs to match that animated feeling. It doesn't need to be so like reserved. I mean, other animated movies can pull it off, but I expect it from like this type of animation.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that noticed that, Steven. That like it was quiet.
No, I noticed that like immediately. I was like, oh.
I'm like, no, why? Come on.
So she runs into Dom DeLuise, the crow named
my
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
She's
He's all
helping him
strung
out,
up.
getting all strung up.
He's got his He's got his
immediate-
BDSM like rope tying thing happening.
that he just carries around with him
swinging just
everywhere.
anus open in the log.
Yeah. Watch out.
So Mrs. Brisby tries to help him out, and in the process of that, they start introducing Dragon the cat.
Oh, down dragon.
Well, when they first started talking dragon, I'm like, all right, we're back to the fantasy stuff.
You don't want to wake Dragon. I'm like, oh.
And then it's like, oh, he's a cat. I was like, I mean, okay. I wasn't upset that it was a cat. Obviously, I was just like, okay, so we're still just in normal land.
That's another addition to the like.
I'm waiting for like the inciting
expectations
incident that puts her into the fantasy world, sort of thing. You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the movie did a good job of like raising my expectations actually, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
It's just that like the promises
that never really met them.
The promises
Well,
weren't kept,
I think
unfortunately.
I'm fine with what they did, but I do wish that like, they picked the lane. Is this going to take place in the real world, or is this going to be fantastical?
Yeah,
that's exactly the point.
And this is
100% agree.
This is going to become more of a problem as we get like
on both
down
sides.
towards the ending and stuff. So
the ending, I would say it was just like kind of one of the weakest areas of the movie.
Just decide on which one, and I think that they actually could have had something pretty good.
I personally thought that the direction that they did go was the more interesting route to go, but they didn't commit as much to it as
they didn't commit. I would have loved the idea of like, you think you're about to see this fantastical world, but everything can be explained, and the things that feel fantastic are just because they're from the perspective of being a mouse.
I like that.
Would have been a freaking genius movie. And I honestly, like I told you guys, like I went in like open-minded, and when I like that stuff started happening, I got really optimistic.
When they literally dropped the name National Institute of Mental Health, I got like a little eyebrow raise. I was like,
I remember that exact scene where I was like, okay, this is gonna be this sort. All right. Like I was like, I'm into this.
Like,
now.
all right, okay.
It did.
Yeah.
Like, all honesty, I was really into it at that point.
So she's helping out Dom DeLuise. They awaken the dragon. A long time. He just keeps wrapping himself up in that fucking string.
How long she's sitting here with Jeremy, this like meaningless character, where it's just so that Dom DeLuise can have like 5 minutes,
and they can animate a bunch of string.
It's just time for Dom DeLuise to make sound effects while because they're not furthering the plot.
Nope.
They're not telling you anything more about these characters.
Not really.
Like you learn nothing over the whole course of meeting Jeremy.
You know that Jeremy is clumsy and he's looking for a lover. He's trying to build a nest. And that's about
trying
it.
to build a love nest with his colored string.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it.
Ever matters.
Yeah, you're dedicating so much time to this literal comic relief character who
it
keeps getting teased that he's gonna get like be a main character in the story, but he never really was. He was constantly just a punching bag in comic relief.
He ends up being meaningless. Like
he's kind of just like he's just like go over here and make some jokes in this scene for a little while. Sort of. Oh yeah, can you go over there and make some jokes, Jeremy? Please?
We just need you to be in these areas to make a joke.
I don't need you for any real plot devices. Just go do funny kid things.
He does exactly one helpful thing to the entire movie, and besides that, if he never showed up, everything would be the same. He does exactly only one good thing.
Yep. So they have their whole interaction. Dragon comes out and chases them around. Mrs. Brisby loses her medicine, and then Jeremy just somehow has it. He's like, "Puh!" There you go.
This thing?
I
got that for you.
Pulls it out of his shirt pocket.
Yep, of course. Classic bird pockets.
Yeah, but like that whole sequence. I guess it was a way to introduce Dragon as a concept because he's relatively
Even Dragon
important.
Is not that
important. There's like he plays a key role in a couple of moments, like tiny little moments.
They should have made him more important. Because,
yes, I wish I saw more Dragon. Honestly,
one of the biggest problems.
And I wish I would have felt like he was more dangerous.
Yes, he was never dangerous.
He was never dangerous.
He spent 90% of his screen time sedated.
Even though and again, like, and we know that he literally ate her fucking husband.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like,
they don't present this guy as scary besides the way he's animated. Again, they're relying on the animation to do all of the storytelling.
Yeah,
they're like, if we show him scary and make him scary, then he will be scary.
I wish I would have
seen more Dragon.
pretty solid.
So that's like one of the main points that I would make about this movie is you don't know what the threat is. Like it's any number of things.
Even the main villain Jenner got like 5 minutes of screen time before he died.
He was such an arbitrary villain.
Well, they kind of went back and forth. It was like, I guess the farmer's the villain because he's trying to make them all. They're having to move and all this because he's gonna plow the fields. But then he was
why would they just move their homes outside of the damn fence?
Yes.
Look at how close they are to the damn
this is a regular enough occurrence where like it's moving day.
Every single this is regular.
You know
this is
how it is. Yeah, it's like
stop making your home right here.
And clearly there are places where you can move.
Also,
not to jump ahead too much, but at the end of the movie when they have their new place, it's literally just right next to the
other
house.
side of the rock.
Apparently it's safe.
Also, this is also skipping ahead a little bit. When that tractor goes off and literally an entire forest's worth of animals comes out of these fields.
Yes, where are they? Yeah. Where were they? It's just like a grass field and like 10,000 rabbits and birds that live underground.
So before all this, though, after the whole scuffle with
after meeting Jeremy and getting away from Dragon, they go they go back home, right?
They go back home. The kids are alone for a little bit, and we encounter Auntie Shrew. So she comes in. I thought
another potential villain.
Yes, they definitely framed her as almost like an evil stepmother kind of figure, but she actually turns out being
these really
she definitely seemed like she was gonna be like this huge bitch at the very beginning.
And then just immediate character swap once the tractor starts going.
She's like, no. I'm just protective and I'm a really helpful person. And a bunch of people would be dead if it weren't for me.
Yeah, she's actually the smartest person there.
Yeah.
So the kids all have a little scuffle. Mrs. Brisby comes back, and then they start talking about moving day and stuff like that.
Speaking of the kids, if we're talking about classic voice acting kind of sounds, if we're talking about the women, the kids, my god,
they're like they were
this
straight out of Peter
like
Pan.
Exactly. I'm like, especially the littlest one.
The baby.
Kids, I feel like kids in animated movies.
She was a voice in something else. Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, it's just like the style of how kids did
kids in animated movies in that day and age were only allowed to have 3 personalities. You had the brash young kid who's like, I'm not afraid of nothing. You have the smart girl who's trying to keep everyone in line, and then you have the dumb little toddler that is just loved by the siblings, and that's the only thing. They're just like,
I did notice that the boy was Will Wheaton, apparently.
Wow.
Will Wheaton? That's hilarious.
Yeah. So a young Will Wheaton voicing whatever. I forget what his name was. William?
I don't know a single one of those kids' names except for Timothy.
The kids' names kind of went right through.
They don't matter.
They were never important.
They're the only importance of them is look at the family that Mrs. Brisby has.
Yes. So
protect the family.
So Miss
on the topic of the kid. Hold on.
Yes.
This is a very important reason why I have some bad feelings about this movie, and they come down to the production of it as well.
All right.
Look in the general Hangout chat in case this didn't if you didn't see this in your brain immediately, it's something that I saw.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I'm like,
that's what I'm saying. There's only 3 personalities for kids. Only 3.
It's literally the same thing.
But I want to point out that Don Bluth made both of these.
Yeah.
So this is another example of Don Bluth may have left Disney, but he brought Disney with him.
Sure.
And to me, that's we can hail Don Bluth as a champion for standing up to the big corporation, but when you literally can't make your own characters, you literally just recreated because there's no just the fact that there's literally 3 and they all fit the same exact role, the same personality, the same type of animation. If you look at it too, the way that they behave, and Steven, remember the little kid in Robin Hood, the way he's always I'm really tough and I'm gonna stand up.
I'm tough. I'm gonna fight you.
That's what I'm saying. They're
identical
personalities. Yeah. You have a trio of siblings that's always
around and stuff, always chasing around the protective older sister. It's just super
you'll notice it also in Mr. Ages. Looks a lot like other Don Bluth animations. He was just working on the Fox and the Hound when he left, and it looks just like the Badger from Fox and the fucking Hound.
Gotcha.
And it's really upsetting to me that it's okay, I really want to respect this guy for leaving the big bloated corporation, but make your own work, make your own original animation. If that's your strong suit, that's your most it's your your tool is animation. That's the one thing that you're going to bring through. So if you're just recreating all the stuff that you were just doing at Disney, you're not really winning anything, in my opinion. If anything, it feels like lazy. Like it's hard for me to really praise you for just like pulling a bunch of stuff from the work that you had like in the other studio. So that made me upset. And it's like, and it made me like critical of all the people that like are only talking about a movie like this as being good.
Did you look up all this Disney stuff before watching the movie?
After.
Okay.
Yeah, because
it's something you noticed while you were watching though.
Yeah. Like when I was watching, I'm like, those are the kids I can show. Like I was writing like the notes down, and I was like, those are the kids from Robin Hood. Like they're spot on, the kids from Robin Hood. I'm like, I can't be the only one that thinks this.
Oh, 1,000,000%.
And so I went and looked it up. And when I went down that rabbit hole is when I started looking into the history of like, oh shit, Don Bluth like worked on Robin Hood and like was working on Fox and the Hound, which is where these characters like it just all started to connect with me, and then it just made me more like, oh, well, now like the things that I was unhappy about, now there's like objective reasons for why I don't like them.
Yeah, the history of that is very interesting because it also kind of validates a lot of my opinions that I had about like after watching the movie, and I didn't know that. It's like there's some things that I like this, it looks really great, but there's some things that are missing here. But when you said it's like a small team of just like strictly animators, I'm like,
yeah, that makes sense.
It really does. Sense. It feels like really strong artists came together but didn't have good storytelling and didn't understand structure and how to actually create a narrative out of their talent.
So we get to that whole kid scene, and then which I'm just realizing right now with the message that Dashing put in the chat that it's pronounced Mrs. Frisbee, and I thought it was Brisby. It's
Brisby.
It is Brisby.
Oh, is it Brisby?
This is another thing, guys. I'm a fountain of knowledge because last night I was looking up all
the research.
So in the book, her name is Mrs. Frisbee.
Okay.
It's Frisby.
Okay.
But obviously, when they wanted to make this movie, there was a copyright problem with the Frisbee company, with Wham-O, with toys and stuff. So they just changed the first letter to Brisby.
Okay, that's
fine.
Weirdly fascinating.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
So they have this whole thing. Mrs. Brisby interacts with Dante Shrew. Is like, moving day is coming, blah blah blah, and then she starts making her soup for little Timmy. And I noticed one little thing. In Timothy's bedroom that I kind of want to be our souvenir for this movie.
Okay. Please share.
Let me just.
I was actually
while Jared's finding this, it's one thing that I always notice in movies with anthropomorphized animals that are wearing clothes.
When they don't have them on.
As soon as she takes her cape off, I'm just
she's
like,
naked.
Why is she walking around naked? Don't take your cape off, lady. There's kids in here.
To be fair, Mrs. Brisby got a dumpy, but.
Cartoon crush, maybe.
I mean, you can definitely see this is another good candidate for people to pull a lot of like furry love out of.
All right.
Oh yeah, like all of these sorts of like old like animal sort of things.
This is the hotbed where they all came from.
Submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society.
Please. Holy effing shit! What the
hell is
that? This was in Timothy's room when she's feeding him the soup. This giant little. Yeah. I immediately went to this.
I did not see this.
I was too busy watching a caring mother trying to care for her sick son. But that's just me, I guess.
And I think it's the perfect.
I was also busy looking at the kids acting all weird around their dying fucking brother.
The kids were acting.
First of all, they were acting like they were all curious of what was going on. Like, he's dying.
He's
laying in bed dying. What are you so curious about? And all
like pneumonia.
Your brother is literally dying, and then when the baby's like, "Is he gonna die?" Like, shut the fuck up.
Shut your damn mouth.
Baby mouth. Like, your brother's dying. Actually going to die.
This is one of the the standout moments that I can come back to that I remember for just how little I remember of it. In terms of like normally in a traditional Disney movie, this scene is like the iconic like. The big dramatic, these are the characters, care about them. This very gripping musical melody. You'll remember this scene. This will be on movie posters and stuff. I don't even remember how that song goes. It's like all of the elements were there to set this up as like an iconic scene that will be remembered forever. And
there's a song?
There was something
exactly.
There was something that just wasn't clicking for me. Like I thought this was going to be a scene where like Mrs. Brisby was like singing a little tune or something, and I think maybe she was. I don't know.
You
I
totally
think there was a
expect it from,
song.
like,
I
that
think
was
there was
the
a
Disney
song with
moment
lyrics
where the music takes over.
Yeah, I think there was a song with lyrics in that scene.
Hold on, I'm gonna let me open it up and see, because I know what you're talking about, and I actually can't remember.
Well, that's
they tried to
the
do.
That's the issue with.
And but that was the first.
I don't remember any of it.
That was the first
It did
instance.
not have an impression on me.
Like this was throughout the entire movie, but that was the first instant that I can point to where I'm just like, ooh, you were almost there. Like,
Yeah, you had like the chance for a good moment to make me connect with these characters, care about like one of them's dying, that's sad, like, and there's a family built.
Yeah,
around
make me
this
feel something about this.
I was like I said, I was like on the cusp. I'm like,
Timmy, forget about him.
Like, I'm all about like, because
there's lyrics. There's lyrics.
So like,
and it's that like that angel, like the angelic type singing while Timmy is fucking dying. It's a very trite like version of what Disney basically did as a formula in all their other movies.
But that's what
this
like
is in literally every other Disney movie.
That's what kind of like gave me like a little itch of just like I'm close. It's close. Like I feel what's
not quite there.
Yeah.
Ninja, you can't get us to stop talking about the movie just because you try to get us to drink.
I think she's being a good sport right now.
Do you want to do a shot now, or do you want to wait until the end?
I'm fine with a shot now, because otherwise I'll forget.
Do it. I think we're at an okay point.
We're like I don't know, like a quarter of the way through the movie because they spent 30 minutes on Dom DeLuise.
Listen, Dom DeLuise. It was very important that we talked about Dom DeLuise's presence in this movie.
Yeah.
Hang on.
We talked about how hot Mrs. Brisby looks when she has her cape off.
That is important.
Another weird thing about like these.
I always latch on to. It's like, you don't have your cape on. That means you're naked.
Another weird thing about like these anthropomorphic characters in a similar sense, Steven. I'm also just like, her daughter's dress is like really short. Like I'm seeing right up there. Oh, I don't know about this.
It's literally just wrapped around her like her midsection.
You see her bare ass so much, which theoretically is fine, but like when you start like giving them human traits and dressing them up like that, I'm just like,
Yeah, like it's one of those things where like, yeah, like obviously the kid, they're gonna have like shirts and no pants and stuff, whatever. But as soon as they start removing those,
you can't
like
take the shirt
single,
off.
because like that single piece of clothing is all of your clothing. You can't remove that single piece of clothing because then it's very obvious.
Then you get Idris Elba and Cats.
I was literally just thinking that too, because okay, they make some bad calls on like the color of his fur and stuff. But the fact that they show this guy
keep talking
in, like,
about Idris Elba, and I'm gonna get
a hat. He's got a hat and a coat, right? And then suddenly, like, he just takes all that off. Like, dude, he's naked. That's a naked black man in
it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to look at.
Like, if y'all haven't seen the Cats movie and seen Idris Elba's character without the trench coat,
yeah, because he's always walking around with this big like coat on and a hat,
coat covering everything.
When he's not wearing it, because like obviously all the other cats in the movie aren't wearing any clothes. But when you like set the precedent that one of them is wearing clothes, and then they remove said clothes.
You have to have consistent rules in your universe. If you can't just say that like some cats need clothes and some cats don't need clothes, because now you're just saying that some cats are naked and some aren't.
Listen, the Brisby household is a very sex positive house. They're not trying to shame anyone's bodies.
This is actually because Mrs. Shrew or Auntie Shrew is really the most clothed person probably in this universe. Maybe besides Jenner. Jenner's got a lot of clothes on, but.
The rats were definitely more clothes. They had pants and shirts.
Well, and I see, and these are other things that would have been interesting, right? It's like to show how much more evolved they were than the other animals. But there's actually not enough. There's not enough showing like how gross.
Oh God! No. He just walks away. You son of a bitch!
You can't just put that up and leave. No. Look at how absolutely no. He should have started it where like he's up on the moon by himself.
Oh yeah,
that's when he looks super naked. He's just hanging out.
Like when he's around other cats, it makes sense.
It hides.
You have to see the context. Yeah, you got to see him on his own.
But that's just a naked black man dancing with a bunch of cats.
Oh yeah. What is just phenomenal.
It's so gross. Yeah, see, and then she like Taylor Swift's cat has like shoes on, so it just makes her look even more naked. Like you can't have shoes.
It's
and
weird.
nothing else. See, imagine if Judi Dench
Like if
took
Judi
off the
Dench
coat.
took her coat off, man.
You'd be like,
I mean,
whoa!
I'm
Everyone
into it.
everyone would be like, whoa, Judi, hold on.
Put that back on there. Oh my god.
Holy shit, Judi Dench is nude. The fuck?
Alrighty, so we got past how dummy thick Mrs. Brisby is. So we move on to what happens after that scene. Does she go? She doesn't go to the Great Owl yet. There's the moving day starts happening, right? Like the tractor starts up.
Right.
Oh, before that,
you
you have the conversation with the farmer and his wife about like Nim calling them,
Yeah,
asking
so
about the
that
rats.
was some exposition, which
Yes.
I thought was cool.
I
Like,
like
cool
that.
scene.
That was
I
the
liked
moment.
it,
It's like, ooh, okay, where's this going?
And honestly, I like when I didn't expect the farmer.
Let me
and
know when you're ready,
Actually, no.
Ninja.
The plow and stuff happened before that because I remember seeing the farmer on the plow and being like, oh, they're not going to really show the humans as humans in this
Right.
movie.
Oh yeah, you're right. They're just
'Cause,
like some
when he's on the plow,
antagonistic
he's
force.
just like this monolithic, like silhouetted out, like sort of thing. And then they showed them in the house. I'm like, okay, so they're actually human looking, and like we
Yeah.
could tell that
They are.
instead of
They're
just
like
being like
typical characters. Yeah.
exactly. So yeah, I think the plow is happening.
Okay, so the plot's happening now.
The plow is the plow's the next thing.
A critical like part of the plot for all of this is the fact that because little Timmy has pneumonia, he can't move or get out of the house. He can't be moved for like 3 weeks. And
3
this
weeks.
is,
And
I think this is like an
actually,
annual
it's cold
thing.
outside. It's cold outside right now, which is even worse for if you have pneumonia.
The
Like
frost.
she goes out and she's like shivers from like the frost or whatever.
Yep.
Like it's noticeably chilly.
So that's like apparently this moving day thing is like almost like an annual thing, I guess.
It's
like they're
yearly.
used to
It's
it.
Yeah, it's
harvest.
just when winter's over, you gotta move. But
when,
whatever you move,
Why make your home
whether-
there to begin with? You
Well,
know
'cause-
what the perils
because
are.
Campana
you
Ninja.
think that the summertime before this, they were living someplace safe. Why not just stay there? What
Yeah,
was
like
wrong
you
with the
had to
other
move.
place
Why
that
did
they
you
were?
move? Why did you move
Why
back?
did you move
why,
back
why do you keep
into
moving?
this area?
It doesn't. It doesn't explain
Try-
why
I
this
mean-
area is so desirable or why
It's
they have to
it's
be here.
possible that they're trying to live closer to the house so they can have more like food scraps or something. I don't know, but
Who
they
knows?
never really show any of the animals.
Yeah,
eating
like
anything
doing
like
they,
that.
they
Doing
never
some
show
pulling
that
some
they
over the
need-
head shit.
No,
Yeah,
they,
and
they never show them needing the humans like that. Only the rats.
Another weird
Mates.
thing. Speaking of like the other animals and stuff out there, like there's like rabbits and
Oh, the
bunch of other
rabbits look
shit.
just like Winnie the Pooh rabbit, which I thought.
yes,
was
I
really
did. I
funny.
did notice that. But kind of weird that none of them seemed intelligent whatsoever. They were just
Well,
animals.
no, I think
They
that
weren't
makes
wearing
more.
clothes.
It may,
Good
so
point.
kind of in it halfway makes sense. So we
Well,
have
no. If you say like the nymph thing, because the mice were not even a part of that for the most
No.
part.
No, they weren't
Even
at all.
Brisby and
Brisby.
Mrs. Shrew had nothing to do with them.
They
but
were never-
were also
okay,
intelligent
this
wearing
is,
clothes.
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Jonathan was a part of that, so
Yes,
maybe
Jonathan
he
was.
taught his family some stuff. It doesn't make sense that Auntie Shrew is doing this. So that's why I says like,
Like,
it
I-
halfway
no.
makes sense. It's like it's almost
I
there.
get that, I get that he taught them stuff, but
Yeah.
it's like to be able to be taught that thing, you have to have intelligence
Yes,
in order
yes.
to learn
It's-
and comprehend what's being taught to you. Otherwise, you're just
It
because
almost
they made it seem
it almost
they made
makes
it seem
sense.
when they're
I think.
going through is like when they were going through like the backstory of him and everything. They're like,
Yes.
all right, we started off as just rats stealing. I'm like, okay,
Oh,
in
yeah.
that scene, they are just normal dumb
Straight up,
fucking
yeah,
rats, just
fucking
straight up
street rats.
rats. Like not anything whatsoever. And then they had to become intelligent to wear all this stuff. It's
Which
like,
I
well,
like.
If
Yeah,
you
But-
assume that's
but
the
that's the
starting
rule.
point
That
of
was the
all
rule
the
now.
animals.
it was
how do you-
almost there.
How do you teach something like that to wear a cape and read and write a little bit? And
Yeah,
be,
yeah.
Like it's just one of those things where it didn't make a ton of sense.
Well, and also you're smart enough now to like read and write and stuff, but you're not smart enough to know like move your house away from the fucking plow that
no,
comes
you
every
fucking
year.
idiots. Yeah.
And she also doesn't know what the lean of the rock means. Like that could have told her right there, like, oh, just move my house to like the other side of the rock. Oh, okay.
Oh.
So okay, the tractor comes in. Mrs. Brisby
Oh,
has.
and, yeah, and also, dude, yeah. So now that we're at the tractor, like,
Yeah.
the Auntie Shrew is a fucking genius.
She's a beast. I did
She's
not.
a
She came,
motherfucking genius.
she came out of nowhere, cutting fuel lines and
Yeah.
like
Pulling like the
Mrs. Brisby didn't do shit
like
to
the-
save
like,
her son.
yeah,
that
like-
was all Auntie Shrew.
dude.
Yeah, like
yeah.
Mrs. Brisby went up onto the tractor,
And just
immediately
clung there.
froze and couldn't do anything. Just kind of just like kind of went in the fetal position for the rest of the scene. Then
Yeah.
Auntie Shrew came in like a fucking hero.
Dude, she terminated the shit out of that plow.
It gave me a lot of respect for that character, but it was
she's a
weird
mechanical
because
genius.
because Auntie Shrew was not that
It
character.
was the
in the scene
opposite of what they
before this.
established.
They completely
Yeah.
flipped her around. I liked her new character, but it was not
Just-
what they
it
had
should've always
initially
been that
shown
way.
to me.
Yeah.
They should have shown her
like-
being like protective. She was she was just saying like "fuck you kids, I'm leaving,"
Yeah,
and now she's
right.
like "how to save the children."
Oh God, yeah.
And it,
like
wa- and
in
it
the
wasn't
scene
like
before,
she was just joking or like she was just like she wasn't admitting that she cares. Like no, this is like you've presented her this way.
Yeah,
You
and,
could-
and then
you
she
could
becomes this
argue-
like super brave like person. It's
You
just
could
crazy.
maybe argue that this was like, and let me finish my whole thought before you jump in because I feel like you're about to the moment I do. You could maybe argue that this is like a defining character development moment for her that changes her
sure.
forever.
Uh-huh.
But it happens like immediately after they establish her other character. So there's no
Yeah,
like
yeah, that's not the
development
character arc.
about it. Yeah, there's no arc. It's
She
just
had
like
a-
immediately
she had a
it's like
character cliff.
yeah. So maybe like both sides were genuine and this was meant to show like a change in her character, but it's like it happens so fucking fast.
I guess, but yeah, like at the very least, they keep that character fairly consistent.
Yeah, she
to
stays
the
the
end of
same
the
after
movie.
that.
From then on, that's who she is. Yeah.
It's just like when they first introduce her, I just assume she's just that crazy lady and we're
she's
never going to see
she's
her
the
again.
evil stepmother
Like she's
kind
a
of thing.
she's a toss away character who's just there to tell us what the danger is, and then we'll
Yeah.
never see her
She's
again.
she's like
but
the
it turns out she's
the Winnie
actually
the Pooh
more
rabbit
more
of the story.
important-ish.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
But,
yeah, that tractor comes. Auntie Shrew just fucking annihilates it.
Dude, genius. She knows how tractors
hard.
work. Like, how does she know how
Somehow.
tractors work?
Yeah.
And how's
then,
the farmer not see this giant mouse running around like snipping things and like going all over the place?
I just ride the
And he's
tractor.
like, "Oh
It's
darn,
crazy.
the like fuel line got cut." What do you mean the fuel line? Who would have?
Yeah, like how did it get cut? It was just working a second.
Who's out here cutting the
Damn
fuel lines? And he was like, "Oh
Rits.
darn."
Is that
It's the damn Rits.
it's the rival farmer from down the street. You must be sabotaging me.
So I
even
think-
though his only like product is grass outside his farm.
Yeah, it's not even like wheat
It's
or
not a
corn
crop,
or
it's just
anything.
fucking grass.
I hate when people say, "Why don't you just move?" Moving is so fucking stressful. Well,
Here's
in real
the
life,
thing,
yes. In real life, yes.
But it's
if
just
your
once.
home
It's
was
not move every year.
if your home was destroyed every single year, but you insisted on staying there,
And you kept going back and be
You
like,
kept
why
moving back
are you
knowing
so
that a
dumb?
plow was gonna take one of those giant ball machine like wrecking balls is gonna come and hit your house the same day every year.
Yeah.
And you keep deciding to leave when that happens, wait for it to get rebuilt, and then come back, and then leave and do this every single year.
I mean, it definitely
Well,
does
I
just
also-
say like something I
wherever you
don't
moved
want to
in,
do
you
every
leave.
year. So, yeah.
I also want
do
to
it
point
once.
out that clearly this farmer is kind of an idiot because he's leaving giant cinder blocks in the middle of his field and he doesn't even know it's there.
And he's taking a
if
tractor
you're
through
plowing
that?
the field, if you're
Yeah,
plowing a
he
field,
was-
you're gonna notice that there's a big cinder. You're gonna hit it and it's going
When
to
they
break
sh-
something.
When they show it later, you see how big the fucking rock is.
Yeah,
and up until that point, like you can see the tractor had a beeline for the rock. Like, what was
It's
his
going
plan?
straight for it.
It's not like when you mow the lawn or something where you like, or even like when you're like harvesting, like you go down like in these grids. No, he cut a diagonal line.
Yeah, he was
through
just going.
his-
Yeah, I don't know what
you can
his
see
plan
where the
was.
tractor stopped, and it was like.
It was a foot away from the rock, like, and he wasn't slowing down, which means like if they hadn't stopped it, maybe he was gonna kill himself. Like maybe he
God.
was charging. He was
He's-
like, "I'm done with these rants.
These
I
rates are
can't-
too much. And I
No
hate
one-
my bitch wife.
My bitch wife, no
Goodbye,
one's buying my
cruel
grass."
world.
The people from that NIM establishment keep calling me and I can't handle it.
They keep trying to take me back, and I won't let them take me. It actually would have been interesting if like there was some human like aspect of the NIM part as well. Like,
Yeah.
because it was a mental hospital, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't
like-
just like a
Right.
like a research
When,
facility.
yeah,
It was a mental hospital.
when they first said that, I was like, oh, is this gonna be some sort of like human crazy thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
There's so
I'm
many
not like
cool ways they're
upset
gonna
with
take
the direction
Oh,
that
no,
it actually
no,
was,
no.
but it was just like something that like popped in my
Well,
mind
it's
for
a
some
Like I said, the
like,
moment
that
I
would be
heard that,
really
it's like
cool.
eyebrow raise. I'm like,
oh,
I don't know where this is about to go. Let's see.
oh.
So the tractor gets cut the line, and is this around the time where who
Owl,
clues?
baby.
Who clues in Mrs. Brisby to go to the owl? Was it?
They just know. Everyone just knows
the
about the owl.
the Auntie Shrew is like, well, because Mrs. Brisby's like, what do I do? I can't leave, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And Auntie Shrew tells her
Go
to
to
go
the Great
see
Owl.
the owl because
Okay.
Oh, did Auntie Shrew
it's the
tell
only-
it?
I think she did. I think she did.
She suggests it, yeah.
Okay.
So Jeremy has his little moment flying Mrs.
now
Brisby
Jeremy,
to go
like,
to the owl.
this is
That's
his
the one useful thing that he's
That's
ever
his
done.
one thing.
Yeah.
One thing, yep.
And it looks nice. It looks all great. Like
It's pretty.
it's pretty. He's flying
don't
through the
need to
air.
talk- like, we know
strings
it's
flapping
pretty.
around. I feel like that's what I keep wanting to like emphasize though, because like I'm skipping over a bunch of like beautiful animation because these are just like the plot point. This is the plot of the movie, which is not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
There's
it's not.
the art
I'm not
and
just.
there's the movie.
Yeah, it's like the movie has to be everything as a
Right.
whole. Obviously, it does some things really well.
Yeah.
It does some other things not well,
So-
and those things break the movie a bit.
We get German. we get to the Great Owl, and this is the second scene that I encountered where I didn't really have this until like after I was done with the movie, but she goes into this owl's den. It looks super great. She's like going around like it has a little spider and stuff. She's talking to the Great Owl. Like they do some cool lighting things with his eyes.
Oh,
like
actually,
they're
I
glowing.
love the design of the
His,
owl.
his
looks-
introduction
is
where
so
he's like
fucking cool.
upside down, head turned,
Yeah,
and then
just-
he's like his head like just cranks over, and then he like comes down. Like I thought that was really
Everything about the introduction of the owl and
It
his
all-
like domain. Very
It
cool.
all looks great. He tells
Yes.
Mrs. Brisby to go see the Rits, and tell him to move her house. And then he
Yes.
flies off. He's like, "It's nice. I got to go eat or whatever."
Well, that's only
hungry.
after she talks about Jonathan and
Only
being
after she talks
Jonathan's
about
wife.
Jonathan. Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he
My
knows.
whole
He knows.
thing-
He
My whole
knows.
thing is like, how the hell does the owl know about
All right.
Jonathan?
Let
Why
me
does he
let me
care?
go. Let me go
Why
on
is
a
he so
rant.
important?
Let me go on a
All right,
rant
let-
about the Great Owl here because I have a
Rit
big
rant,
beef with
Rit
this
rant.
thing. Because quick rant. Because yes, this is all valid. Yeah, like I said, I tried to butter it all up. This all looks great. It's a cool looking
Yes.
scene.
But
Yes, one, how does he know who Jonathan is? Why everyone's like sort of building Jonathan up to be like this mythical figure that has like these crazy powers, and they lost him, and this is the last remaining remnant, whatever. So he knows about Jonathan. He tells her to go to the Rits, and then also when Mrs. Brisby goes there, I'm skipping ahead, but we'll go back. But
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, like she goes there and she talks about, it's like, I'm looking to like, the Great Owl told me to come here. I don't know what's up, but like it says that you guys, I need to go see Nicodemus and blah, blah, blah. And then like Mr. H is like, the Great Owl sent you? Like nobody goes to the Great Owl and lives, whatever. And then
no one's ever made it to the Great Owl.
yes. Or and live to tell about it, whatever, and that kind of thing.
Which is always that like, well, how does anyone know then to begin with?
Yeah. So like they go into like the meeting that they're having, and then Mr. A just like goes. Mr. A just goes to the center stage. Is like, the Great Owl sent her. She told Mrs. Brisby to come here. This is Jonathan Brisby. The Great Owl sent her, and there's a hush over the audience. And
it's like, why does this Great Owl have so much clout in the rat community?
He shouldn't. Like that's the last time
eats them.
That's the last time they bring up the Great Owl. There's no special big significance to this Great Owl.
None.
He just looks really cool. He has no connection to the rats.
More important.
There's no connection to the
he
rats.
does nothing.
He's not some sort of sagely thing. It's just like everyone had some sort of deep respect for the Great Owl, even though and that's the last thing. He's never brought
There's
up
no
again.
reason for it.
That's it.
What I
And
would have
that's-
liked to happen is to connect him to the Nim escape a little bit. Like
Sure.
maybe he happened, like he wasn't necessarily in the lab or something, but he happened to be
Owls are
around or
smart.
something when
Like,
it was
He
happening.
has to have some adjacency to the
Like-
crisis.
But like the fact that they just kind of just brushed him off and just like, all right, well, we got what we needed out of him. He was just a way to get us to the rats.
Right, yeah. And I'm just about finished dashing, so don't worry. But like that was another example of a scene similar to like the feeding Timothy scene of just like, was that owl just there to look really, really cool in animation? I think that was it. I think that was the only purpose the owl served, was to look really great in animation. It kind of moved Mrs. Brisby closer to the plot, but other than that, it had no connection to any of the characters or any of the story. Everyone's just like, oh, the Great Owl. Oh, the Great Owl Center? Like that's some big significant thing, but it wasn't. It never was.
Like,
And that was a thought that I didn't have until like the
sense?
end of the movie. I'm just like, the fuck was up with that
Because
owl? Like,
you expect him to be important again later,
Yes,
or
yeah.
to at least be mentioned again, but he never is.
Well, I
And-
think
but I do think it was like probably the best looking scene in the movie. I really enjoyed it.
I mean, he
had like cobwebs on him and stuff. Like he had like
really,
his design just had a lot of character. He just didn't. So
that exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a product of, again, I think because they couldn't pick a lane, because they wanted this all to be this grounded, and the only reason it was fantastic was because it was from the perspective of mice and rats and stuff. But so if this was a fantasy world, then you don't need to explain why the great owl is the great owl. He's just the fucking great owl.
He's like the sagely Gandalf of the thing.
And he just knows things. And it's like, oh, he doesn't know Jonathan personally. He knows Jonathan as much as he knows every other thing in the universe because he's the great owl. But no, all of that stuff goes out the window the second you say like, no, the rats were just like experimented on. So so suddenly they just sucked all of the life out of every other thing they built because they placed it in Magic World and then didn't give it a meaning once they turned the table on you.
Yeah. So that was
a bummer.
That was one of my like biggest niggles of the movie. It's like I gotta fucking talk about this owl, man, because I liked it so much, but it amounted to nothing. So I was upset about that.
It's such a bummer. It's such a bummer. I agree. I actually think it would have been cool if the owl, like, he needed to be a part of the escape somehow. Like in the story that they built,
make him more important.
Make him matter. The fact that Jeremy is more important than him, like
Justin's more important than him.
Justin is more important. He's the new leader of the Rits.
The Rits. No, Boris or Horace or whoever the fuck the guard rat at the beginning of.
What the fuck was up? Another animation moment. That's just purely. It looks great. It looks great.
Like
that was it.
His electric spear thing going like. Again, adding magic into the movie where it was super unnecessary to have magic at this point.
And I'm so
you can't explain it.
I feel like I'm getting so animated right now because I loved the way it looked. It looked great.
Yes, it was beautiful.
I wish it was important.
I wish it mattered. I wish it meant anything. I wish it wasn't just a bunch of animation masturbation.
It was everything was just on the cusp of me. I was edging throughout this whole movie. Anyways,
you were just waiting. You were waiting for all that animation to pay off with some meaning, right?
Yes.
And that's what good animation does. Good animation uses good animation as a vessel to get a cool point across, and it just never does it. It never gets there.
It's in development right now, Dashing.
What?
Wait, how do you do live action?
I mean, similar to like Lion King live action, where like that rats are like CG or something. I feel, so. You know what? I feel like this sort of movie or this sort of plot would benefit from like a more extended runtime to like establish some world building stuff and things. Because this movie was less than 90 minutes. This movie was an hour and 22 minutes.
Hour and 22 minutes.
I want to point out that because I marked this down, it took us 30 minutes to get to the owl. And that's actually that's like Act 1.
Yeah.
Like, actually understanding like this is the plot, and I'll even say that technically you don't really get an Act 1 to Act 2 transition until like almost the end of the movie, because you never really understand. You never really understand, like, because typically you like, okay, I've met the characters, and now I know what they need to do, and that's when you get to Act 2. But we don't know that until they get to the Rits.
The Rits.
Yeah. And then the Act 2 low point is like obviously when Nicodemus dies. Spoilers, when Nicodemus dies. And then like 20 minutes later the movie's done. Like it's all resolved.
It's basically the movie is it's crazy how much the movie is over at like the end without knowing anything. Like nothing's happened up until the movie is just over.
They do a lot of pointless slow setup at the beginning of a bunch of things that don't matter. And then they rush everything at the end
boats.
Once we actually know.
Okay. And again, it's stuff that if they like set this stuff up and then take it somewhere. Like I love the idea of like they called the movie Secret of Nim, but all like and it's all for this one payoff.
Fantastical and stuff.
And I love that. It's just, man, like make that the most important part of the movie now. Like it's in the title. Like this idea of like what you thought was fantasy is actually that's the cornerstone of all of this argument.
I like that.
It's basically that they had I think this is why we're upset. Like they had something.
They had something really cool that was like super interesting to us, and they just kind of fell short a little bit.
Can I point out something that like might like make you more mad?
What's up?
Another thing I learned after is a couple of changes that they made between the book and the movie. One was that Nicodemus was supposed to just be a straight up wizard, but they turned him into a rat. which would have been like, okay, that's where the magic comes from. There's an actual wizard, and then
a wizard
basically
but
acted
he was
like
human.
I believe he was like a human wizard. Like I didn't look deeply into it, but it said like one of the changes was instead of it just being a rat, it was like an actual wizard. Because in this, like he's just another experimented on rat. Like, but the idea is that no, like we are establishing that this is a universe that has magic. This is a magical universe. That and then also the amulet didn't exist. Which
of course it didn't exist.
I mean,
we'll get to that in the end. We'll get to that in the end. Oh,
it barely existed in this movie.
You are correct, sir. Except for like they establish it at the beginning of the movie as like basically the Ring of Power in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I expect it to be a lot more important. And
you know what? And I've run through. I have run through a few, and again, we're all skipping ahead here, but like I've run through so many versions of this movie in my head that I like so much more. Yeah. And one of them is like, okay, it's a magical world, and the amulet does matter. Like it is a magical amulet. Sure. That's fine.
Cool.
And this idea
Jonathan has something to do with the amulet.
And Jonathan has something to do with it because we're following this character, Mrs. Brisby, and we call her Mrs. Brisby because she has no agency. She's only ever talked about as the wife of someone who matters. But now there's a crisis and her child is in danger and someone needs to save her child. Yeah. So all these other like characters that are all like presumed to be more powerful, people like Jonathan, other like strong men and things like that, are all gonna take care of her because that's how she's perceived. Yes. But this idea of the amulet is like her like leaving this point of like a victim or like I've lost someone or like there's no one here to protect me anymore. It's like no, I can take care of myself. It's such a straightforward story. Yeah. But then you feel the build of her character of like being courageous, challenging, doing things that like she wouldn't normally do.
She doesn't change at all. She does not change at all. No. She volunteers to like give the sedative into Dragon's food for like no reason. She has no reason to do that, and even she's acknowledged like, I must be crazy. Why the? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that they could have.
Maybe she's doing it for Jonathan because
maybe that's kind of how I rationalized it, but in reality,
that's how he died was trying to drug Dragon. So she's like, oh, if I could do this,
it would have been really cool if she like fought Dragon or something. I don't know.
No, instead they left Dragon outside.
Anything. You don't get any action scene. You don't get any action scene with Dragon except for when it's first introduced. That's it.
To Jeremy. Yeah, like cool.
Okay, yeah, so some people are just selfless, but that's Mrs. Brisby's character for the whole movie.
But you need a character arc. Like good movies have character development. You can't just open a movie with like a hero. The movies that people don't connect with are ones where you don't see growth in a character because there's no hope. There's nothing to look forward to. You know the movie at the beginning of the movie.
Can I just like
you want to discover things?
I want to just real quick read Dashing Message here. In 2019, the Russo brothers of the MCU fame were reportedly going to executive produce a live-action remake of Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim for MGM. No shit.
Why?
Reportedly, like, is this confirmed?
The Russo brothers?
Here's my opinion. Do it, though. I would actually be all in favor of some sort of new adaptation of this property because I feel like it has some interesting ideas.
I agree.
Like.
It was, and it's like I don't want them to remake it to make it look better. Remake it to make it make sense. Just do a good
story better.
I honestly think like maybe like a more long form TV series might be good for it.
I think it could benefit from that.
I don't know if it has quite enough content in it.
Maybe not like a short series, like 6 episodes or something. I don't know.
No, think about it this way, right? Like make Nim really important, and if you do that, there's actually quite a big world there.
Well, that's true. We could show the rats in Nim and actually kind of see what's going on in there.
Exactly, and all the different animals that are being experimented on, the different ways that the experiments have affected them. Dude, there's so much material.
Number one. Ditch the G rating, and then you could like actually show some pretty impactful shit in that place. You know?
Like again, like the more intelligent they become, they have to like confront ethics and things like that. And actually understanding mortality, that they're going to die, and like actually having to love each other and stuff. Like where before they were just sort of animals. This elevation to like become like actual like human level intelligent.
Fascinating ideas here.
There's cool stuff there.
That's why I got excited when they first like, oh, Nim called them like. Oh, Nim is just a human institution. What the fuck?
Like, what's going on here?
What's that? Interesting. Like, that's interesting. I don't know. But at this point, we're just like writing a different movie, right? So
I know, but I think it's because we saw something in the movie that was possible, and they didn't give it to us. And they promised things and didn't give it to us.
So let's get back on track here.
Yeah. So
All right. So it's obviously we got the she's in the rat
she's
rat
in
home.
the rat den. She
Yeah,
meets
She's
Boris or whoever that dude's name was.
yeah, whatever the fuck his name was, and then gets away, finds Mr. Aegis down there. He's like, "Oh, what the fuck are you doing here?"
more like, what are you doing
no,
here?
what are you doing here, Mr. Aegis?
You
That's
come
what
here
I
a
wanna
lot,
know.
Mr. Aegis?
Yeah, what the hell?
So then he's just like, I need to talk to Nicodemus. The Great Owl sent me, and that's what convinces him to like give like her the floor on that meeting room and stuff.
Oh, yeah, to like actually take her down to see
Yeah,
the
because
rats and
before
stuff.
that he was just
I
trying
did-
to shoo her out.
Back to the whole, just like this movie's just all just 100% visual.
Yes.
The part where they get into the lantern and go underwater.
Oh,
I thought
dude,
that was sick. I thought
fucking
that was
cool.
really cool.
Fucking cool, right?
And they have this whole like airlock system at the bottom where it drains the water. Like, how the fuck did you make this?
Well, it's so genius, right? And all, like, again, I don't think the animators realized that when they were doing these really cool things, they're disturbing the story so much.
I know.
Because
Yeah.
they're showing like
Love it,
these.
though.
Not only are they smart, they're like super intelligent.
Yes.
Crazy.
They're like more
Like,
intelligent.
They're
than
using
humans.
more than
More
just fucking
intelligent than humans.
electricity.
Like humans could not make this. And then the rats have to deal with these like super dumb problems, and they're so stupid. Like, oh, just don't live in that thorn bush, you know? They're
Like, no, we like living here. This is the best. I'm
the most-
evil, and that's the only reason I want to stay here.
The most evil thing is like the free electricity. Like that's the most evil thing.
we were born to steal.
This is in our nature.
With how intelligent they are, they could be plotting things to like take over like the hospital or take over some like get rid of the farmers or do something much more. Their scale could be way bigger.
I
Than
was
we just
expecting
wanna
the
use
evil
their
rat to
electricity.
have more nefarious intentions.
Yeah, not just like I don't want to move like Dash.
Yeah, like
She's
I don't
moving
like
is-
I don't like change.
Moving is
That's the whole
stressful.
thing.
I'm gonna
That's the
kill
whole
you,
thing.
Nicodemus.
I hate you.
Yeah, so that whole meeting happens, and then he just
we meet our hero, Justin.
Oh, Justin.
My hero.
Every time she shouted his name, Justin, I'm like, oh, I forgot that was his name.
Justin.
This Robin Hood looking
45
motherfucker.
minutes into the movie. That's where I know you from. That's an
Also,
absolute Robin
she
Hood
was
guy.
mad flirting with him.
Oh my
at
God,
the
she was
beginning
giving him
when
the
they
baby
first
doll
met.
eyes from minute one.
Like,
Oh, that's
God
true.
damn,
They
this
did.
is
They
Brisby.
animated
You are
her
a
with
widow. You are a recently widowed woman.
Dude,
Put
also
your
Jeremy
cape
kind of
on.
comes on to her. Jeremy is pretty
Oh,
physical.
I'm like,
absolutely, yeah.
Jeremy, you're a like he's like, oh, you,
he like
get in there with my screen.
he's like all over. He's like, so where do you live? Where do you live?
Yeah, it's like, oh, back off, man.
Dude, he's very like, but again, those are like kind of PG, like 13 levels of like these men like want to either like for good or bad reasons want to take care of her. I like the adult version of this movie.
So
Yeah, they have the meeting. Jonathan's name's brought up again, and we kind of
it's Mrs.
find out
Jonathan
why-
Brisby.
Mrs. Jonathan Brisby.
What a
you say
mythical,
Brisby?
what a mythical character who definitely wasn't just the last remaining rat that survived the escape plot and then died trying to
mouse.
sedate a cat. That's all
The
he
mouse,
did.
not a rat
The
chair,
mouse,
that-
whatever,
yes.
whatever.
One of
They definitely
two
made
mice.
it.
He seemed like such a mythical being.
He was gonna be
Why is
this
he so
like
much more important?
super important person.
Yes.
And, like he was.
I guess
know,
he was like pivotal for them escaping the vent in Nim, but that was it.
But it was just like, it was a 50-50. Mr. Ages could also fit through the
That's
cage.
true, that's true,
It
yeah.
was basically just like a rat can't fit through this
Yeah,
grate.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's Mr. Ages and Jonathan. Jonathan did it, so we love Jonathan. All hail Jonathan.
Jonathan is
But
now
it's like-
committed to legend because of this.
If it weren't for the
historical figure.
if it weren't for the rats though, none of the mice, Jonathan or Mr. Aegis wouldn't have
even
even. All they
escaped,
did was
right?
the very end part. They didn't do any
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
beginning
yeah.
stuff.
That's pretty much it.
He's a hometown hero. But the
guess-
movie,
but I mean,
the movie
I-
brought him up to be like a legend. It's like,
He was,
Like,
he
the
was like
Great
Nicodemus
Owl
was, like
knew him.
writing love letters to him in his magic
Yeah.
book at the
I think it
beginning
would've-
of the movie.
I think it would have been a lot cooler if it was all Jonathan who helped everyone escape. Like he
Yes.
did everything.
Then I could see him being immortalized as a hero.
He never put his
Yeah,
he never
like-
put his life at risk until he actually dies when he gets eaten by a fucking dragon.
Right. There's no risk in him climbing through the grate to open up the gate for the rats. Like that's just like why not do that?
Yeah.
He's just
Yeah, well,
alive.
yeah, exactly. Just like you're already on your way out, just like flick this thing and let them out too. Like no big deal. NBD
But, like
guys.
I think if he had like saved Nicodemus's life or something,
Sure.
or, like even in that whole Nim sequence, probably because they didn't even think to have Nicodemus there. But I don't remember
No.
seeing Nicodemus at all.
Oh, he wasn't. No, well, because he was off somewhere learning magic. He was
And-
getting different injections.
And if he was there, show
remember
me
something else.
him being the leader or something like already. Like he
Yes.
needs to have already been established as the leader. Otherwise,
Show
it
him
makes
getting
no sense
like
why
more,
he-
like he's being experimented on more, getting like
yeah,
cut
like
up and stuff.
yeah, he was
Like, he's
he
getting
was the one
shredded.
he's the one who's been
The
there
longest.
the longest.
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
whatever.
That would be cool. That'd be cool.
So obviously he's the smartest one because he's been getting like whatever
The
treatment.
most injections.
Sure,
which is
yeah.
why, yeah,
he's
the
got like
wisest of them.
lawnmower man-esque powers, but he's the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that would be cool.
So okay, so she has her little meeting with Nicodemus, which is when she reads the little note that Nicodemus wrote at the beginning of the movie, and she gets like the amulet. I just remembered something. Here's another cool little wrinkle that goes nowhere. The injections that the mice and the rats get cause them to age slower.
Right.
And Nicodemus
Yeah.
is fucking ancient, which means he's been around for theoretically
How old
a
is
while.
Nicodemus?
And that's why he said like that's why Jonathan didn't tell you, because he knew he was gonna live longer than you and you were gonna die
Than
out.
you were. Yeah.
That's kind of neat. That's a cool little nugget you got there.
Give me
The end.
give me like some
That's
time
it.
frame
That
of like
doesn't.
how
That's,
long
that's it. That's the last time they bring that up.
how
done.
long have the rats been outside of Nim? We never really know that.
Yeah. Like when did Jonathan meet Mrs. Brisby? Because again, she doesn't have a first name.
Right, obviously. Well, she wasn't a person, or she wasn't even alive before he came along, so.
But also, like another interesting point is like at some point, Mrs. Brisby's gonna get old and notice like, why, Jonathan, you look just like you did when we met.
It's
Like,
weird.
and I know we eat the same shit.
But
so.
I like
What's
that.
up with that?
When he said that, I'm just like, oh, we age slow. I'm just like, oh, interesting. So you've been
Interesting.
around
I
for
definitely-
like
yeah,
a
I
long time then.
centuries.
I
Yeah.
definitely had that thought. I'm like,
like,
man, how old is Nicodemus then? Like,
Yeah.
he must be insane.
But then
But
it's just
obviously-
the
No,
end.
he's from the
That's
same
it.
batch, right?
That's the
I was
last
just
time they bring that up. So I'm sure they probably
it-
go
it
into it
won't
more
come
in
up
the
again.
book. Who knows?
Maybe
If that's even a
maybe.
thing
If
in the
it-
book,
maybe
I
it's
mean,
not
who
even in the
knows?
book. Who knows?
It could just be like something that they thought sounded cool in the moment. They're like, yeah, let's just put it in there.
Ah, it's so frustrating.
I know.
Like this whole movie is just flavor with no substance.
Yeah.
And I like all the
can
flavor, which
imagine-
is frustrating.
It's
I
really
know.
good flavor, but it doesn't fill you up.
You can imagine like the whiteboard or the chalkboard with all these ideas, and they all sound cool isolated,
Yeah.
right? These cool little concepts.
Yeah.
But they don't coalesce in any way.
Man.
All right.
So
yeah,
now, where are we at? So now we're actually getting to the plan. And again, they talk about the damn plan at the beginning of the movie, like again, like it's Lord of the fucking Rings. But the plan is just to move the house of the mouse who's dead now, who helped open a gate like 15 years ago. Like we gotta, like we love that guy so much. He gave the best blowjob. So we're gonna take his house and we're gonna move it from one side of a rock to the other side of the rock and risk all of our little rat lives to do it for this lady. Like, and that was the plan at the beginning of the movie. And they talk about it like it's this thing that they've been talking about for a long time. They've been planning it. It's called the plan, but it's just something that
And this
spontaneously
little
came
fucker
up.
rat Jenner is so against it.
Dude,
He's like, you know
Jenner-
what? I don't like this plan. I don't want to move.
Which, you know what? Like, Jenner, I can be on Jenner's side a little bit of being like, why do we owe them anything? Like, everyone else moved. Everyone else.
That's kind of
like,
what I'm thinking. I'm like, I don't care how intelligent you are. Just like, fuck it. Just like,
because
who
he's smart, it
cares?
makes sense for him to be like a realist and be like, shouldn't you have moved though? Why are you still living here? Why do you all still live in that yard where the plow comes through? At least we live in this rose bush underground with a bunch of like magic technology.
Yeah.
right.
There's just no. The plan is the dumbest. The
Well, they
whole
should've-
movie is based on this plan.
They should have had Jenner trying to like do something to the farmer, like kill the farmer.
Yeah, like
Yes.
something that,
Make
something
him like
that would
the other-
something that would have really bad connotations for the
Ethical
rest
dilemmas.
of the rest of the ecosystem around it. Like
Clear-
the fact that like,
clearly-
it'd probably
clearly-
be good for the rats, but it'd be bad for everyone else.
coming from like good intention in his mind, but just clearly the wrong decision. But he's adamant that he's
Exactly.
right. Like
that would like that way we don't just have like, oh, you're just an evil guy that wants to do evil things. Like, no,
You're
have
just
an
kind of a dick.
yeah.
right. Like you have an intention that actually in your logic does make sense.
Yeah.
Like that would just and it's not, we're not even asking to like add a bunch of material to the movie. It's like, no, just like
Give him a
his
reasonable
reason-
motive. Like
just give him a reason for killing Nicodemus besides like, well, I don't want to move.
Yeah. Moving's
That's so
stressful.
That's so lame. Like for like how big the scale of everything else is to think like the biggest scale of evil is I don't want to move, so I'm killing Nicodemus.
Well, maybe it is better that they waited till like there was only 20 minutes left in the movie to establish some sort of evil character, because if they had done it earlier with this sort of like reasoning, I would
true.
have been so upset.
It would have been really dumb to go through like the whole movie thinking
it'd
like
have been painful.
they just had to have a bunch of different scenes explaining why Jenner doesn't want to move, and he's like, you gotta get like boxes, and sometimes they don't have like I don't want to have to buy new furniture.
All my
so-
stuff is here already.
sometimes you
Yeah,
lose
like,
stuff in the move.
all the,
Ugh.
I don't want to have to meet new people, like, and it just has different scenes explaining why Jenner's uncomfortable moving. It never has anything to do with like intelligence and like growing as a race of rats, you know. And none of those rats had kids.
'Cause, well, you had-
it was all guys. There wasn't a single
You're right,
girl.
you're
It
right,
was all
yeah.
a bunch of dude
Dudes.
rats.
But that's
Sausage fest in
another
the
thing.
rat
Like
community.
as you had, this is again just writing a completely different movie. But you mentioned like these rats are fucking smarter than humans. So like you,
Oh yeah.
so you would think that maybe Jenner has like some sort of like superiority or god complex where he's just like,
Yeah, oh,
we're the
totally.
superior species. Like we
Yes,
deserve to like have this land and like take
This
not
is
just their
ours.
electricity but all of their technology or something.
Something, yeah, like we take all of this. Or honestly,
Something
like why aren't they trying to
bigger.
take revenge on the hospital?
Sure.
Like because they're clearly like not happy about it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they be like, we're gonna go back and save all of our other friends that are stuck there?
Yeah.
Like release, like and in some way there's like the good intention of that, and then there's the evil way where he wants to like do something to the humans, and he has this plan, and it's like a
Treat the
chemical
humans like the
warfare
humans
or
treated the
something.
rats.
Yeah, like
Instead-
cage the humans.
Instead, what he wants to do is not to do something. That's what makes him
That's
evil.
the most evil. That if that's evil, then I'm evil because
I don't want to do a
because,
lot of things.
Like if the good option is to do something and the evil option is to not do something, I'm gonna be the evil guy almost every time. And I don't want to be white. I don't want to be white. For all that takes for evil to rise is for good men to do nothing. Well, sometimes doing nothing feels really damn good. Okay. Okay. And can we also talk about the fact that these rats have like fucking swords? I know we brought up the electric spear was wild, but they have these like because
Why do we never see an electric like weapon ever again?
only from like the beefiest dude.
And they don't
who's,
have like
It was cool. It was a cool sequence.
yeah,
God damn it.
It was really cool. And then they just use these just normal swords, and I'm like, well, okay, like fine, but you're so smart and you have all this like crazy technology. Why don't you have like guns or something?
Oh, dude, that would be so sick if they had like electric, like steampunk
rat
guns.
Yeah, like that would have been
guns.
fucking awesome. Or at least like bows and arrows or something ranged, you know, like technology.
Something
and
that you can
smart.
only have from intelligence.
Throwing knife.
Yeah,
But isn't it funny
that's
though
just a
to you
small sword.
to think again like that these guys have just like shrunken down human things when everything else was like the scale on everything is
Everything
great.
else is repurposed, but they have like forged swords.
Yeah,
in their
with
size.
hilts, and it's all human like designed things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything
Like-
else was so consistent.
It would have been.
until
I
you
do think
get
it would have been a
there.
lot cooler if it was repurposed human stuff into their weapons.
Yes,
Like, it's
they
like
had,
a paper clip or
human-
something. Like
Or
Yeah,
like
that would've been really cool.
like a knitting needle like
Yeah.
is something I don't know, but they do that in like a American Tail and stuff. I'm pretty sure that
I think they
the things
do.
that they all use.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's something that they just like, oh, maybe that's a better art direction choice, but it's just like consistent visuals.
Well,
I'm sorry. I froze this on the
has those
perfect frame.
Pop cap guns. I don't think those are very.
That was a good frame. Oh, Yeah, that's stupid, man. Because again, we're supposed to care about these characters during those like perilous fights, but I'm like, I just met Justin 5 minutes ago and don't give a shit. And Jenner,
whatever.
I kind of agree with Jenner, so
I'm rooting for Jenner.
and
he's an
like,
asshole, but he's right.
Yeah, like you didn't need to kill Nicodemus. Honestly, if he just made like a cogent argument, I feel like other people would have been like, yeah, well, maybe let's talk about this a little bit more because we are living like 3 feet underground. Like we're capable of a lot more than what we were before. It's not like we're actually just in the rose bush, because also the hospital was going to come and like we're going to bulldoze the rose bush.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, they live underground. So
all you're doing
like,
is like getting rid of their front door. That's about it.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's literally you took their rug away. That's all you did. They live underground with like advanced water technologies.
Yeah, like this like lantern submarine system.
Subterranean travel. They could probably make their own little railroad if they wanted to.
Oh yeah. Easily.
I also liked how they like kind of built up Jenner as having like this huge following of people, but it turns out only one dude.
One dude who just chickens out in the most pivotal moment.
Small group.
Also, I'm not going to talk about it yet because this is my biggest complaint with the movie.
Oh, this is the biggest one. Okay.
But there's a foreshadowing moment with Nicodemus who's just like, Jenner cannot get this amulet. Like, who knows what he'll do with this power? I don't know what I'll ever do with that power. I never saw it. I don't know what the amulet's capable of.
I don't even know what this power is.
Right. So like, so it also had was just like I was expecting a moment where like Nicodemus, like in any sort of like 3-act structure movie, when you establish something like that, where it's like this person can't do this can't happen. It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen in the movie so that the heroes can overcome something.
Right.
It
That's
never
how you
does.
get a third act.
Yes, that never happens. So like he tries to scramble for the amulet because he sees like I need that amulet. But
what would happen if he got it?
I don't know. I'll never know. Doesn't seem like he would even be capable of using it. So what?
Oh yeah, they're saying like it'll only like glow or use its magic for someone it like, chooses who's like pure of heart or courage or whatever the fuck.
Let me cut this off right here because we're gonna go off on just the amulet.
I want you to have it.
Just the amulet.
You can't get us started on this.
That's why I just wanted to like just
a taste
it in
of it.
there.
Okay,
we'll save it for later because
we're coming back. Okay, note it down. We're coming back to the amulet. So we're almost through the movie. So we're basically there. Like like Nicodemus is dead because Nicodemus wasn't even helping.
Before all of this, we have another it looks cool for animation moment where Mrs. Brisby goes to sedate Dragon's food and gets caught.
Dragon
doesn't really end up amounting to anything. She gets out on her own later and like
she's like,
Justin fucking ditches her ass.
So just like I'll have to come back for you later, I guess.
I was actually
like, wow, damn, dude.
I was picturing the quarry when that part happened in the movie. I'm like, dude, that's hilarious. Yeah. He didn't even question. He's like, I'll be back later. Bye.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, I don't know what to do. Just I'm leaving.
I'm out.
It was a cool little animated sequence, like the point of view of the rat, all that fun stuff. She gets captured. Oh no, big dramatic moment. But she just resolves it herself, which
she's fine.
I guess it could be a character moment to show like her resourcefulness and ingenuity and stuff.
Yeah, she's smart enough to know that like she can get out the other side. An average mouse wouldn't be able to escape or whatever.
It didn't really matter that if she was there or not during the move. Honestly, that wouldn't have changed anything.
No, they didn't need her.
Yeah. Oh, she did all that. She also did all that butt ass naked. So
straight up nude, and it was really
uncomfortable. She undressed right in front of Justin. He's like, no, leave your cape here.
No, take off.
Are you sure? It's never gotten in the way before.
Just take off the cape
right now.
Justin's just in the shadows looking at Justin. Dude,
Justin, you pervert.
That's a widow you're jerking off to right now.
Aren't you friends with Jonathan? What the hell, man?
A widow for now.
Widow, she gets a load of me.
So yeah, she gets captured, all that stuff. We basically skipped over because it didn't matter.
It literally, it served nothing.
So they're moving the house. Yeah, go ahead.
One slight thing. It's just, man, it's just such a bummer when things that could be emotional are not emotional. Like that's the cat that killed her husband. Like this cat is like a pinnacle. Yeah, and honestly, but the only thing you get from that scene is like she's stuck and she's not. Like that's it.
Yeah.
You don't get anything else.
The cat's not even involved in that. It's the kid is like, hey
Yeah.
Mom, I caught a mouse.
You
I'm
don't
gonna
even
keep it.
you don't even see the cat for that entire sequence because it
You
all
see him
happens.
outside.
You see him outside.
He's never
but
inside.
there's no confrontation with the cat at all.
None.
No.
Zero. There's
That's
no
the
fight.
last time.
Like,
That's
she
the last time we
she
see
needed
Dragon.
to-
Well, no,
needed
she
to
trips
confront
over him
Dragon.
when she the only time that she's like in the same space as Dragon, other than that initial introduction action scene, after she knows that this cat killed her husband, she trips over it while it's sedated, looks it in the eye, and then just goes away. That's her only confrontation and reconciliation with this thing that killed her husband.
That's
I
it.
did think it was
End of
weird
plot line.
that
Done.
Dragon opened its eyes and like clearly saw her.
It's
I'm
probably
like,
just
well, I
like
get-
it's spaced out.
I get that it's like spaced out, but like, why
Well, it's
even bother? What's
For
the point of
drama,
even
for
having
drama,
it?
just like
he was
she's in danger. Oh no, she's not. Like that sort of
Well,
like.
he was drugged, but like the drugging was just another excuse for why she didn't have to like actually face this. Like she doesn't have her husband. Like she has to face this now. There's no one else around. Like she needs to fight the dragon that killed her husband.
That'd have been
like
a good
that's a
moment.
classic
That's-
like hero moment, you know?
Yes.
But no, the heroic moment needed to come later with the amulet.
Okay.
Let's work our way towards the amulet so we can talk about
Get
it.
to the damn
Okay.
amulet.
All right.
So now we're on moving. We're in the like they're
Moving
trying
bay.
to move the
They've-
cinder
they've-
block
They've somehow installed
with their
all of
pulley
these pulleys.
system. I don't know where the top pulley was attached, but it was on something.
Don't worry
Where
about
was
it.
all this
Don't worry
stuff?
about it.
Don't worry about it. They're lifting that shit up. And
Jenner
for some
apparently
reason-
has all of this planned out. He's got this all ready to go. He knows exactly
Yeah.
how
Why-
this whole
there's-
thing is going to go down, and he knows the exact
also-
moment that
he
he's
knows
going to be
where
able to kill
Nicodemus
Nicodemus.
is gonna be
Well, I
standing.
don't know why Nicodemus was just standing there waving his arms like doing
Underneath a
absolutely
fucking
nothing.
Nothing.
cinder block.
Why,
Doing
Nicodemus? Why don't you go stand down by the ropes? You don't have to pull on them, but you can still direct people, like pull like everyone together,
Yeah,
get some
be-
motivation. Instead, you're standing off in the middle of nowhere doing nothing.
You're doing nothing, old man. Like as far as we know, you're magic too. So use your fucking magic.
Yeah,
to
like at
help.
least do some wizard stuff. Like I want to see
on.
you. You've established that there's magic in the world, but you're not gonna use it.
But he's not gonna. No, he's just gonna be like, no, I'm good.
Nah, I'm fine. I'm cool over here.
But Nicodemus, there was an extra rope. Like you could. No, I'm
I'm all right.
So
you guys. You guys got it.
Jenner waits for the perfect opportunity for this fucking Looney Tunes ass cinder block to be over this critical character's head.
Yes.
And
Yep.
he's counting
As
on.
Nicodemus is just looking up at it.
Yeah, he's counting on his. He's
So
counting on
Nicodemus, why
his
don't you
little
stand
henchman.
away from the cinder block and stare at it from the side? He
I
says,
like the
no,
way
I
that it
like how the
looks."
cinder block looks from directly underneath.
It's only a matter of time. So Jenner starts cutting the ropes and he yells at his henchman to do the same, but his henchman's like, "No, I'm a good person."
On
So,
second thoughts,
so he definitely didn't need his henchman at all because Jenner
No, not-
he could do
successfully kills
anything on his own.
Their
Nicodemus.
plan was so simple.
Yeah,
Hey,
he
he's dead.
drops the cinder block on Nicodemus. He's dead.
no.
And then it's around this time that Mrs. Brisby is, getting out of the cage and stuff. She's doing her little escape. And then I think it's like around this time, like Mrs. Brisby gets back to all the Rits, and then they start figuring for
Rits.
some reason somehow. How does the fight
Yeah,
with Jenner
like,
start?
Well, they finally realized.
Yeah.
I forget how.
No,
well,
because
they don't-
Justin figures out that Jenner did the Nicodemus's
based-
death was no
based
accident
on, like,
in the middle of
based
the
on
fight.
the amulet, right?
In the middle of the fight. So
Yeah.
I think Jenner sees Mrs. Brisby amulet, and then he's like, I need it, or some shit.
Yeah, he gets all Bilbo Baggins
Oh
on
yeah,
it.
well
Yeah.
no, yeah, because Jenner just starts saying like I killed him. It's
No,
like,
that's in the middle of the fight with Justin. So
Yeah, they
they've
were
already
already
confronted
fighting.
Jenner and they're already fighting. And Justin figures it out like halfway through the fight. So I think it's just
It's kind of a
Jenner.
weird sequence.
I think it's just Jenner trying to get that amulet from Mrs. Brisby. Like he sees it, and then
That's when
shit
he's like,
starts going
"Wait,
down.
you killed Nicodemus." Yeah, like when
He's
it's
like
about,
fighting. He's
it's
like
not
climbing
until-
up the rock with his sword, and they're already fighting.
Yeah.
So I don't. I forget how that sequence goes.
It's weird.
Well, so
it's
it
weird
starts
that this like
immediately-
quote unquote pivotal like climactic scene is
dude.
like the thing we remember the least.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
That seems
Okay.
strange to you guys.
I'm trying to walk back through this. So I know, like, once Nicodemus is dead, and no one has asked where Jenner is. Jenner finally shows up, and he's like, "Oh no, Nicodemus is dead," and everyone's like, "Jenner, where were you? Don't worry about that." So
I was
now
just
it's
standing
time
by the
to-
ropes. Don't mind me.
Looks like we're not going to be able to move, and we're like, how does this affect
Right.
us being able to move? We're like good to go, man. So I think, I don't know if that's when it sparks everything, is Jenner bringing up the idea of not moving anymore, and that's when Justin's like, no, we still got to go, and that's when they start fighting.
No,
I
I
think
think
it has to
Jared's
do with
right.
the
I'm pretty
amulet.
sure. I'm pretty sure it's the amulet. He starts attacking her. They're like,
Check this.
Justin, go! Like, we need to help Mrs. Brisby. And then he's like, starts it's to protect her. And then in the middle of the fight, that's
yes.
when it gets revealed that Jenner
Yeah.
killed Nicodemus.
Yeah.
Like, you asshole.
Something like that. So they start fighting. It's revealed that Jenner, killed Nicodemus because Justin figures it out. And
Genius.
I'm just connecting the dots now of just like, you got a movie with characters named Nicodemus and Justin. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, at the very beginning of the movie, you have Nicodemus, who's like in love with Jonathan, which is a very like a never-ending story kind of thing, right? Like you have these like really just like American basic names, and then you have like the really fantasy name, which again, it's setting you up for like normal characters to be confronted with fantasy.
Right.
But no, that's just like this rat's name is just Nicodemus.
His name just happens to be Nicodemus. His name
Did they
happens
give
to be
themselves?
Jonathan.
Did they give themselves their names, or
I
are
don't
these
know.
names that they had at the rat cages?
I don't know. That would be an interesting thing to explore, but it wasn't that big of a deal for me.
No,
I
no,
guess.
no.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean
just
that
like they
would
have
be
names,
that would be a
whatever.
cool way
Doesn't
to
matter.
inject some lore if they all had like their lab assigned names for these things.
Yeah,
would be cool.
or
That'd be
yeah,
kinda
Or like
or,
their names were derived from their like tag numbers or something.
Yeah.
or actually, you know what would be really
IT
cool?
code.
They got their names from the type of experiments like that they did. So like,
Oh,
one
like
of them
whatever
was always
drug
in
they
a
were
maze,
injected with or something.
or- yeah, like whatever, like the drug or like stuff that they were made to do, or like reactions that they had to the medication.
Right,
Like,
and
so
they
there
would
was
read it
some-
like on their chart, and they thought that was their name or something.
Yeah, I think that would be cool because again, if we were talking about expanding this, like
Yeah.
you would love to go down all their little individual stories and understanding like the significance of their name. But
Yeah.
none of that matters because we don't need
It's
that here.
I don't. It's kind of weird. Like the name choices are kind of weird, but I don't really care where they got their names.
But I do love the hilariousness of like Nicodemus and Justin.
Of all
Justin.
names,
Like Justin is the most
Jeremy.
Justin is the most like white bread name I can think of.
Justin. Like that does not invoke any sort of like, oh, this is gonna be a cool
You don't-
character.
Yeah, there's no heroes named Justin.
Well, not
No
until we
offense
saw
to any
this.
of you.
Justin
no offense to any of
Timberlake
you
in
Justins
time.
out there. Even
That's
Justin, well, it's funny because isn't like Justin Timberlake not his real name? Like he chose the name Justin.
Did he?
I have no idea. I don't know. I'm not up on the Justin Timberlake lore.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like,
if you chose the, I guess in the '90s that's a name to choose.
so Justin and Jenner are fighting, doing their thing. I just
With their
want to
human
real
swords.
quick just let's recap how Jenner dies here because
Yeah, let's see
That's
that.
classic.
it's a classic.
Look at that human sword.
Oh, hang on, let me turn off the music here. I love this. I love this so much. He's like,
All right.
Jenner's done.
We're-
He's
we're
about
gonna
to kill
leave.
Justin. Look out.
Yeah.
And then
Stop.
I love this. Just. Eh.
Yoink.
What a
Where does
fucking
Sword go?
throw.
Where does Sword go though?
There he
Just disappeared
goes.
from
He
his-
dropped it. He dropped
Who
it.
knows?
And done.
I just love
One
that
last
little.
heroic act.
It just.
But dude, and he just nails it, like directly into his spine.
Yeah, like this dying guy is just like the most accurate knife thrower in the fucking world, and he could throw it a million miles away.
Like,
While laying on the ground with no momentum.
It's
Yeah,
No
it's,
inertia.
like
No inertia.
no lower body or anything. but, like,
Yeah.
it's fine. It looks a little goofy, but there's no like substance behind it. When Jenner died, I'm just like, oh yeah, like he was the bad guy, so this is probably around the time he dies. But
it would have been just as effective if he like tripped and fell,
yes,
which actually
a
it
classic
would've been-
Disney villain sort of
I think
death.
that would have even been a better way to kill
He
him.
falls
off,
on his
is
sword
ju-
or some shit.
Yeah, like he's like because he's so like
he gets a
thick-headed,
little
he doesn't
like
realize.
Mrs. Brisby's like looking around and there's like a glint from her amulet that gets in his eye and he's just like shit.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
falls.
Just like something that like shows like he was obviously stupid for being like one of the smart rats. So
Yeah.
like kill him in a stupid way. Like we were just if it's funny that they were trying so much to give character moments that they were still trying to give character moments to like a sidekick who had like 3 lines.
Yeah.
And no, they were trying to give him more development than the main character, like Mrs. Brisby, who is one note the whole movie.
Yeah, she stays the same the whole movie.
Until she gets a hold of the amulet.
All right, we're there.
Hold on. So
Are we got some more
bubbles
things?
start forming
Yes.
around the.
Oh,
Ev-
no.
Everything
Oh, God.
everything seems to be all hunky dory.
We did it.
The-
We
the
did
main
it.
antagonist is
We're-
dead.
We're all good. Everyone's alive. We're fine.
Yes.
But then.
Oh, hang on.
Bubbles.
So they're moving the house, right?
Yes.
With the whole family inside.
Oh, you have to.
You got to do that. And yeah, that what it's not a bad one. She's an entertaining character, but she just doesn't grow, and that was my problem with it.
One good note though. Oh, you sound
A decent.
well. I don't sound a little bit biased, but I would say that like the
think
whole
she was
point of
a
a main character,
fine
you can
character,
have
but she's
one
gotta
note
grow,
characters,
you know.
but the characters who need to be consistent are usually the ones that force the main character to have to make changes. So when the main character is one note, that's pretty objectively bad storytelling. Like I find it hard to see an example of like movies where you can have a character who doesn't change throughout the whole movie and you still feel like you were told a story. So that's a pretty hard one for me to agree with.
Sure. But anyway, so like the whole family is getting moved in this fucking this
Cinder
house.
block.
Yeah. And Jenner cuts the rope and they have this whole like first of all, cinder block falls from the fucking sky. Like these kids are getting
Oh, this rat-
jostled.
Oh,
Those mice are dead.
These kids are
right?
getting jostled, and I'm seeing all these kids like, you know, flopping around and stuff. The mud starts flowing inside, and they're just like, get up on this table, hurry! And then the whole time I'm thinking like, who the fuck's Timmy? What's Timmy
I
doing
know.
during this?
Isn't Timmy supposed to just be in
Tim.
like
Timmy's supposed to be
bed, but-
bedridden right now, and he's getting
They don't give a fuck
thrown
about
around.
him
His
because
house
he
is getting
doesn't
turned
matter.
upside down and shit. Like,
Timmy doesn't matter. He was just a way for us to have to get to the rats at some point.
so that was just a little minor nitpick here. So
Yeah.
Oh, and also how long they were under the mud. I mean, that thing filled.
There's
like, it
an
wasn't
air
an
pocket.
airtight. Was that an
There's
airtight cinder block? You know?
Yeah, there's an air pocket.
who knows?
Anyways,
the
it's
main
fully submerged.
antagonist is
Yes.
dead. Bubbles start
Yes.
forming. The house is sinking into the mud. God, how are
What
we
are
gonna?
we gonna
What are we
do?
gonna do? Like everyone's trying to like set up a pulley system, to
Oh,
try and
shit,
get this
shit,
thing
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Everyone's coming together. Mrs. Brisby's like trying to like, you know, direct people. I was like, okay, cool. Who's her big like heroic moment? She's gonna save her family. And then her little amulet thingy starts glowing. She goes.
What's going on over there with Mr. Amulet?
She goes
Interesting, her shiny.
she goes like Avatar mode for a second. And
Oh yeah,
just
no,
like
she gets like Goku'd.
yeah, just grabs the rope starts glowing, and then she starts to fucking levitate this goddamn
Yes. Oh,
cinder
yes.
block
Yes.
out of this
Yes.
mud
Yep.
pit.
Yes, with all the power of the amulet at her disposal.
Through the power of Nim.
Power of courage, the power of Nim. Yeah, because Nim actually is a fantastical place.
Yeah,
with
the
magic
M
at its
stands for
core.
magic instead of mental. It's magic health.
Outside of Nicodemus writing his magic letter about Jonathan and like levitating his little cane up, this other part is the only other instance of like fantastical objective magic in the whole movie.
and it's a pretty
it's at the
overt
very
use of magic.
Yes.
It's like legit, like you can't do this any other way other than
This is not intelligence. This is
this
magic.
isn't intelligence. This isn't like, oh, this looks magical to rats. This is magic happening
Yes.
right now.
If a human saw this, they would blow their brain out because they just witnessed rat magic.
to solve this problem that only exists to showcase this magic. And this is another instance of just like, hey,
It's
it
gonna
looks
look good.
cool. It looks cool in animation.
Yeah.
It looks neat.
like the magic, like the rays of magic shooting out, and like
Yes.
the colors all washing,
Yeah,
and things
but-
levitating and sparkles everywhere.
But God, what a cheap way to solve such a dramatic problem. Like this was
I
Mrs.
think
this
we
is
finally are.
This could have been Mrs.
We're
Brisby's
at
like
the
low
amulet now.
point. We're at the amulet
Like,
now.
Oh,
fuck.
we are at the amulet.
I think this is what we can all agree is like the worst part of
The
it.
worst part.
Oh yeah,
This is the only part. It's like
bar none.
I don't agree with
Or,
that.
like,
I don't agree with how
why?
this happened.
First
This
of
was
all,
objectively bad.
I've gotten no information on what the hell this amulet even is. Where
What
it
could have
came
Nicodemus
from,
done with this amulet? Why is it
Yeah,
activating
like-
now? How does it work?
How would I
Who
know?
cares?
If it honestly, it didn't even have to be a good reason why they could use magic. Just any reason why they
Just
could use
you have to
magic.
establish that magic exists. You can't.
I
you
mean, they
can't
did
set up a
establish it,
whole
but just
story.
like not a lot.
Well,
No,
they
but you-
established
no,
that it
they-
exists, but they didn't establish where it came from.
No. The biggest
being
the
intelligent.
biggest problem is that they had an intentional bit of story tell you that this is a grounded story. It's all from the perspective of mice and animals. They deliberately went out of their way to like this. It's in the name of the movie. It's in the goddamn name of the movie.
Yes.
That this is that you think that it's magic.
It sounds
You think that it's
fantastical, but
fantasy.
oops, rug
But
pull. Now it's more
just
interesting.
because it's only, and this is that what could have been genius that they did wrong. It is genius to say that it is only fantasy from the perspective of a mouse.
Yes.
Of a rat.
Yes.
That's so cool.
That's cool.
But you set that movie up deliberately, and then to come in at the end and that the third act like hero arriving is the thing that basically subtracts all of the premise of the beginning of the movie.
Like, oh, the rats aren't intelligent anymore. They just became
They're just magic. Like, oh, it's just magic. You basically sucked all of the energy, all of the power, and all of the meaning out of your movie by basically just rejecting the definition, rejecting all the rules that you set. No. It actually is fantasy. It is magic. All that stuff about
all along.
all that
Plot
stuff about
twist.
it being about the mice. No. It's just they just happen to be mice because it looks cooler than humans. Like suddenly, like it just like deconstructs the whole movie just because they brought in magic to solve the movie.
I am stunned, Lockdashy, because like there's all these things that I want to like about this movie, and then I hit something like this. I'm like, no.
Yeah, like why did you do this?
Oh, you were so close.
I
Yeah.
know. And this is the upsetting thing. I think that we all have like a version of the movie that we played in our minds that was a really good movie.
I think
we
I do
all have that.
I think I like this enough to want a readaptation of this movie to
Like
see it done differently.
Get it right and just get it right. Because the
not
basic
even
idea
necessarily
of,
of
this
what
is
we even
iconic.
suggested, but just like
Oh no,
No,
but
I
just do
just-
something right. Do something right. Just do something.
If you're gonna have
it be
this,
full fantasy,
if you're gonna have it
be
this,
whatever it was. Just pick
if you're
one
gonna have it
lane.
in this direction, at least make it make sense that it went in that direction,
Yeah.
not just kind of come out of nowhere.
You gotta do something. You can't like deny magic the whole movie and then just be like, oh, actually it was magic. Like,
Oh, remember that magic thing that you probably thought it was? Well, it actually is that instead.
Surprise, surprise.
Just kidding about the other thing. It is magic, and I hope you like it.
You're
It
an
looks
idiot
cool.
for thinking that it was like just a hospital and like drugs and perspective.
Yeah.
It was never about perspective. It was just magic. You're reading too deep into this.
Man.
A big bummer. A huge bummer.
A low point in the movie for sure, for me at least.
The end of the movie.
The reward of the movie was basically a rejection of the first two acts.
because also like they kind of put themselves in a tough spot. Like, hang on, let me just pull this up here. Oh, oops, sorry.
Oh god.
If you just
Oh, you weren't supposed to see this.
if you just Google The Secret of Nim, right? Bam.
Yeah.
The amulet's all over the fucking place. That's like the
It's
centerpiece.
all about
That's
the
the
amulet.
centerpiece of this
All-
thing. Because
all
I guess
about
it
the
just
amulet.
it looks neat. Oh god damn it! It looks
Well, because
neat.
I guess for like
It looks
for babies,
important.
it's an iconic staple that you could follow
Yes.
and be like, oh, that movie. That's the movie with the amulet.
This amulet didn't
Because
need to be
noticed
here.
that Timmy's not even in this.
No, well, he's dead in this. He's dead in this one.
And so like you were saying that the amulet was added to this movie, like it was a last minute addition.
Apparently,
You
it wasn't
can
in the book.
Fucking
It
tell.
wasn't in the book.
You can tell.
You can really see how it's shoehorned in there just to provide some visual like magic interest.
Honestly,
like,
just even one more scene with the amulet in it probably could have made it make sense.
and you know what
Maybe.
that scene would have? You know what that scene should have been?
Jenner
a scene with
using
Jenner
it.
getting a hold of it and using it for
Showing
evil.
its
Using
power.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, just like evil magic. Boom.
That's it. That's all it needed. But see, they also neutered the ability to do that because they said the amulet only works with like a
Pure
good
of heart
person
or
acting
whatever.
courageous.
Yeah, so Jenner,
everyone,
even if Jenner got it, he couldn't
wouldn't
use
do
it.
anything with
Yeah,
it.
why do we fucking care?
should have just given the amulet to Jenner, like do whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
And once Jenner realizes that he's inadequate, and then he's like, "Oh god,
All right,
oh,
fine.
no,
I guess
can't
I'll
get it
start
up for
packing
this
my
magic."
boxes.
Yeah, I
And he
guess.
gets all embarrassed
It would
because
be
he's feeling
funny.
emasculated by this amulet.
It would be funny to see him like actually like begrudgingly getting his stuff together because he realizes that
Fine.
the amulet. Well, and also it would have been cooler if they made Jenner's whole goal the amulet all along instead of
Yeah.
making the move.
Yes.
Like make the amulet the centerpiece of the movie. Make that
Like
the
he's
thing.
always
Another-
trying to find the amulet.
Another
He's talking
thing-
about the amulet all the time. but
another
he
thing
never
that I sort of
mentions
thought
it
of-
until he sees it.
Another thing that I sort of thought of, which probably just made the whole climax like confusing and unmemorable for me. Sorry, I just went down the wrong pipe. Is the fact that the main antagonist of this movie, arguably Jenner, has
Yes. Oh, he is. He is the main antagonist.
no relationship, no connection at all to the main protagonist in any sense.
Zero.
At all.
Nope.
Nothing.
Zero.
They have,
They have
which
no-
is which
they
is
have no
why you
odds
have
with
a
each
fight.
other.
Which is why you have a fight between Justin and Jenner,
Yeah,
and he just
some
gets
fucking
Jenner just
nobody.
gets killed by a fucking knife from
By some
nowhere
other guy.
by
By
his
some other
henchman.
guy. Who knows?
The main antagonist and the main protagonist, their only confrontation was when Jenner was just like, "Give me the amulet, boy," and
Yeah, like
it's
that
like
was
a
it.
fun moment.
That was
Like,
it.
In Jenner's eyes, she was a completely meaningless character. She had nothing to do with anything.
No,
she
yeah,
just happened
exactly.
to be wearing the amulet that he wanted. And to her, like he was just some asshole.
Man, she never even met him. No, she did. They
No,
actually
at
had
the
a
meeting.
conversation.
Once there,
They had a
but again,
conversation.
like that, you can equate that to like someone happened to come through your work, and it was like, oh, a client for the company, and you don't want to do the work that the client is coming through like asking for, but the people you're really angry at and trying to mess with are the people at your company. The client is a nobody. Like it's just some person
Like-
that came in the office.
Yeah. So
Wait.
I'm not sure if I
Wait,
agree, Dashing.
Dory, are you saying that we are going to be harsh on an animated movie?
I am. You know
because-
what? I am pretty critical on animated movies, but if you look at my like little movie list, most of my top favorite movies of all time are animated movies. So maybe
I
that's why.
don't know if we've given the impression of this, but I think we all think very highly of animated movies as a medium.
Yes.
Which is probably like, I'll say that
all
we're
the
being
more
critical.
disappointing when
I
they
just
fall
have
short
high
of this.
expectations for animated movies personally.
Because there are no boundaries. Like you can
They
literally
whatever-
do
yeah, they
anything.
really do anything.
So like when you don't take advantage of that, or when you basically assume that you don't, because it's animated, you can just subsist solely on visuals, and you basically neglect all storytelling. I think that that's just as bad as if you did it in a live action movie.
And also, I feel like the majority of this review, like this entire review, has it started with me not really like I had an opinion of just like this movie looked great, but it didn't grip me.
Didn't connect
it didn't
with you.
connect with me, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
And this whole process has been me kind of figuring out why exactly.
yeah.
Um,
This was me last night.
I
That's why
really,
was
oh
looking
man,
at it.
I really wanted to like this movie. Like, it looked great. It had
Because
a
it
lot of
looks
cool
pretty.
ideas.
I know. That's what's so upsetting. Like they had the stuff, and then they just put it in like a tube and shot it at a wall. And they're like, that's good, right?
Man.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter like where, like structure doesn't matter, narrative doesn't matter, character building doesn't matter. It's just follow all of these iconic animation tropes that are basically staple at this time. Like we have plenty of experience to know what makes a good animated movie from an animator's perspective. If we include all those tropes and use a new source of material, it's gonna be a good movie as long as it looks good. Our only struggle is to on this small team, like make the animation look good. Nothing else matters.
Yeah. And that's what like just goes right back to my thesis that I said at the very beginning. It's like everything was in service of making cool animated sequences. Everything else was secondary. Characters, story, plot, progression, development, everything. And it looks
shows.
great. There's some cool sequences. Like,
I would wager, and again, I think there's a few different camps with this type of movie, because this is obviously an iconic movie. I wouldn't deny that it's not iconic. It's a very iconic movie.
Oh yeah. I don't doubt that there's like diehard. Okay. I don't doubt that there's diehard fans of this movie.
Yeah, of course.
And I wouldn't say like your opinion about that is invalid. Like, sure, like you really like this movie. I can see the reasons why you would like it. Sure. I don't as much personally.
Well, I think
I also think nostalgia plays a big part.
Oh, totally.
Like, I feel like if I watched this as a kid and I got really into it, I would forgive a lot of this stuff. But I think coming into it now, Camp Dumpy Brisby, hell yeah.
I mean, Brisby had a donk. So I agree that as kids we would have loved this. It would have been something that I popped in the VHS player every day.
And I'm not ashamed to admit that I do the same thing, where like something I liked as a kid is something I still like now, and you can't change my mind on it, no matter how terrible it actually is. It's like, well, I've always liked it, so I'm not going to change my mind. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, if I watched Fievel Goes West today and had never seen it before, I guarantee I would probably be just as critical.
I'd be like pretty medium on it probably, but since I loved it as a kid, I'm gonna love it now because it brings back those memories of when I used to watch it.
Exactly. Like, nostalgia is too embedded in movies like this, and I think that's why people like get really attached to 80s animation, because they all go, oh, dude, just bring up the picture.
Oh, you're good.
But there's also the camp of people, which is why I brought up the history before, of like diehard Don Bluth fans, where they're like, yeah, like this was them standing up to Disney. So I like this movie because despite having so few people, look at what they were able to achieve. Because I did a lot of reading of that last night as well. It's like people like highly praising, obviously like adults highly praising this movie as just being like a visual masterpiece. And then some of them were even saying like the structure and everything was perfect too. I'm like, you can't possibly be. I can understand people like being absorbed in the visual, but it is there's no way that you can be objective and also say that this movie had perfect structure. That is a pretty glaringly obvious way of showing that
it's not just us being hypercritical. It's a thing that is just very obvious in the movie that they just fell short in a lot of areas.
I forgot that Arrested Development is the Bluths.
Oh my god, yeah.
There's always money in the banana stand.
So I've been told.
literal money.
Man.
But
because I don't
since we're past the amulet scene, can we get to the best scene of the movie?
What, the birds fucking?
Yes, the birds actually just having sex, like immediately.
While the baby watches.
The babies watch. Like literally just like boom, bump into each other, penis and cloaca.
Start giggling in the bushes. The baby's like,
yeah, just just a bunch of Dom DeLuise sound effects, just like, oh god, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah,
like,
and
that resolves his whole character
story
arc
to a close.
Yeah, he had a character arc. And then
and again, like, just like learn storytelling, you animators. Like, if Jeremy's character could have been so great, if like he's like a Dory character in a Finding Nemo movie, right? His type of personality like gets him into this trouble, but it also solves problems. Like, you need that person, but he was there only as a jokey personality. His like clumsiness didn't solve anything. His inability to sense danger didn't solve anything.
Yeah.
All he did was just come around and like be a voice for like somewhere for Dom DeLuise to voice.
Yeah.
And then they end the fucking movie on the birds. The birds are we see at the end. The birds.
Yeah, them flying away.
It's a pretty technically complex shot. Like, these birds are flying. They're carrying this string around. That's probably why they ended it on that.
you
I
think
know,
of
I
like
know.
the story or emotional implications. Like, I don't feel anything looking at these.
I ended
Why
the
doesn't-
movie
why doesn't,
feeling
like,
absolutely
They
nothing.
didn't have that much chemistry, but why don't Mrs. Brisby and Justin share a single scene after the fight scene at all?
Nothing.
Listen, a relationship between a rat and a mouse would never.
It was never gonna work. Once a rate, always a rate.
Always a rate.
He's always a rate.
So
And now she knows that they're gonna live forever, so she's not gonna get involved with these timeless rats.
Yeah, it's like, why didn't you just go live with the rats? Clearly, they have a lot of cool shit. Like,
Seriously, and all the technology to keep your children alive forever.
Yeah, like they went to the Valley of the Thorns, and you're just like left over on the other side of the rock. Cool.
You're literally choosing to stay in a place where you're going to continually have to move. So I just don't understand what your decision making is. Well, because she's still a mouse. She's not intelligent, and the rats aren't smart enough to know to like help the mice. So they're
but
just
for
on
all
their own.
intents and purposes, she is as intelligent as the
She
rats.
is. No, she 100% is.
Yeah.
She
They
is
give-
as intelligent. The only thing they show her to be less intelligent about is that she can't read as well as they can.
Yeah.
That
But
is
she
it.
can. But she can. She has the
can-
ability to learn.
yes.
Right. She
And
has
that's-
comprehension,
So if
which
she
is
just
the
lives
number
among
one
the
sign of
rates, she'll
intelligence.
become just as intelligent.
She
That's
would.
like
She
one
was
of my-
literally
that's
doing
one
the
of-
exact same shit her husband was doing.
She fit in with
Yeah.
she fit in with the rats like she was basically one of them.
I know.
So it kind of
And
takes
her-
away the
her
fact like,
kids are no
we had to be
slouches
experimented on to be all
No.
intelligent and whatnot, because like clearly you don't have to be experimented on to be intelligent. You just have to be around a different.
You just need to be given the opportunity to learn. That is literally it.
And I was like, well, I don't know if I like that kind of takes away the whole like the gravity of the Nim.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed. And what else takes more from that? Oh, when magic,
Magic?
solves the problem, not the
And then
intelligence.
you just put magic in there.
Oh
except
yeah,
for
no
Timmy.
dashing.
No,
Timmy's
still-
a fucking pussy. Can't even
Still
handle
in-
pneumonia.
Still in bed at the end of the movie. What a fucking.
No,
He
he's
didn't-
out
he
and
didn't
about at the
contribute at
end,
all.
didn't he? I think
No, he's not.
Oh,
He's still
that's
in
right.
bed.
They,
and
they
his mom's
basically
like, no, he's still
quarantined
gotta
him.
stay.
Yeah.
Like he's
Yep.
at least awake and he's up, but he's still inside and
forgot about
like
that.
standing on the bed looking out the window. Like he doesn't do anything.
Not a damn thing.
Oh man.
Yeah,
But,
I'm gonna watch
yeah,
Nim
we-
too.
I
I'm
forgot
gonna
there
float you a
is a Nim
big.
too.
Probably not. I mean, just looking at the like cover art for Nim 2,
Oh, I
looks
am-
just
I am-
low
Timmy
budget
is
as all
the
hell.
lead,
I
I
am
think.
not
Oh my
interested.
god.
Oh,
I'm
no.
darkly interested, but not enough to actually
I
probably
don't-
watch it. I would
I
love
could
to
only
see
ever
how
be
much.
ironically interested.
I would love to see how much of what I think is probably a train wreck of it. Because if this is similar to like Disney direct to VHS sequels, I can't
Oh, it
imagine.
definitely
yeah.
is.
Like Lady and the Tramp
It's
2.
probably even worse. Like it. Like honestly, it could be.
With a
worse.
small, yeah, because at least Disney had budget for stuff like that. This is
Yeah.
a small team doing a sequel after when no one was like, there's no way. Like less budget, and they're not exactly coming off a solid foundation, in my opinion.
All right, so I think we can kind
Let's
of
wrap
Final
this up.
thoughts-
into our
final thoughts and scores.
Yep. My opinion
thoughts and
hasn't
scores.
really changed. I love everything visual about this movie. Like I said, there were parts of this movie where I was just like a little schoolgirl, like,
Yeah,
this is just nice. This is just-
enjoying some good old school 2D animation,
this is
right?
just lovely. I like this. And
A lot
then-
of passion
but,
in
like,
the animation.
mhm. But like there was no sort of like emotional core that gripped me. And that was basically because of the whole discussion that we sort of had. I've kind of come to terms and understood why that was the case for me.
Mhm.
So for me as a whole, if I were to rate this thing, honestly, I think probably if somebody was like, oh man, I really want to watch this movie, I would be okay with watching it again. So there's that.
At least not long.
Yeah.
At the very least.
That shouldn't be okay. Can we try?
It's not. I didn't.
Let's not say like,
hate
oh,
it.
it wouldn't be that hard to watch it. Like, it's,
So here's the thing. I didn't
Well,
like
okay, so,
hate it. There's things that I really
That's
liked
what I'm
about
saying.
it.
Like,
So
I wouldn't watch it again for the story.
voluntarily, no.
I would watch it again just to see the visuals.
I
and,
think
like,
I
kind
think
of,
I
like,
could
be
enjoy
in the
watching
world
it
a
again
little
for
bit.
the visuals.
Because there are things
other-
and like I never
Yeah.
felt anything I had no emotional attachment to the storytelling,
Yeah.
but I did have emotional attachment to the world building, I
Yes.
guess you could say.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I think,
ooh, like I like this. I can picture kind of the implications of this sort of thing.
So this
whether or not
is-
they did a good job of telling me it, it gave me like kind of
You became the
thoughts.
storyteller in your own mind
Right.
with their
I think-
visuals.
And I kind of like that sometimes, but obviously in a movie situation,
I like it when
bode
it's
well for the end
intentional.
of it.
I like it when
think,
it's open and intentional.
and it's not intentional in this, obviously.
I think there's going to be a pretty big differential between our scores just based on how I know you rate movies, Andrew, based on what they tried to accomplish and what
Consistency.
they
What did they
did.
want to do?
Yes.
Andrew's gonna give this like a 2.
Whereas I'm just like, I don't know how this movie made me feel. Did I enjoy myself while I was watching it? And I kind of did while I was watching this movie. But the fact that there was no emotional core to it, as animated as I got about all of the inconsistencies that we put, that was basically just me discovering in real time why I didn't connect with this
Why
movie.
he didn't connect with it.
Wow.
But as a
He's like,
whole,
wait a minute, shit.
as a whole, I'm relatively positive, which is why I think I would probably give this like a high 5 for me.
Okay.
A high 5.
A high
put it there.
high five. Almost
High five.
almost barely
Almost
a
a
6. Almost.
Okay.
Almost.
Okay.
But I would give this like a high 5 personally because I enjoyed myself. I thought it was an enjoyable little flick. So there you go.
Yeah, like I'm probably of the same mind as you. I don't think I would put it a high 5. I'd put it at like a barely 5.
Sure.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's just kind of it kind of like split down the middle for me. One half I really liked, the other half I really didn't like. Of like, oh, I liked a lot of the visuals and like some of like the really cool things you can expect from this sort of the scale of this movie.
Yeah.
But then the storytelling was just horrible. But some parts of the story were really cool and like made me think it was gonna be cool. It just fell short at the end. So it's like I kind of have to just kind of split it down the middle because I'm just on the fence of I don't hate the movie. I don't dislike it. I don't love the movie though.
Yeah, I'm trying not to rate
I'm
this
gonna be
movie.
a very just
I'm trying not to rate this movie based on the movie that I personally wanted it to be. Like,
well, sure.
trying to avoid
No,
that.
but try to rate
as
it
you're
based
watching
on
it, it's just
like it told you what type of movie it was going to be. Did it hold up to the promise?
It didn't.
That's how you rate them. That's
on
not how
its
I rate them, though.
Oh yeah, okay. But when you were, I was curious if that was what you were trying to say.
No.
If like since you rate it more on your enjoyment, if your enjoyment is detracted because it doesn't deliver on those promises, then that is a valid thing.
I'm just trying to make it clear that we went off on a bunch of tangents of what this movie could have been, and I just want to say like that's not what's influencing my rating personally. Because I think this movie could have gone in a bunch of different directions that I didn't expect, and as long as it just told a story that I could connect with more in any sense, I would have enjoyed it more, I think.
Yeah,
sure.
So that's where my opinion comes from there.
Okay. Yeah,
You love bringing that up, Mastiff.
Jared lowered
every single movie
was-
I give a score to, Mastiff's like, and you gave Transformers a 3. I still stand by that 3. I think that is my most accurate rating personally for me. That I'm just like, yes, that's a 3 for me.
Honestly,
I thought you lowered Transformers for a 4, or was it? No, you lowered.
It was
Smoke
a
and
4.
Aces.
I lowered it to a 3.
You lowered Smoke and Aces because you gave Smoke and Aces like a 6.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, it can't be a 6.
Transformers, personally, in my own opinion and experience of the movie, Transformers was a movie I legitimately did not enjoy watching and don't want to watch again.
Ah, yes.
That's what gets me below the 5 mark.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
interesting.
I have to actively be just like.
If somebody's like, dude, we should watch Transformers, I'm like, I'll be on my phone or something, I guess. Like, I can kill 2.5 hours. I don't think I want to watch it.
I'm not spooling up Transformers.
I always try to start my
watch
rating
Secret
out
of
of
NIMH
5.
again.
Oh, and then see what happens.
And then kind of see like, all right, because honestly, once they started talking about Nim and everything, I was like, oh, is this like an 8? I know,
right?
But then as the movie went on, it started slowly moving back down, and it just landed back at 5 because it wasn't long enough to go lower.
Dashing, I kind of want to do something like that, but I haven't found a good tier list that lets me continuously add new things to it and move them around at the same time. Like Tier Maker, you have to put all of the things on at once, and then you can't modify what you add or take out.
Is it something that you have to make for like this screen?
Maybe.
At the very least, we could just do end of the year movie tier list.
We'll
We can,
definitely,
yeah.
we'll definitely do that.
If we want like
You know
a
what
living,
you know
like,
what I
tier
kind of
list,
want
we
to
have
do
to
is
something
like
else.
for our New Year's
Excel.
stream. I could use Excel, but I also want something that you guys can like look up
Google
online
Sheets.
whenever. Maybe Google Sheets, yeah.
True.
Because you can share that.
You know what I
Yeah.
kind of want to do for like the New Year's stream is have like some sort of year in review where we have like awards of like worst take of 2022
Oh, yeah,
or like
yeah.
biggest gaming failure or whatever, some shit. I could
Yeah,
put together a
we'll
bunch of takes or
We'll
something.
have the cabbage awards.
Yeah.
I
Cabbages.
love the idea of we'll come up with a cool name for them
cabbies.
too.
The cabbies. But yeah, I'd love to
a
have
good
something
idea.
like that. So
That would be fun.
yeah, so there's
All right,
my
Andrew, what
Let me,
is
let me,
your
let me deliver
Give-
my
give me
thoughts.
your hot
final,
take.
final thoughts and score.
Yeah.
Final thoughts and score. Okay. I promise you, I went into this movie with an open mind. I
believe
really
you.
did.
I believe you.
I believe you. I believe
Because I do like animated movies, and especially 2D animation. I know how hard that is. It's crazy
give
hard.
me more 2D animation movies, please.
So like there were like obvious moments. Like I was actually like on board like right away with the animation.
Yes!
Like no question about it.
Seeing Nicodemus writing in that magic book, I'm like, hell yeah, this looks awesome.
Yeah, like not even just like the 2D aspects, like clearly like the effects and layers that they put on top of that, and like the work that they had to do. And I didn't know about like the small team or anything either. So just knowing
didn't
like
either,
any
no.
studio making this was impressive.
Yeah.
So I like my expectations were looking up.
Yes.
And then obviously like once I actually got into the story, I was pretty bummed. I was super excited about the Nim thing. We've talked about this plenty. So just overall, like the promises that it made, it's super disappointing that the promises made for like I was about to be like, oh, now I get why everyone loves this movie. Like I freaking get it. This is like genius. It's a really good, simple, straight to like story with like some amazing implications. But it didn't do any of it. And it didn't develop any. It didn't do anything that a good movie should do. It should have a clear plot that I can follow, a clear theme, and all of these things impact a main character or protagonist in some way that I can follow. Like obviously movies can be more complex than this, but this is what the movie presented, right?
Yeah.
Like I should be able to follow that protagonist, understand what they're up against, know what the threat is, so I can associate and then feel the feelings that they're feeling. I wasn't able to do any of that. So basically this movie failed on all of the things that make a good movie when it comes to storytelling. But it did a great job at the visual part of showing the things that it wanted to show. If it ever wanted to show something, it did it like 100%. It did it extremely well. This is a movie made by extremely talented animators that have no idea how to tell stories. That's the basic
definitely
overview.
shows.
And it shows, right? So if you were to say that, like, let's say those are 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Like this movie is half visual and half storytelling.
Yeah.
It gets a 0 on storytelling and 100% on the visual parts. So it's a 5 right now. But then you have to also add on the things that they failed on even as animators. And I am actually pretty upset when I learned, or just I noticed on my own, but after looking into it, knowing how much of this is just ripped off. Like stuff that these animators were already working on that they just took with them.
Sure.
And like knowing that if they're really talented, just come up with your own characters. And like being able to actually see that in the movie, and then also recycling other animated tropes, like knowing that these guys, like the movies that they've worked on, you're literally seeing like the same sword fight, the same conflicts, like the same types of scenes are just being recreated. It takes away the magic of all of the, like, especially when I watch a movie and I can see things being recycled, it takes away like my impression. Like how can I be in awe of this movie that these guys couldn't even be bothered to come up with something original?
Sure.
So because of that, it loses 2 points and it only gets half of the score, so it gets a 3 from me.
Woof. Damn.
I did not enjoy this movie. I thought it was boring. I thought the fact that the only positive things I can say are the visuals. No good movie can only be good on visuals, because you could say that about Transformers. Then we'd be over here talking about how
agree.
Transformers is actually
Oh, the CG and Transformers.
like, yeah, exactly. There's tons of movies that have great visuals, but if you can't use visuals,
get a pass unless the visuals are your plan for the actual movie. Like the point of the movie is the visuals, but the point of this movie wasn't the visuals. The point of this movie was the story they were telling.
The point of this movie was to tell me what the secret of Nim was, and the fact that the secret of Nim started off being genius, and then it ended up that the secret of Nim didn't matter. The secret was that magic is real all along. Like you didn't trust the audience. You actually lied to them at the beginning of the movie, and then used it as an excuse to show them whatever you wanted. And then the fact that you couldn't even do it in a way that you could connect with any of the characters during any of that no, there's no way you get a good score from that. Not a good movie. It's nostalgic fuel and people just backing up animators that were trying to take on a big corporation. Good things, but not a good movie.
I'm just bummed because like I really wanted to like this movie as I was watching it.
I did too. I thought I was going to.
There was so many little hooks that could have easily made their way into my brain, and they were always just so close. I think that's my most frustrating like experience with this movie, of just how close it was to being something spectacular for me.
Right, isn't that like worse than a movie just being flat out bad? It's like, for me, it's worse. The fact that it promised something, and like the thing that it promised was like the way I imagined it and where things could go and the possibilities were so great, and that the fact that they didn't do it was worse to me than a movie that like promised low and just like didn't do anything. Like the high expectations like brought me down so much.
I can see that. I
was bummed. I was bummed.
Movies like that, but I can totally I think your way of rating movies is a great way to shake things up. It's not incorrect. It's a great way to shake things up.
It's the only way I can think to be consistent, though.
That's great.
Is like
I'm fully going to admit that all of my ratings are just like a purely heart gut feeling.
But that's good.
It's always a gut feeling for me. It's like I feel like I like this movie.
Yeah.
In my brain, because I'm like, all right, so I imagine iRobot was like a 7 or 8 for me, so this is probably lower down than that, and then I'm imagining other movies I've seen.
I think
there's always a virtual list in my head.
I think the need or desire for some sort of consistency is a totally valid way to be rating your movies. It's just not how I do it. So I'm glad that you do that.
I'm actually glad that we all have different ways also of like talking about the movie. Makes it more interesting. See, and I get Dory's point too. Like going in with no expectations and thinking like this is gonna be some dumb animated movie from 1979, and then it's like, oh, this is really pretty, and like there's some interesting things that happen, and like, whoa, that was kind of cool. Like I can obviously worse. I can obviously see, and it can obviously be worse. I just try to not give movies credit for not being worse. Like they should always be given credit for being better.
You don't get points for not being worse than I expected.
No, like I can't do that.
It doesn't count.
So here's another little like just add a little addendum to my sort of rating, or at least how I felt. You said that you said that this movie was boring. You didn't like it. Blah blah blah. I don't think as I was watching this movie at any point was I bored personally, because I was just entertained by the visuals. So that maybe plays into how I felt about the movie. I enjoyed just looking at what was happening on screen, even if like I wasn't connecting with it. Which is why
I was paying attention.
Which is why I would say that like I would probably watch this again. Something was grating in my brain during Transformers that actually made it painful for me to watch personally. So that's when I like think of it like
here's
in that
a question.
Sense.
Do you forgive more in Secret of NIMH because it's animated than you did in Transformers?
Potentially.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe.
The medium is like a higher level of value.
I won't doubt that I probably have
sure there's
some
a little
bias.
bit of a bias in there.
I mean, certainly just have more fun like seeing the stuff.
It's personal preference of how you rate stuff.
But
like,
also,
nothing wrong with
also I have to consider the fact that like I barely had a chance to get bored with Secret of NIMH because it was an hour 22 minutes. Transformers was
really
2.5 hours.
Transformers is
so short.
Yeah.
If Secret of NIMH was 2 hours long,
I'd probably if it still had nothing in it, then I would probably be a lot harsher on it.
I probably would have given it a much lower score. But I think like I wasn't as like bored with the movie, but I was upset with it. And I think the fact that I was
upset about its potential
by how upset with it we were kind of shows how much we kind of like enjoyed the movie to an extent.
It had such a golden kernel of a great idea.
If the movie had nothing going for it, our discussion of it would have just been like
over and done.
Over and done. We did this movie at least sparked ideas of like how we think it could be improved and stuff like that. Has its merit.
Which is why I don't blame people.
It deserves some credit for that.
I don't blame people who don't put as much importance on like character development or plot or something like that. I can see somebody getting inspired by this movie.
Not everyone watches movies the same way too. Yeah. So I mean, I can understand why people still enjoy this. It's not like a mystery to me.
Yeah. I don't think
Mrs. Brisby's dumper gets a 10 out of 10 though.
Let's go.
I mean, I had to stop and breathe for a second when she took that Shaw off.
Approaching smoking egg.
This actually was. I'm actually surprised that we spent.
I didn't
this long
expect to have this
too.
many opinions about it until I started to understand why I was so lukewarm about it to begin with.
I think that's what it was kind of discovering bits of the movie, because there was. I think because again, the movie is such a confounding thing.
Yes.
Like because it's so confusingly structured, you actually don't even know why you're not enjoying it. But that's why movies have structure. It's so that you can
talk through it. Yeah.
It's like when someone plays a song on the piano and you hear a key that's off. Like you don't know what the right key is, but you know like something there sounded wrong. Like you can only sense that something's wrong. It's not until you say like, oh well, that should have been like a major key and that was a minor. Like
unless you're a musician, you actually know that stuff. But we're not. We're not filmmakers, so
we ain't filmmakers. I couldn't make a movie like this.
No. So.
But I will also say that these guys left during Fox and the Hound to make this, and as impressive as the visuals are, I wouldn't say that it's like dwarfing what was happening at the Disney studios.
I think Fox and the Hound, but again, I was gonna say, I would say Fox and the Hound is a better movie than this, but that could just be me because I love Fox and the Hound as good. It's just my nostalgia talking. So
my nostalgia brain tells me that Fox and Hound is one of the better Disney movies ever animated. But
I could watched that movie. I've watched that movie like
I've watched it recently.
Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if I'm kind of wondering if Nim had more musical stuff in it, maybe it would have been more impactful, like memorable.
If it was like a musical, maybe, or just more songs or more iconic songs.
Yeah, because honestly, when you were talking about her like singing to Timmy, I'm like, I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
Dude, when I played it, I'm like, dude, this is so forgettable. It's so downplayed. The audio was the worst part of the movie, to be honest. Like, all of the audio, like, all of the ear stuff was just lackluster. There was just nothing. Just nothing there. Oh, what's Massive saying here about like discussion length?
We should keep track of how long we talk about movies and like keep track of that. I think that'd be interesting.
Well, that's tough because we didn't technically start this discussion until like 9:40 or something.
Yeah, like 30-40 minutes.
And then we had multiple breaks in between there.
Yes, Dashing, you're right.
We weren't talking about this.
I think I was trying to focus on it. It seems like is she singing this? No, I don't
and that's when Jared saw the clown face.
Yeah, I didn't see the clown face at all either.
Oh, that's the first thing I saw when they cut to that scene. I'm like, oh. So like,
I was actually curious what our visual was going to be for this. I think I can live with the clown face.
I could change it to Miss Brisby's dumper.
Honestly,
I would prefer that.
I kind of like that because we all share that same reaction.
Yeah, I have no emotional attachment to the clown, but I do.
But that butt,
love that
mouse butt.
Right, I'm changing it.
Do it.
I mean, her tail. Damn.
Save.
After
so like
three kids,
it's been interesting. Ooh. Like each of these movies, I've had like a different experience with it in terms of me trying to analyze it.
Right.
And
which I think is good too. Like it's like pushing us into different corners of thought.
There it is.
I think
that's great, Jared.
Look, keep it that size too.
The life size.
Wait, Jared, put it like next to my body, and it looks just like the position I'm in.
It's in the right perspective.
Oh my god!
You gotta make it bigger.
Genius.
I am Mrs. Brisby.
There we go.
I love it. That's so good.
So like this has been interesting. I am glad that this movie got chosen because I've learned something new about myself now.
Hey, that's what this is all about. That's what the movie book club is all about.
Yes. Do you think that'll be similar to?
I think we're gonna remember.
I'm gonna remember.
Oh, we're gonna remember that.
Forever.
I mean, I still remember 30 Rock Boy, but that's because it is fairly recent.
Do you remember the thing next to 30 Rock Boy?
Well, Transformers,
the kid
of course.
From Transformers, the only actual high schooler in the entire school. Obviously, I'm gonna remember the pie. That's like iconic.
Oh my
dude,
God.
that's the opener. That's what started.
I want to make a shirt with that pie with
that.
That's how I felt when I was looking at the damn tractor in the field, like it just cutting like with no direction in mind, just what's
here?
What was your goal, farmer?
Dude was aiming for the rock.
Oh, he was going straight for it.
All right.
All right, well, I guess it's time to pick
It
the
is
next
about that
movie.
time. So.
Oh shit! Hold on, don't forget I need to add mine.
All right, last chance to add your movie suggestion for the week.
Yes.
Before we choose the next one.
I will also be adding my mother and father's suggestions, which include the first
Absolutely.
Terminator and The Sixth Sense.
Very cool.
Just throw Whiplash on there. Oh, I see.
it.
Mastiff changed his movie suggestion.
Oh.
What do we got?
No more Knight's Tale.
The Imitation Game,
which
okay.
I have not seen, but I like Benedict Cumberbatch.
Technically, you need to submit again, but what was your movie? Votes. We'll just put it on the wheel.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep it to where like it's just a new list every week in case people want to change their mind.
It's mostly just for like if they want to change their mind, and also it's just ease of me knowing which movies to put on the wheel.
Oh yeah,
and which
Donnie
not.
Darko. Throw Donnie Darko on.
Yeah, that's a solid pick.
I pick. Let's just choose one of Ninja's movies.
Oh my goodness.
Well, to be fair, there is a rule that you can't get your movie picked twice in a row, so it can't be Ninja's movie even if she submitted one to this week. So.
All right.
Were we too harsh on a movie and she left right now?
I hope she enjoyed our opinions. Like, just because again,
I want to
reiterate. Just because we don't like the movie that you suggest doesn't mean that your opinion of loving that movie is invalid. It's just our experience.
Unless you're Zach and you're submitting Smoking Aces,
then you're dead wrong and rethink your opinion on movies.
I just want to make that clear. Like we're always going to be as genuine as possible about our movie reviews. Honestly, but stick to your guns. If you love Secret of NIMH, I don't disagree with you. Then like love Secret of NIMH.
I like it. Yeah,
I
like
didn't,
the movie.
but I can see why people would love it.
It's probably better if we dislike a movie. We'll talk about it more.
I do prefer that. Like us just glowing over a movie means that we weren't really.
I mean, we were just like loving Alien last time. Like, how interesting could that have been? It's just us.
Everyone
us agreeing that it was beautiful.
Yeah, we're like, yeah, it's a good movie. Of course,
I'm still waiting for us to get to a movie where someone like fucking loves it and everyone else is like, or at least one person's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
I'm curious
we've always been within at least like 2 points.
I can't imagine the movie yet that makes us that's that divisive between us three.
I don't know if it's clear for
I've been the most middling one the whole time.
I don't know if it's clear to like people in chat, but like we do not discuss these things until like we are at this table.
None.
Oh god, no.
We don't even talk about it at all. I don't even know when these dudes see the movie.
Someone at work asked me like about like the stream, and I was like, "Oh, I've been doing this like movie watching thing." They're like, "Oh, so why don't you guys like watch the movie together?" I'm like, "Oh, it's actually like I prefer it this way that we watch it and like we watch it with our own mentalities, and then we don't talk about it till we come together and like
because
we can
actually form our own opinions and bring them, and we're not like, because I feel like if we watch it together, we'd have a group mentality of like,
we're gonna morph into one opinion.
So it wouldn't be quite as interesting. It'd just be us regurgitating things that we're just screaming about.
Totally.
Alrighty, so currently on the wheel, just to double check this stuff.
What's all on here?
Oh wait, hang on, I need to add my parents' stuff.
Oh my god, you almost forgot.
It's gonna be a fairly full wheel.
It is. All right.
The triad.
Is that what we are? The triad.
So we have The Thing, Wakefield, The Imitation Game, Boondock Saints, The Fifth Element, Whiplash, Donnie Darko, The Terminator, and The Sixth Sense.
Nice.
That's good.
Have I missed anything?
That's a pretty good list.
Have I missed anything?
I think
in the Discord.
Specifically in the Discord.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Dashing, did you submit a movie?
You're more than welcome to, Dashing.
I thought Dory said that they were like scared to like get their movie judged. I hope you don't actually think that.
Don't be scared. Like, I mean, yeah, we might like shit on the movie, but that shouldn't change how much you love the movie.
That doesn't mean we don't love you any less.
The classic example I use.
Movie you genuinely like.
The classic example I use is one of my favorite bands of all time is Coldplay. I know people love to meme and hate on Coldplay. I fucking love Coldplay, and nothing anyone says will change my mind.
Nothing wrong with
barely ashamed to admit it.
So
barely.
No. Nah, man. Nah.
We'll give Dashing a minute.
Give us something. Come on. I know you've got a movie on your mind. I want you to participate in the movie book club.
They do seem to like watch the movies and like join the discussion, which I appreciate. So if you don't want to submit a movie, don't worry about it.
I think it might change the way I feel about you. Hey,
that's fair. I can understand that.
Well, here's the thing. If you submit a movie, you're allowed to tell us that we're idiots about it.
It could be submitted to the worst take of the year.
It won't be the first time that I've been judged for my opinion. So.
Alrighty, but if you don't have anything that you want to submit, Dashing, I am more than happy to spin that wheel. All right,
I'll wait till next time.
Okay.
No worries.
Sure.
Yeah, don't feel like you have to.
Don't
submit
feel
anything
obligated,
either.
but just know that you're more than welcome to at any time.
The option's there, so we figured since you're here, we'd ask.
Yes.
Of course.
Alrighty.
But make sure you pick a good movie because I don't want to watch a bad movie.
Listen, he said that about Secret of NIMH, and then he kind of liked it, even though it was bad.
I actually liked it more than I thought.
Even though he gave it a 3, he kind of liked it.
No, it gets a 3 for like very like strict reasons, but I liked it more than I thought. Secret of NIMH
was such a begrudging 5. I didn't want to give it a 5. Man.
I know what you mean.
Alrighty, here we go with the wheel.
These are all pretty good, so I'm not too worried.
Mr. Slosky's choice gets picked.
Away. Jared's
Father Slosky.
We got The Terminator. I've never seen any Terminator movie, so
I am good with this.
We're in like an 80s binge right now.
Kind of are, yeah.
We really are.
With Alien, Secret of NIMH, and Terminator.
80s was a good year.
Apparently.
Good year.
Good couple of years there.
I'm looking forward to the other ones that are on the wheel, but I'm obviously cool with Terminator.
I'm looking forward to all of these. Like I would have been fine with anything that got picked here.
Yeah.
So, hopefully,
cool.
I hope nobody's upset that my dad just hijacked the wheel and got his chosen.
Thanks a lot, Dad.
Arnold.
No, like I said, Terminator is like a solid, iconic one.
Yeah, at least it's like the Terminator. Like that's like
this is like like in the universe of movies, like you should see the Terminator.
You should see the Terminator.
So, alrighty. So
that'll be solid.
Where can you see the Terminator? Let's see.
Interesting question.
Terminator.
I'm from the future.
Prime Video, Roku channel, Showtime.
I wonder if it's actually on Prime.
You might have to watch it on Prime Video. Terminator 2 is on Netflix, but it's included with Prime? Oh, hell yeah. Let's see.
Is it?
Oops.
Terminator.
Let's see. I can just watch it, yeah. So if you have Prime Video or like Amazon Prime or whatever, you can watch it for free.
Wait.
It's included with Prime. So this would probably be the best way to watch it.
Why on mine? Am I on a different version? It says watch with AMC plus start your 7-day free trial.
Do you have Amazon Prime? Or are you on the right account?
I'm logged in and it says what?
I can click on it right now and it's the movie.
Does it work for you, Steven?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what. Maybe I'm on. It was probably like it was with Secret of NIMH, where there's like 10 different versions, and I'm just on the wrong one.
Also free. Oh, perfect. All right, so it's free in a bunch of places. Excellent. Well, go watch it on your platform of choice.
There's multiple versions. That's the problem. Okay, we're good.
Sweet.
We're good.
Alrighty. Well then, I guess I can start setting up.
You know what? 3 hours. That's fine. That's fine. There's 45 minutes left. Are we gonna do some Martian galactic unification?
I'm fine with doing that.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Martian
I am gonna have to take some time to set up and hit the bathroom, but alrighty.
Martian Gothic.
Oh, Showtime isn't free. Well,
no, Showtime is that.
Whatever way that you want to watch it, I cannot officially condone
free on the
anything.
thing I'm paying for.
I
cannot condone anything, but any way that you want to watch this movie.
All we care about is that you watch it. I don't care how you do it.
Yeah, just tell the police we said any means possible.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Yeah, this is what I was waiting for.
Well, I'm surprised you weren't still just idly typing in.
Just every so often, just exclamation point 2.
Oh, what was that, Jared? Sorry, I don't even know why I did that.
You going to start buying the movies through my local reseller?
Wait, that's not a bad idea. Just don't even have like a disc player. I guess the Xbox is here. What's here?
The Xbox is there. The Xbox is there. I only took the PlayStation. So.
Yeah, so there's something that plays discs here.
That plays DVDs.
It's hard to imagine.
Good luck finding the specific movie that we're watching on any given week.
I mean, that
Easily,
is
at least.
true. Like without having to order it, like being able to buy it in person would be cool. That's going to be the hard thing. You have to basically order everything online now. And Steven, since I've finished with all that work now, I've been thinking like, okay, like now I'm gonna take some time off work. Like I'm sick of work. I need some time off. And I was thinking about doing it like this next week because like we finished everything and presented it this week. But then someone brought to my attention like, hold on, don't do it next week. Like a bunch of people are actually like out of town. Like my boss is out of town next week and some other people are out of town. After finishing like a big project, it's going to be like crazy quiet. So it's like, don't take that week off, like work through that week and then take time off later when things get like busy again. I'm like, oh, that's a good fucking idea.
Yeah, genius.
I was about to just do a wasted week because now I basically I just go into work for like 3 days next week and just like kind of doodle some stuff with no pressure and meetings. And then I can take time off whenever I want. But the only issue is I have no idea like what to do like if I take time off by myself.
Just a staycation where you just hang out at home, don't do anything, just play video games, watch shows.
Basically it. I am like happy to be playing Fallout right now.
Hell yeah.
It was immediately, speaking of nostalgia, like that's just one of those things where like I crank it up, I'm just like, oh, just like that feeling of 2010 all over again, basically.
Oh yeah, that's like definitely a nostalgic game for me.
Dude,
but
it's crazy nostalgic. I still think it's good.
We need to start rating the games that we.
Well, we should. You know what? Well, I mean, we definitely we talk about it over the course of the whole time. We should. Did we do a game tier list? No, we just did the horror game one. But if we did a game tier list of all the games that we played the year, that's a good one as well.
Like I think that would be fun.
Yeah. And
there's too many tier lists at the end of the year though.
There's too many things to have an opinion about. Dory's advice was lots of self-love. Don't worry, I fit in enough of that with work, so we're good.
He does it at work.
Working from home is great. Dude, I love all the different backgrounds that you have. It's crazy to me.
He's prepared for any situation.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying to keep it all together.
But there's still always one background missing, and it's the one with your scientist lab coat and hot chest.
Yeah, for your YouTuber audition that we still need to see.
Yeah, with your face for nipples.
Fuck, it's the wrong game again.
You put in the wrong game. Did you at least hook up the right console?
End of the year top list tier list. Oh, a tier list of our tier list that we've made? Oh, shit. Now we're talking. We could talk for hours about stuff like that.
We could just reopen discussions from tier lists that we've made, like the fast food one or the breakfast food one.
Oh yeah, like revise our, like, all right, let's go and make sure.
We're gonna open this up again.
Yeah, open up the discussion. I feel like I wouldn't change anything of the ones we've done so far. I'm sure Jared,
not a damn thing.
I don't give a shit about his opinion.
Listen, as soon as he talks, we just drown him out.
Yep. Simple as that.
What makes you think I want to hear you talk? Skyward Sword is another game that I'm nostalgic for now. Just like a lot, mostly for the music.
It's good music. It's good stuff.
Oh, so I do have one more opinion. One more opinion about Secret of Nim.
Okay. See, anyone who likes Secret of Nim right now, like this should be a compliment.
That's the sort of thing they like.
Oh, I was about to ask. I'd totally forgotten like about this soundbite. Yes.
The sort of people who like that sort of thing. That's the sort of thing they like.
Speaking of iconic, here we go.
Let's pick this boy up. Turn off the stupid music.
I could be bounded.
I hate
Yada
it.
yada yada.
I at least remember where we left off. Well, I remember the last thing that happened.
Yeah.
No, I guess that's not as hard to do.
Yeah.
On the bed of Tokyo.
Bum, bum, bum,
should
bum,
change.
bum, bum.
Change our category here.
It is
Perhaps.
time.
Perhaps.
All right. So let's not go into that room until we have to, because that apparently just spawns a bunch of head crabs.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's not. I agree.
Head crabs that we can't kill, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that we've sort of uncovered
wouldn't
that
you
little
wanna take
game
credit for this
secret,
game?
let's
It seems
take advantage of it.
Like they put presented by Talonsoft, and Take Two didn't take full credit.
Like they're trying to distance themselves from the product.
So what do we got here? We got acid. So we give
Acid.
this to Karn,
Couldn't have been acid.
but we can't go into that room yet. Let's
No, don't go. What else happened in that room that might be necessary?
There's a computer in there.
we got a nail gun and
The oily rag.
oily rag. So let's
Oily
find out
rag.
where we might need the oily rag first.
Before
Before we
we
try
try
and-
this room.
Before
Yeah,
we
before
try
we
to
just go
explore.
willy-nilly
Yeah.
exploring shit.
There was
yeah.
nothing on the computer that we do that would progress things either, right? But it's
No.
just turn.
I don't
the
think so. There was no
oxygen on.
like door controller or anything on there.
We can
Okay.
do something with like the lighter.
Yeah, I'd like
Oh,
to not have these
so
spiders everywhere.
what we want to do is you remember we made the nitroglycerin, which
Oh, we're
God,
still
are
trying to
we
blow
holding?
that door.
Yes. Do we have a All right, we haven't made the nitroglycerin.
Okay. It's just a
Um,
flask.
But we want to hang it around that
There's a cable, like a loose cable or something.
and then probably
But it
shoot it
won't
to blow up
hold
a
it.
door.
Yeah.
Do we
Shit,
need
I
the
still
oily
don't
rag for
fully
that?
comprehend. I don't know.
I think the problem was like putting it up there.
It said
like,
the
it
loose
wasn't- it
cable
wouldn't
won't
stay up
hold the
there.
flask.
So we need a way to hold the flask up or something.
Let me go back to that spot and see. Oh yeah, I figured you'd get up.
He's
I
dead.
figured
Yeah, I
you'd
figured
get up.
you'd get up.
Go back to this oily rag thing.
That's not how
I know.
frags work.
I'm just trying to get into the developer's mind.
Should I be? I'm not hearing.
Oh, there's no
game
nitroglycerin in
audio.
it, so
Yeah, hang on. It's quiet, so maybe it's
Eerily quiet. Is the game audio on though? Just
It's on. It's on.
Okay.
I can kind of hear
it
it.
was
I
just
can
quiet.
hear
It was
it,
just
yeah.
quiet. Okay.
I think
Just
it's
wanted
this
to check.
one. Is it this one?
I heard something when you turned it up.
No, it's still low. Wait, hang on. I
One of
can
the
fix-
dials is
I can
just
fix
when I heard
that.
I can fix that.
There we
I
go.
wonder if other people hate movies like Holes that we love.
Probably.
Possible.
I wouldn't blame them.
Now that's a movie I'll fight you on if you say you don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it.
Like I actually, I actually would.
Good. Stick to your guns. Okay,
But
so
that won't be in the movie discussion ever because Jared's already seen it.
That is true. That is true.
There's a loose cable.
I was actually wondering if we would do like a movie watch along at Thanksgiving of like Holes or National Treasure, since
Sure,
like
huh?
people tend to join in for that sort of thing anyways on
Good.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So interestingly, we can't use the loose cable with an empty flask. It doesn't say anything. It's not until it's filled with nitroglycerin that says like I can't attach
So,
this with the cable.
Yeah, so it is used
we
here.
need to use
Yeah.
it there, but we probably need to use it in
We
combination.
need an
with
additional
something.
thing. Yeah.
Oops. Yeah. Let's look at that map real quick. Map. Uh-oh.
Oh, the guy in
Put
One
up the
Piece.
damn map.
Oh, shit.
He just moonwalks
There we go.
everywhere.
Map. So, that door to Times Square, I think, is what we're trying. No.
No, it's to Broadway.
Yeah. But we do have
We have a blue key.
a blue key.
So we can either open up Carnaby Street or Times Square. And I think we opened up
We've
both of
done
them
both.
at one point. Which one gave us the most stuff?
I think
Can't
the
remember.
Carnaby Square did have like a door that needed it had like a loose panel or something that we could maybe do something with. Couldn't do a
Oh, the one
screwdriver
where like
with it.
there was like blood and shit all over the door.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, there's
Did
like a
we
medical
open-
like room next to it, and we never.
Did we open the door to
Got into either of
Broadway?
them.
I think we did at some point, right?
No,
Let's try that.
I don't think we can. I think that's the one that's like busted, right?
Look out!
All right, this is where we came from, right? I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Turn around.
Turn around.
Around. I don't want to turn around.
I swear there was like a quick turnaround thing, but I forgot it. Oh well. To this way.
To the this way.
Is it broken? I think we've opened this door before.
Is this the door to Broadway?
We have.
This is sterile
Ah.
2, one of the 2
Sterile
sterilization chambers that protect against bacterial
Sterilize
infection.
me.
No need to use the antibacterial sprays.
Yeah.
I'm good. Don't turn them on.
I swear I don't have an infection.
That's what they all say.
Can't
It's just
see
as
much
dirty
in
over
there.
here.
It's full of
I'm not
shadows.
I
infected
remember this
or
like
anything.
overly
Named.
pixelated door.
How'd you even say that?
Oh yeah, and then we just did the.
Oh yeah, this is where we saw her mouth.
Oh,
her
oh,
face.
oh, God. Oh, God.
All right, so that gave us nothing.
Wait, what did it say at the door?
It's like
Can't see inside,
shadows. Can't
something
see inside. Let
shadows.
me double check. Oops! Fuck!
Black tag required.
Okay, black tag.
Black.
We gotta send Karn over here.
Ha.
Ah, 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 ah.
Ah.
All right, let's take a look at like these showers or something. Anything?
You should make her shower.
Yeah.
See
That
that,
would be
Brisby
hot.
dumpy.
Oh.
Oh, he's just going. Oh, he's going away.
I need to get through this hallway though. He's turning around.
Freeze!
Let's see.
Now just run. Alpha door.
Safety. Only true alphas are allowed in here.
Alphas only.
What about the Omega door?
You must be a Chad that we're allowed in here.
Chads only.
We have a desk key.
have to be lonely.
That
chadsonly.com.
Just like a sexually repressed,
only.com.
sexually repressed gay fraternity boys.
All right, so let's use our big brain mode here. We have a
Big brain.
desk key, which can open up a desk to give us a silver bell without a little nozzle thing on it.
Oh, right. And we thought we'd be all
Correct.
clever and put the bullet in there, and that didn't work.
That does
No.
nothing.
We have a Martian rock, a receptor panel,
Neat.
whatever the fuck this
Recepting.
is.
I don't
Can't
know what that.
examine it.
I don't know what it is.
Cigarette.
Cigarettes.
I make do with nicotine patches these days.
Great. So I can't even put this in the vac tube, which means that this person needs it.
Okay.
A lighter. I'm not sure what we need.
To light
for
the
this.
cigarettes.
We can also light an oily rag.
True.
We can make a Molotov out of a flask of
A
nitroglycerin.
flask of. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
Because
We
like
got
the
lipstick.
nitroglycerin, at least has basically said that it being like dropped or broken or something will be what explodes it.
Yeah,
So
she needs to be
yeah,
careful
like, it
walking
doesn't
with it and
need-
stuff.
It doesn't need.
It doesn't need any
It just
external
needs
like.
agitation. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just need to toss it and it'll blow up.
Which is why I think it's weird that we're like gonna hang
I'm
it
too
on a
retro
wall.
for my
but-
own good.
That seems weird.
What else do we have here? Oops, hang on. We got a wrapper. We got the vibro scourer, which I'm still
Oh,
not sure.
Karn's vibrator.
Yeah, we got Karn's vibrator. And weirdly, now I'm seeing his little goatee instead of some guy just going.
Oh, you don't see the like a me from Wii customizing.
Yeah. We got some gloves.
Yeah.
Damn it, man.
That's it. That's all he has. That's the only thoughts
Maybe
he had.
other characters have different things to say about it.
Maybe.
We got the baby bug, which Kenzo can use.
Uh-huh.
Not sure what
It hasn't
for
come
yet.
in handy just yet.
No. We got a key to the med bay that we can't get to yet. We can put a magnet on the baby bug to do something.
Wait, didn't we already attach the magnet to it?
I always forget to. Yeah.
What was the room next to that one with like the side panel that was loose? Was that a med bay? And down Carnegie Street?
Do not tell me. It wasn't.
I feel like that was a med bay. Do you have a key to that door now?
We've always had a key to that.
We don't have a blue key card to get in there anymore. So
Reload time. Ah ha ha! It's rewind time.
I don't remember for sure, but I feel like it was some sort of medical storage or something at the very least.
Let's find out.
Well, we gonna find out.
I want to find out.
Gonna find
Now,
you.
Jared, minor thing. Is
Yep.
it intentional to not have Steven and I visible? in this?
Absolutely not.
Where am I?
Good call.
Not to sound super vain, but why am I
need-
not?
If I can't see myself, then why the hell am I even
Probably
here?
think the stream is about you. You're so vain.
So vain.
Yeah, I thought you might get up.
It's probably something Colin would say.
He says a lot of things. I liked
Really
the way
handsy,
you
too.
screamed.
Like,
Oh my
whoa,
goodness,
darn.
darn.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Sorry, sometimes I get into it. Oh yeah, with this
What
super
is
jelly
that?
blood.
Hang on.
That's the change. An old-fashioned keyhole.
Medbay key, right there.
Old-fashioned
For the sort
keyhole.
of people who like that
Okay.
sort of thing, that's the sort of thing they
That's the
like.
sort of thing they like.
So perfectly
Damn.
isolated.
It's so good.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
That makes me quite
I
happy.
thought Kenzo had released all the decontam doors.
Oh, this is a
So why is this
decontam
one
door
shut?
that didn't open.
But this is a door that
somebody-
has a keyhole, so
Somebody must have turned into a werewolf in there.
must have been.
'Cause
Absolutely.
they got the.
Tell me the explanation.
Yeah, because they exploded. Their flesh like blew up, so the werewolf could get out.
Turns out the people who made the quarry played this game and really liked it. They're like,
It's
you know
The people
what?
who
inspired by
made the
Martian
quarry
Gothic.
made. Oh fuck. This game. Take two.
Oh right, they did.
It does look super safe.
I
Seems
feel like
fine.
it's fine.
There
I
are
thought
no
about
alarm
decorating
bells going
my
off
door
at
the same
all.
way.
Listen, a little blood never hurt anybody. Whatever's on the other side, probably
Let
okay.
me just grab this acid real quick.
Well, the blood's on this side, so there can't be anything bad on the other side. The blood's over here.
Exactly. So let's just shove this acid in the back tube because we're gonna need it later.
Nice
Yeah.
acid.
So I said, nice acid.
Desk key Kenzo's gonna need, so let's just throw that there. All right.
And that's specifically to get the bell, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Not sure what to do with the bell yet.
No. Because we don't have anything to even ring it with yet. Allegedly.
Yeah. Unless we just need the fact that it's silver at some point. Like it's just like a
It does say it's a silver bell. Silver bell.
Silver bell.
silver bells.
Do this again before I forget. And then we put the medbay key.
In the back
You
tube.
know what it is, Kenzo. The med key
The
goes
med
in the
keys
back
go
tube
in the
slot.
med key.
Slot.
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 Kenzo. Get your acid. Kenzo's in like the trickiest situation, man.
Just yelled out Kenzo and you switched to Karn.
Karn is in like the trickiest situation.
Nice pivot.
Karn!
Yeah.
Because this hallway turns into a hot fucking mess.
Oh, we don't want to play here after we open that one door.
No.
You probably could have just done the Maria like key thing first before grabbing the acid.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're just gonna.
Damn it!
Right.
Damn it! You're right.
Since we know we're not going to that room yet. Don't take the key.
Hydrochloric
Hydrochloric acid. I love the way it makes things scream.
Like, oh,
you look
hard.
like something that might scream. You look like a screamer.
For the sort of people who scream at that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing they scream at.
So I've been told.
Yeah, I figured you might scream.
Bless you, Karn. All right.
Never change.
Karn's just giving us material.
Oh yeah, for free.
Nothing. Did you not
What
send
happened?
anything?
I didn't send it up.
Jared! Remember when I said it was pointless to play as Karn right now? Well, look what you did. Look at it.
Add it to the bingo board. Steven is right about something.
Yeah, but that's like a free space essentially. So
Shut up.
That's the center space that everyone gets at the beginning.
There's an interview that the writer for this game did. It's very interesting. Ooh, I would be interested to see that. But I'm
when we're
also
done with the game.
yes,
that'd be
I'm
a cool
also
thing.
I'm really enjoying the fact that I know nothing about this game right now.
Yes, of
But
course.
I would be interested to see that, so I'll have to make a mental note of that. When was the interview done? Was it soon after the game was released, or was this like after, where like a long time after, like a post-mortem sort of thing?
Like within the last few years.
The
It was
this
done
dude's
yesterday.
Karn's psych profile did say that he had like a dark stint to him or something.
Oh.
I remember that. It's like the way he copes with some things.
Are you sure it didn't say a dark tint to him?
Looks tinty.
Anyways, thanks for coming to the stream. Let's turn on the Ocean Man. Ocean Man.
Ocean Man.
All right, give me that medbay key, baby. Let's hope it works. Shit. Nice.
Stuff the key into the zombie.
You suck.
You suck.
No.
I love the the thought of us just being like really aggressive to anyone that says anything in the chat.
It has some development insights, you know, the typical budget tech problems. I would love to read that.
Sounds
Yeah.
interesting.
I would love to read that. I'm all
And how
about
what they
that
really
shit.
wanted was to make like a multiple ending sort of basically movie game. We're in. All right, this is new. Haven't been here yet.
Yeah, we got a new computer.
Oh shit.
Please no zombie in here.
What do we got?
Nice coffee machine.
That's chemical extractor.
We got-
Extract my chemicals.
Extractor.
So we can
It
make probably.
produces herb extracts in liquid form.
Oh, we can put the brown
Oh,
herbs in here.
Finally.
Wait,
Probably for
okay.
medicine too.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there's already a thing in there. It's teaching you how to use it.
Let's test it out.
Nice.
Well, we probably have to go to the computer for that, but let's explore this first.
Ooh, a bed.
Nothing here.
Looks
What do
comfy.
you think they do with that?
They probably these are the beds that they put Buddy Aces Israel and his dad.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
It has just as much security too.
Yeah, and then you can
Where's
just go-
Ryan Reynolds' chair?
You can
Where's
just
he
go
gonna
lock
sit?
the door
Is it that
and
stool?
then just pull the literal plugs on both of them.
Okay, now I'm getting a sense of space here. That's the bed that was. Oh, okay. There's probably something important here. No. Just
Or
a
not.
camera change. All right.
Eh, eh.
Fair enough. Game.
Touche.
Really, we're trying to draw my eyes to something, but I guess not.
Just a bed.
Yeah, what more do you want? Like it's a bed. Like just get over it.
There's a
Holy
bed supposed to have some
shit.
significance.
Oh, we
shit.
need
And a-
empty
and
syringes to fill.
There we go.
All right. Well, this is a good find right here, just on its own.
It is a good find. And a blue key card.
Yes, sir. Now we can open
Very
a
good
different.
find.
We can open a different blue door that will lead to nowhere right now.
Hey.
Cool.
All right, and then some syringes. Oh shit.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm assuming you can kind of do this stuff out of order. We just didn't know
Yes.
what to do of the other order, so this is like the easier one for us.
mhm.
Obviously, they're not just gonna like soft lock you in the game where you have to reload a save in order to get past it.
All right, let's take
Hopefully.
some syringes and see. Let's experiment here.
You want to try to fill one?
Yeah, let's see what it takes. Because this could change some things in terms of like. Hello. Alright, we got all this stuff.
Control.
Right, we got this.
Extractor control to Major Tom.
Thumbs
Do
down.
you like or dislike the chemical extractor?
It's extracting.
Subtracting. Interesting, no files about it though.
Yeah.
So like you'd think like there'd be like recipes or something.
Yeah. I guess it's self-explanatory. You just put things in there.
Open it, shove a thing.
Oh.
Wait, that
oh.
wasn't there before.
Well, so
That was
What-
the
what-
lichen stuff.
that was a lichen. So it's probably lichen is anti-venom, and then brown herb is
Syringe
Brown
stuff.
and-
That
brown
one lichen made
medicine.
3 of that. I don't even know what this is
Wow.
for yet.
for poison.
Maybe, yeah, maybe we get poisoned by those spider things.
I don't know.
Maybe. It is possible.
So we can also turn off the oxygen to the entire facility, which has accomplished nothing for us.
Yeah, that is
Yeah, I'm
something
not-
we can do, but it had definitely.
We
did
couldn't even
nothing.
like use our respirator that we had.
We couldn't.
which
He's
is
like, why
dead.
the hell would I?
What do you
Like, why-
mean?
why do you
Damn,
think?
Karn. I didn't think you
No,
thought like
I'm
that.
Fine.
I think he got the wrong voice direction for that. It was supposed to be more of like a, why the hell would I?
Yeah, like a defeated Karn. What's the point?
Goo Jube.
Who?
You're right there, dashing.
Goo goo goo
Goo
jube.
goo jube. I don't like the word jube.
Goo Jube. I'm the walrus.
Oh.
No, I like it better. Just goo
Goo goo goo jube.
jube.
It's like he was trying to say good job, but it just kind of fell short.
Good jube. Good jube.
Not yeah, we weren't sure where you were going with that at the beginning, but
I also don't
Yeah,
know the Beatles, so
I don't know if I've ever just like sat down and listened to a Beatles song other than
in my
like
entire life, I've never just
and not
intentionally-
intentionally. I mean, like obviously I've
Yeah.
heard Beatles music before. I'm not like that uncultured, but I have
No,
never
but I've never
chosen to
elected-
go
elected
listen to
it,
the
yeah.
Beatles.
I've never gone on Spotify and be like, I wonder what the Beatles sound
Probably
like these
never
days."
will.
We got a pumice stone. Forgot about that.
Oh yeah, Jared still doesn't know what that is.
For pumice.
Ah,
We got a deflated Mars hopper, and we picked up something.
Oh, and we have a pump.
we have
we
a
had
pump.
an air
we
pump.
There's
had
a
an
bike
air
pump.
pump. I think that was in the same lady that we got the nail gun and the oily rag from.
your loss.
Your loss.
Fine.
I exclusively listen to Coldplay. So
That's it.
I've been very
Only
clear about
Coldplay.
my music passions.
what are these gloves for?
Try giving them to someone else. I don't know.
Yeah.
Aren't these gloves?
We didn't need new syringes to make that medicine.
No, I just kind of put it in there, so I don't know what the empty ones are
that's
for.
interesting.
Yeah. But we did get a health boost, which is actually pretty huge in this current climate.
They come in handy,
Not bad, not bad.
especially when one of those zombs just pins us up against a wall
Man.
and rails us back and
Oh.
forth, and back and forth.
Rail me, daddy.
Oh.
Gone.
God. Yeah, you like that sort of thing?
That's
That's
the
the sort of thing
you
you like. All right. We can get a silver bell.
I just don't know what it's used for. We need to find another
Bustin'.
Sleeping in your bed.
We have a green tag
Busted.
and we have a blue tag. Is there anywhere else that we can use these things?
Is the green tag numbered?
We have
Well,
a
we
number
have a
4 green
numbered
tag,
one.
but I don't think we can get
We can't get there.
I don't think we can. I think there's some sort of like door that's like bolted shut or something like that.
Hmm.
I think there's some sort of lever that we'll have to like a bulkhead. He kept calling it like a bulkhead sealed. Something bulkhead.
Oh, yeah.
Bulkhead makes me feel good.
Bulkhead. There's not many places that Karn can go, but let's double check. He's got like the Arboretum. He can go in that room that spawns a bunch of bad stuff. He can turn off the oxygen for some reason that I haven't.
Not sure why we would want to do that yet.
I don't see a benefit to us going in there and doing any of that
The
yet.
bulkhead sealed. Automatic security procedure during biohazard alert.
Okay. So how do we unseal these then? How do we nullify a biohazard alert?
Well, I mean, I assume we have to get into some control room.
Bolt block 779 locking mechanism.
Okay.
Looks like the lock's been deliberately jammed from the inside.
All right. Do a little exploring here, and if we got, we can restart because we just saved.
Perfect.
Nothing in
Don't
you.
get got.
Well, I am going into at least the room where some zombie boy is.
What do you want me to do with that?
I don't know. This is where the zombie boy is.
You guys can't kill me.
Ladies call Karn Bulkhead.
Fuck. Oh, quick reload, boy.
Damn.
Because Karn likes to seal them from the inside.
Oh, there's a back.
Look at that spotlight right on that chest.
Yep. We've already picked this.
Yeah, the
Nothing in
game's
here.
chest.
We got a checker piece from that.
Yep.
The magnet, which like
I wonder if this is important.
inexplicably attaches to.
For the sort of people who like that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing they like.
He says it so matter of factly.
All right. I think we can really use that.
That seems
Very
pretty
useful.
useful.
Good observation.
Music box.
Since when?
There we go.
Since when? That's
They
new.
run. See
Damn,
how they
that's
run.
deep.
Three blind mice.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Can I
Right?
It's
can
all
I
the
grab
same.
it? Thank you.
Gotta wait for
Study
the
drawer
music
key.
to stop, you asshole. Oh, that was Karn's drawer then.
Audio jungle.
On his side.
Three blind
Audio
mice.
jungle.
How thematic.
We are in mouse mode.
That's us.
All right, so that's
The
a new
three
key.
blind rates.
Three
Yeah,
blind
didn't
rates.
Karn have a
He
have a
did.
desk that
He
we could
did.
open?
We're going there next. Three
something
blind rates.
One of them
Three
brick games.
Because it's important.
Rates.
Never
One of those brick
Never
games.
Because it's important.
Rates. We are the rates.
Celebrating yet another birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Cake and
Michael.
ice cream. It's on its way. Michael, you've been a good boy this year. Open up your presents while we all cheer. Blind rates. I like that. Just like three blind rates.
Rates.
Three blind rates.
Rates.
Oh, he's getting up.
Rates.
Karn,
Karn!
steady.
I'm gonna kill this fool too.
Put him down. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh. Yeah, it's scripted.
Scripts.
Yeah, we actually rehearsed the stream.
We come up
That's
with everything we're
unfortunate.
gonna say beforehand.
Even this.
Hey, a
even
blue
this
key
response
card.
is something we
Woof.
couldn't have predicted.
Rough.
We planned for this.
Much as I enjoy a good book, reading doesn't seem much of a priority right now.
More wisdom from Karn. Can always
Karn-
appreciate that.
God bless you,
Karn,
Karn.
can you read?
Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping for another like key item that could unravel a puzzle for us.
Nope.
But
Yeah.
instead, we got a door key to another dead end place.
A door that we can't do anything with, really.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Rough.
Rough buddy.
I guess we might as well save here. We're not going to be in here
Might
very
as
often.
well. Nah.
Or at least this is not the
Yeah, we
most
haven't-
ideal
haven't
save
exactly
room.
been- Oh, that's true. At least the zombies dead or laying on the ground.
Laying on the
when
ground, but
they'll-
every
dead.
time I come into this room, there's probably a chance that he can get back up. Like
Yeah.
I figure he would.
I figure you get up.
I like the way you get up.
Get up to get up.
For the sort of people who get up like that, that's the sort
That's
of way
the sort
they
of
get
way
up.
they get up.
Hello. Oh, this is a bunch of worthless stuff. Pop gun. You don't need the pop gun, right? Oh, we
It
picked
might
it
be
up,
important.
though.
It might be important. Not sure
I
where.
still don't know how many of
What?
these items are just like fluff.
It's very unclear if they're going to be necessary or not.
They haven't really like made a rule about that yet.
Let me just throw this
Just kind of have to hold on to them. That's why like storage is such an important thing in this game.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
able to
has
send
to be
things
used
places.
somewhere,
I
right?
don't
The
know if this is
vibro
important.
scour. Ah,
It's got like a name of like a part. Like you feel like it's.
some sort of brush.
Yeah, we're definitely going to
Gloves
need it for
seem
something.
important.
Well,
Yeah,
I clearly Karn doesn't want anything to do with them.
Yeah,
I
just
want those.
But we also don't know, like no one's
Damn it!
seen anything where they're like, oh man, I can't touch this with my hands.
Yeah.
If only I had some gloves.
I know. Like, react to things more.
All right, cool. Karn, you usually have so much to say.
No comment.
My lips are sealed.
This will have to be in there at some point. All right, let's keep exploring here. Let's check out the Arboretum again.
Man, there just ain't nothing
Laboratorium.
in there.
The Arboretum is where we get to the bad place.
Yeah.
Best boy, you still here? All right.
Arboretum.
Arboretum.
Tom.
Yeah, I figured you'd get up.
It's morning.
Nothing here.
Oh, good morning.
Don't
Don't talk to me until I had my coffee.
Not yet.
Okay. All right. Can't go in here yet. Or we can, but I don't want to.
No, not worth
I
it.
want it to be the last resort. Well,
What
this
if the
boy's got
stuff
some
we get in
herbs.
there
I want
is
this.
stuff we need? Oh yeah, try
take the
some
herbs.
brown herbs.
Okay, all this
Brown.
shit.
You can confirm that they
Ooh,
actually
how
do
things
make
work.
health boosters and stuff.
I
And if
swear,
they don't, maybe they make something useful.
Maybe they make keys.
Oh,
Key juice.
shit.
key juice goes in the key juice spot.
I'm gonna take a risky play here.
Oh.
Oh, it's risky for the
Careful now.
bisky.
I just want to grab the stuff out of the
My
vac tube
biscuits.
so I can send more stuff.
Send
Oh, not the computer. No, come on.
Use no the tube.
tube.
I rode in this morning on the tube.
Shit.
What have you done?
Here are these empty syringes.
Just empty.
Let's grab you and you, I guess. And now let's go get Karn to safety. Or at
Please,
least
Con.
put more things in there. Wait,
Oh, I'm worried
Yeah.
about you.
Kenzo, grab your baby bug thing. I bungled it again.
You didn't send it. Classic. Do you even know how back tubes work?
Barely.
Have you never worked in a bank before?
Yeah, what's your problem, man? No bank experience. How are you even on here?
Grab the baby bug. Let's see what you have to say about it, Kenzo. I think we're good for now. Let's go back to Karn. He's gonna send a bunch of herbs.
Sending some herbs your way.
And then we're also gonna get him to safety.
We must protect him at all cost.
Protect Karn,
Don't you dare hurt my card.
our most precious star.
He doesn't have anything to say about these herbs.
Nope, no comment.
All right, those better be good.
So one
What'd you
lichen
think?
made 3 antitoxin. What would happen if we mixed a lichen with a brown herb? Because there's 4 slots in there. Maybe they all make different things. I wanna test that.
Possible.
Let's play with it a little. Let's see. First, put in 1 brown herb and see what it makes, and then we'll put in some other stuff.
Sure.
We gotta think like scientists.
Yes.
First, we gotta find out what our hypothesis is.
Ah,
Let's write
then
out
we
our
use
scientific method.
the
Yeah.
empirical method.
They call it the empirical method because it uses the metric system.
Oh.
Oh.
So that's why they call it.
So
I was stuck at a table full of foreigners this week, and they were all chastising me
sounds awful.
for Fahrenheit, use of Fahrenheit, and the
Classic.
imperial system.
I'm gonna get rid of these blue keys.
Listen, it's the metric system is objectively better,
Yes.
but fuck them. Fuck people who use the metric system.
How many bullets do I got?
Listen,
Oh, this bitch got
them and
20.
all their magical metric numbers. Did that ever get them to the moon? I didn't think so.
Don't bring up Russia. Fuck!
Oh, dicey.
Alright.
Dicey.
I think this way has a blue
Oh,
key.
it's too close.
Too close. Blue key required.
I'm out of here. I'm opening it.
Oh, hello.
You're a true American.
I'm a
One of the 2
true-
sterilization chambers that protect against bacterial infection.
Down
No
the
metrics
metrics.
into bacteria
Come on, get down with the metrics.
Oh, wow. Excuse me.
Oh.
Hey, stuff.
Yellow key, 1 green.
Locker
Okay.
key. All right, stuff, baby.
Now we have stuff. Oh, thanks
Baby.
to Andrew Muir.
Dorm 1. Perfect.
All right, let me
Let me add the blue key card with the yellow key card to get another green key card.
just we're gonna come back here apparently. We're just gonna need to.
Muir, Chief Information Operator. Daylog
Muir.
August 8th, 2018, 10:17 a.m.
Oh, you think this is Andrew Muir, the dead body?
I think so.
Look after the information systems. So here I am, kicking my heels about the base. To
Kicking
me
my
with a pain in
heels.
the ass, still refusing me one of those guns that Earth Control shipped in. People are getting pretty twitchy around here. Things are quiet at the moment. About a dozen personnel remain at ground level. I'll stick with Mood. That computer has more personality than anyone on the base. Gore keeps hassling me about the common escape systems
Got
being
him.
unreliable in the event of major biohazard.
Bye,
I've
bye.
done my best with the hardware I've got in this godforsaken planet,
Well, this
okay?
is Jim Varney.
And I'm running a special setup for
Oh,
Airlock 2.
that's who it is.
That's a neat little piece of electronic artwork, if you ask me. If you want miracles, send for Kenjo Yuji. I'm just an ordinary genius, right?
I know him.
What's so bad about my little arrangement, huh? Couldn't be simple.
He's got psychic
Use the
abilities.
scarab on the door, then speak its name.
What?
We don't know its
Use the
name, though.
scarab on the door, then speak its name. Must be the door out of airlock 2.
Sick.
What a weird system in this Mars colony to
An Egyptian
have like
scarab,
riddles to open
gold-plated.
doors.
Don't know its name, though.
Is it's the name of the scarab?
Oh, damn. I didn't think it'd let me through here.
Yeah.
Well,
Here we go.
We're getting
All the
deep.
bulkheads would close automatically in the event of a bacterial outbreak.
Okay, so
If
we
there are
have to...
bacteria
Ow.
still floating around here, then we're infected.
Oh yeah, you're screwed. That's too
Okay.
late.
How do fix?
I'm gonna need to...
Do you think if we turn the air off, the bacteria will suffocate? We could just walk wherever we want.
maybe... It's a possibility. Alright, I need
No, but
to...
we tried that and we died. So
I need
we
to find some
other-
way to offload some gear here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a locker in here. There is. Okay, cool. Sweet.
Some lichen in there.
We'll put you in there. I'm not gonna
No,
need
the Martian
you
rock.
yet.
It's important.
We'll hang on to you just
Because
in case.
it's important.
Because it's
It's a nicotine patch in here.
Put the nicotine patch in there. Oh, it's a photo. We keep the photo. Where is the nicotine patch?
Oh, I thought she had one. I guess she doesn't.
She did.
She's always talking about having nicotine. Did
She
we already
did
get rid of
have
it?
one. I don't. Yeah, we probably stored it somewhere. All right.
How's she supposed to look pretty without that lipstick now? You asshole.
You can't be a woman.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like a woman. Let me get rid of this blue key too. Oh, there's another locker here. Sick. What's in here?
Sick.
Sick.
A thing.
A little notes. We're good.
But
Nicotine, but I hardly know her.
Oh,
a
Dory.
team.
All right, let's get rid of this thing. Cool. That's open now. Now we should be able to grab everything from that body. Nicotine?
Yeah.
Then I don't want to be Ada White.
We're getting dumber. Stop.
Oh, I figured you'd get up.
You spent too much time in the room. That's your problem.
Jeez.
Oh, perfect. I don't remember any lockers being What about the bathroom that Kenzo's standing next to right now?
Hmm?
Regardless, we're going that way because I think Kenzo can use a yellow key.
Yeah. I believe.
Wait. I don't want to be here. I want to be in the med bay.
Go.
Because we also want to do some herb experimenting. Shit.
Oh, yes. Smoke that herb.
Oh man, I might have to play some Tetris here. Because I think this locker's full.
Uh-oh.
And our inventory's full.
Was there a locker on the other side of the room as well?
I don't think there was. Let's check. I
Ah.
don't think this is a locker.
Damn.
No, just the can extractor.
So I'm gonna need to
Can you...
grab the herbs.
There's a room
with
in the
Kenzo.
vac tube.
No, because it's full of herbs.
Damn it.
So I'm gonna grab them as
Damn
Kenzo.
herbs.
You never even sent him, did you? You didn't even send him.
Didn't even send them.
Didn't even send him. My God. You also, like, when you were playing as... What's her name? Maria?
Diane.
Diane. You opened up that locker and it was empty and they just kept
Oh,
going.
you're right. I forgot about that one in the hallway. Shit. Well, I still gotta send the herbs regardless.
True.
Hey,
Look
buddy.
Welcome back.
That's 6 bullets down the drain.
Every time you mess up and have to come back here, it's just 6 bullets wasted.
Back to safety. Poor Karn has got like the rough end of the deal here.
Oh yeah.
Ain't nowhere safe for this fool. Alright. Alright, yeah, fine. Let's go use that locker. Although, what do we have in our inventory right now?
Bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
Bunch of
quite
hooey.
a bit of bullshit right now. We'll probably need it later, but it will be nearby. That way we don't have to load Kenzo up with a bunch of shit. Curious at what other blue doors we have to open.
Yeah, there's no other blue doors on the map, as far as I know. Except from one that just connects to the other like area that we've already been through.
Mm-hmm. All right. I don't think we need our...
A few friends back
Ah.
in
My
London.
friends.
Back in London?
Definitely not the dev
You know,
team.
the people who made the game.
Of course not.
We don't need you. Don't need you. We'll put the lighter in here just for now. And the cigarettes.
The cigarettes too.
It's gonna turn out that you need that almost immediately after doing whatever you're about to do.
No.
We'll see.
It's classic.
Med bay. Grab the herbs. Do some sciencey shit.
Yeah, science, bitch.
Science.
Yeah, Mr. White.
Back tube. Locker. Alright. Grab the herbs.
Suck it in. Give me them herbs.
Suck it to me.
Let's experiment.
What do we have here? But did we just put it all in? Oh, okay.
Gotta remove the anti-venom first, or antitoxin.
So,
All right, so
brown
just
herbs
one,
first.
One brown herb.
Yep.
Activate.
Fuck.
Ah, it's getting lost.
Do it.
Thumbs up. It's all gesture related. You just have to give the machine a thumbs up, and then it turns on and starts doing it. Oh. Ah!
This is a health boost. We got a huge W here.
Whoa! Dude.
Oh man, we are
Holy
gonna be
shit.
good for a while.
That's a lot of health.
Stacks. Oh, you beautiful bitch.
Yeah, what happens if we mix a couple now?
They might.
It
This
probably
might
just-
just be a way to like mass produce stuff. So like they'll.
Yeah, you can just put 4 in at a time and
Great.
get 4 stacks or whatever.
I'm really shocked that it gives you 3 per herb.
Yeah, it's
Unless
pretty
this is the
nuts.
last, unless this is the last time you're ever gonna find herbs. So
These
this
are
is
probably
all
the only
health
herbs we
you're
can
gonna
find. Yeah. Who knows?
Ooh, that'd be scary.
get. And like cool, like health, but this is all you're gonna get.
Yeah. It just
Hope
says
it's good enough.
use it well.
The fuck could that mean?
Hurry!
Harry, no.
Hurry!
Hurry!
Yeah. Okay. So that's all it does. Cool.
Fair enough.
All right. Let's
I like
blow
that you
our
can just
last
stack them
wad.
too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Put your wad in the machine. This is a very inconvenient machine having to walk all the way across the room just to turn it
why
on
wouldn't
and
they just put the
extract it.
damn
Can't you just
computer
like
next to it?
put a button on it that I could just hit?
That's true.
What's the point?
Yeah, you're just hitting a button over here to remotely activate something that you could just have a local button.
That's just like
do.
right over there, yeah.
It's the future.
But it's like inconvenient.
Turn it on.
Turn on, yes.
Play.
Time keeps on slipping into the
Give me
future.
my health boost.
Bam!
10.
So much health.
10.
Oh, we haven't even found the werewolves yet, so that's probably.
I know. So, you know, we're going to need all 10 of
Please
those next like
remind me of
minute.
a night I once spent in Istanbul.
What does that mean?
That is not the opinion I expected you to give, Diane.
Is that like a sex thing?
I mean, what else would it be? That or drugs?
Please
I
remind me of a
couldn't
night
leave
I
any
spent in
fingerprints behind.
Istanbul.
Like, oh?
You know what I mean.
I
You
like
know what
that
they
sort
say?
of thing.
What happens in Istanbul stays in Istanbul.
That's my joke, damn it.
No, it's so easy. You can say it about
But it's so easy
anything.
because we had anything.
Let's see here. I don't
I'll
know
see
where
you
this-
in Viagra Bowl.
Viagra Bowl.
Have the Red seen Idiocracy? Have you?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I saw it on TV a while back, but I don't know if I saw the whole
Is
thing.
that where we both watched it? Was on TV?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw most.
Would it be a good comedy for the wheel? I've actually seen Idiocracy.
Oh my God, a movie
there you
you've seen?
go.
I have, surprisingly. I should probably rate
It's
it.
not
Thank
on
you
the
for reminding me.
IMDb list.
Well, it's hard for me to remember. It's like, name every movie you've ever seen.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
So it's like,
that
as
is
I
different.
slowly get them.
But you're over here claiming that you've never seen a movie in your entire
forget.
life. It should be
I
easy
forget.
for you.
I have seen that. I have seen that.
Like for someone like me who's seen a billion movies, yeah, I could never think of them all. But
Rated.
For me, it makes sense.
I'm cultured, so it makes sense that I can't remember everything.
You uncultured swine.
You uncultured swine.
We'll throw this in here just for shits. Do you have any opinions about these
These are-
gloves, Kenzo?
Forgetful
Yeah.
Andy over here.
That's me.
So the kid's making the sound?
No, it's like a vacuum.
You don't like it.
It wasn't as fresh as it
no.
looked.
No, it's
That's
all right. I got a Kenzo over in R&D.
Oh,
He's
I
gonna-
think
You mean
Kenzo.
out of mood antechamber?
He's got these psychic powers.
just what's your opinion on these, Kenzo?
I suppose you have to be careful what you touch.
It reminds me of a night in Istanbul.
They both have the same glove memory.
Oh man, what were you guys doing there?
It was in Istanbul, so of course we had to forget after.
Alright. There was a locker in here. I don't remember if it was locked, though.
in the girls' locker room.
Hot.
We
I love
also
the
can
guy
use this
sitting on the
tanning
toilet.
bed
On the
for
toilet.
something.
Call it.
Use dead body with...
Excuse me?
Use dead body.
The name badge reads Jameson.
Okay.
We can use something on
But we
that.
can use.
I want
the
to
dead
use
body.
Jameson.
Okay, that's good to know.
Shower lockers. A lot of storage space here.
Okay, cool. Not anymore.
Nope. Filled that up quick.
Not that much space.
Hang on,
Jeez.
let
They should
me,
let us destroy like the.
Is Idiocracy worth
Idiocracy worth
watching?
watching?
I have an old boss who would constantly reference it, and it made me avoid it. I just, a spur of the moment, gave it a 6 out of 10. It might be a 5. It's fine. It's entertaining.
I don't have. Yeah, it's not.
It might be. It might be one of those like
It's
where
one of those
people
movies
like to
where
reference
people-
it more than it's actually good.
It's
I
one of
don't
the,
know.
I think it's one of those movies that
can't remember anything
people
about it.
remember it being a lot smarter than I think it actually is.
Yeah, probably.
It's definitely like
I mean, the
It's
lead.
not-
I don't remember
Yeah,
much about it, but it definitely has the feeling of just being like a Saturday afternoon Comedy Central, it's on TV sort of movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where like it's not really something you sit down and like, ooh yeah.
I would hesitate to say it's a good movie from my memory.
Sounds like my boss.
Sounds
my
just
boss.
like my boss.
Sounds like my ex-wife.
Ex-boss. That's my boss you're talking about.
All right, what could we use on a dead body? Let's see.
A booklet. You read this.
No clue.
Mars Hopper inflatable.
Oh, we have more
Nail
herbs.
gun.
Fuck, damn. All right, cool.
Damn. Some could have been acid.
I don't think we can use anything.
I told
with
you it
it
was
yet,
too dark to tell.
but that's good to know. We also have this tanning bed that we
Can you
can
interact
use on
with it?
something. Yes, we can. We can do things with it.
Use
Oh,
sunbed
man.
with.
Can we use the pumice stone on the dead
Tried
body?
to use the pumice stone.
Oh my god! I gotta heat up this stone with UV light.
So I don't think we have anything for that yet either.
No.
We just need to try to find
clue.
some of these doors.
Yeah. Well, we have a yellow door that we can open.
What?
Yeah.
So let's
I always
check
love
them
they're
out.
just off timed or like just completely wrong.
I think
timed.
it's just like it just happens every so often. I don't know if it's
We
timed on
can't
anything.
Dashing. We can't send the nitroglycerin through the vac tube. She won't let us.
Yeah, the
So
nitro
vac tube
is
has to be
only
used
something.
the nitro has to be used by Diane. When
By
I think we
Diane.
know the door that's supposed to go to. We just need to find some way to secure it to the door for some reason.
Yeah, you can't just like sit it next to it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the nitro. I'm curious what the deal is there.
Wait. We have door 1 there.
We have 1 for yellow.
Yes. We can open things with this. Ow, tits. That's bad. She hasn't woken up before.
Duct tape? I don't think we have duct tape.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you should know better than to try to run around them. No, it's impossible.
Right. I don't think Kenzo has a lot of bullets. Yeah, 6 more bullets. I should have sent some with Diane.
I'm
That's
sorry,
the
I took all your
Diane.
bullets.
Lieutenant Diane. Bullets.
Bullets.
Shit. This is getting dicey. Oh, right. You were always alive. Oh no. Oh no.
Just imagine if the head crabs were rolling around too.
What the fuck?
Come on!
Are you kidding
Man,
me?
that guy was
They
that guy
all
was
missed.
a man on a mission.
Yeah, he wasn't stopping for nothing.
I can't go there now. I can't do it.
Uh-oh.
I can't go here.
Well, that sucks.
I gotta get more bullets from Diane.
Fuck.
All of those were missing. You
Yeah,
little piece of shit.
He was quickly
Kenzo's not a
dodging them.
great shot.
Clearly not.
How the hell did he ever get this job?
He has psychic powers.
Definitely supernatural. Yeah, send those gloves up. See if I give a shit.
I'll go fuck anymore.
Diane's just hoarding all the bullets over here.
God, I hate her so much.
All right, that's fine.
84.
Yeah,
Got to pass around some of these health boosters too.
absolutely.
Share the load.
Share the load.
Share the load. I didn't want to keep it.
I just want to help.
Go home, Kenzo.
Oh, why'd you put the pumice stone away?
Oh
need it.
no, don't take it away. Now I'm Getting nervous.
We can't send the baby bug through the
No.
that tube either. I was gonna say like, oh, can we put that nitroglycerin on the baby bug? Just drive it into the door.
That'd be sweet.
All right, let's go kill a zombie. Not this one.
I have more bullets now.
I'm just a bullet. Jerry, come back.
You can blame it.
You can blame it all on Jared.
Yeah, we tried to get it through the duct. He places it on the floor automatically.
Yeah, I thought that would have been. Oh, you tricked him.
I got out of his aggro zone.
Get fucked.
Can't believe you tricked
Nerd.
me. You tricked me.
You tricked me. Oh, you shooting him in the back, you coward.
He's resisting.
Wow. Stop resisting.
He's got a weapon.
Shoot that motherfucker.
No. It's my math homework.
Looks like the lock mechanism.
Heat fused, right. I don't know what to do about that.
Fused.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably full.
Hell yeah.
Six slots.
All right.
A lot of
What do we think
slots.
we're not going to need? Booklet,
The
Bullet
booklet.
thing. The hopper.
photo. Hang on, let's take a look at it.
I'm a long way from Tokyo.
Nice sky.
It's a pretty shitty looking like
That's where you
garden.
live. Gross.
All right. And I do not know what we might need through the yellow door, so we're going to hang on to some stuff here.
We're gonna take the law.
Let's take the lot.
Just across the yellow door.
Where am I?
Let's go check the door next to you, see what it says.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, well, assuming it's locked, but
Yellow tag required.
hey.
So let me get my bearings here. This will just take us to
You
a
are
room.
here. Perfect.
Okay. Shit.
This is going to give us all the answers.
Everything's gonna make sense after this.
Yeah, we're gonna go in here.
Wait,
Oh,
huh? What did it say? Oh! No way I'm
No
going
way
there.
I'm
What
going
the
in
fuck
here.
is happening?
why is it
Oh god.
until
No way I'm
what?
going in there until something. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Kenzo, you
Kenzo.
fucking suck, man.
Damn. Wait, what's going on? Until what?
Okay, that seems odd.
Maybe I have to turn the air off. No,
Until-
I don't know.
Seems weird.
Until-
No, I feel like it was showing some like weird, like maybe it's a bacteria thing inside there that we gotta kill them off or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we can make it to green 1, maybe.
I think
Going down here and take a left.
I think so, yeah. I feel like we have before and it didn't lead to anything, but let's double check. Which way is it again? This way?
Well, I mean, it would have been the way
Yeah.
that you were already, that door that you already went through, right? Because that way.
I don't think so. Let's double check.
If the dead guys where yellow door was,
Okay.
oh, no, yeah, you're right. It was weird that we came from the other direction.
Yeah.
I don't know. This fucking
It's
map
not a
makes
great
no
map.
sense.
Yeah. Oh god. Get me out of here. Yeah. I think we
Okay,
go.
so yeah, you just straight on this way.
Yeah. Straight on through. Oh, it's heat locked.
No, can we?
Heat sealed.
Oh wait. Oh yeah.
Looks
we
like the
need to
lock
go.
mechanism has been heat fused.
Rudd's admit Jared was right.
Shit.
I admit nothing.
Hmm. So that's what's blocking our way to that whole section there.
Wait, we can't. What? Where do we go if we turn left here? Is it down State Street?
This was a confusing part of the map.
Is it? It shows that it's like super close, but it's not.
Mhm. There's no
Okay,
door
yeah.
here. Uh-oh.
Oh. Maybe there's a secret door.
I don't know.
Okay, where's the 4 door? Can we make it to that one?
We definitely can't make it to that. That's weirdly past the. No, where is that?
So all right, so that orange and thing, that's the vent. Have we gone down that other hallway in a while? Or can we? I don't even remember.
Let's try. And before Kenzo gets ambushed again.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Just live with it, deal with it.
Live, laugh, love. That's what I always say.
That's your motto.
I always say it.
Heard
You
say
guys
that
hear it.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
In that order,
Okay.
though.
So, yellow door.
Now what?
Can't do anything with it.
Where's the rainbow door? Theoretically down this way.
Theoretically.
Let's check that. Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Ah.
Alright.
Ow. Oh yeah, around the corner there, yeah. Or is that the black tag is around the corner?
Alright, so let's see.
Boulevard of. Alright, so
This door can open. This is the save room place. Which I'm just gonna do for shits.
sure, why not?
Oh, don't do this, bad. Don't do this.
Bad. This is an awful place
Do
to
not,
save. I forgot.
do not do this. Get out.
And then over here, I think is orange
Is
tag.
this black door?
White tag required.
White tag.
All right, so where is this? Gotcha. Okay, so we're at the end of this strip then. So if we go down, if we take that turn, we'll get to like the tag 2 green. I don't think we can get to, because at that junction there's a sealed bulkhead. We need to find some way to open all those up.
I don't know that we necessarily can.
I just wish the yellow door gave us more information. That was kind of bullshit.
Uh-oh. I might need to... He might need to go in there with a respirator.
Get the respirator from Karn.
And Karn needs to go into the bad room to do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
You get the respirator?
That's where the respirator is.
Oh, I didn't know the respirator was in that room.
Yeah. Let me double check that. Yeah, he doesn't have it.
Fun.
That's not going to be fun.
Is that the best idea we have?
Ah, shit.
Kind of.
Yeah. I'm out of options. Out of stock.
Friendly zombies around the clock.
I'm gonna kill this boy.
Break loose from the chain.
What the fuck?
Good lord.
Oh, motherfucker.
You don't stop it.
All right, so locker 2, we don't have that. Or 2, whatever.
Green 2.
2.
Rainbow tag required.
You bitch. Mood, you bitch. This is Deacon Tam. You can be safe in Deacon Tam once. Yeah, here's the bulkhead.
The bulk.
Yeah.
Okay, see.
This is another bulkhead. Yeah.
Try it.
Sure.
Just in case it says something different.
The bulkhead's sealed. If one's sealed, they'll all be sealed. The only way to raise them is through the main computer.
How do we get there?
There you go.
Kenzo, you dunce! Alright,
You absolute buffoon.
let's get our boy Kenzo safe here. Alright. Fuck. Shit. No bueno. How are you doing, Karn? You need stuff. We're gonna get you some healing things, Karn. You hold tight. Diane's got you covered.
I don't think we're trying to leave the station right now. We're still trying to figure out like what's happening.
Yeah, currently we're still trying to figure out what's going on. So we haven't reached
But
the point where we're trying to
eventually, yes,
escape
we will
yet.
have to leave. And we'll need all the bulkheads to be open for that.
Well, because we can actually get outside of the station already.
Yeah. I think maybe our oxygen tanks are depleted, so we might be stuck here, but I'm actually not sure on that. Oh, this is the wrong way. Fuck. Well, hang on.
Wait a minute.
Maybe I can store some useless shit in here.
That's fucking letter away.
And I
I'm
can't
not gonna
even
read
store
this.
it. I can't even store it, so it must be very
Oh
important.
no.
Very personal.
Guess that's fine. Like they're in Tokyo.
Bum, 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 bum.
Let's go. Shit's about to get fucked. For everyone involved.
Not great.
You're gonna hate it, Kenzo. Get out of here,
Well,
you
before
little
Stop
we go
it.
and do this as well, like, if we turn off the oxygen, like, if Kenzo had,
We're not going
like,
to turn off the oxygen. We're just going to get the respirator and then leave.
Yes. We're not messing with the
okay.
computer, actually.
Okay. But we will still certainly activate.
We still need to go into the room, and that will most assuredly start spawning little crabby boys everywhere.
Yeah.
Like they do in Tokyo. You stay there, buddy. Alright, are we all ready for Karn's classic catchphrase?
Oh, I am so ready. Ah.
Ow.
I like the way you screamed.
Damn.
Karn, you're disgusting.
Damn, Karn!
You scare me every time, Karn. Wait, unless the respirator's in this locker.
Oh, I'll take it. And the bike pump. That's where they. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So
Okay.
yeah,
So basically,
we'll
the
leave.
nail gun and the oily rag were in that room.
That was it.
The only things in there.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Nail gun, oily rag, and the ability to turn off oxygen for some reason.
For whatever, yeah.
You never know when it might come in handy.
I'm sure it will. Yeah, didn't he say like the respirator is only like gonna last for like 3 minutes or
3
something?
minutes.
Yeah. Karn,
I wonder if that's actually something we're gonna have to worry about.
buddy.
Karn.
Karn.
They didn't train us how to shoot in the academy.
Karn.
What was even the point?
A bicycle pump for
I know what it is, Karn.
Send it.
Alright. Let's shoot this fucker.
Thank goodness.
Thank God.
Like they do in Tokyo. That's the way you think they know.
Martian got the.
Key. Alright. Thankfully confirmed. No head crabs walking about, even though we killed the plant thing.
Thank goodness.
Oops.
What a relief.
Oh, what a relief it is.
Oh, what a relief! Kenzo's not in the hottest spot right now.
He'll be fine. Oh.
Oh no, we got
He's
ammo.
seen worse.
No, he's got money. Yeah, he's got 24
Alright.
bullets.
But he's not like near a vac tube anywhere, so we're gonna have to get back there.
We're gonna do a little bit of running, a little bit of praying, and a hell of a lot of shooting.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I tried to keep him close to the yellow door. This is rainbow tag. That's right.
Yep.
Getting my bearings. There's technically a vac tube around the opposite direction I'm going, but that has the it's in the same room as the naughty girl, and I don't like her.
Yeah.
Naughty.
She's very naughty.
She's in like the worst spot. Oh fuck, you're alive, aren't you?
Isn't she always?
She's always getting to the worst positions.
Come on.
You like me this way?
The jump scare. Get off.
Dude,
Oh
Fuck
my
this.
god.
go away.
All right, hang on. We're moving.
Just, oh,
No.
oh. Oh, please.
God.
Obnoxious.
Hang on.
This hallway with Kenzo.
It's rough,
not
and now
great.
there's another zombie that's waking up in this hallway.
Hello.
Hello.
Because we're gonna have to go back through here.
Uh-huh. Indeedly do.
There she goes.
I'm
There
awake
she
now. Oh, it looks
goes
like Miley
again.
Cyrus.
Oh, hot.
All right.
Miley Cyrus.
Cyrus. The dumbest, but best. Oh man,
The best Brendan
I'm gonna
Fraser movie.
I'm gonna stop submitting Wakefield for the list. I'm just gonna start
suppose you have
putting
to
Furry
be careful.
Vengeance on there.
Vengeance with Brendan Fraser, and that's it. Him and a bunch of CG.
It's a
animals.
bunch of just pointless people.
Gross.
Good movie though. 10 out
A
of 10.
good, great movie. Don't you dare talk crap about Miley.
I love her.
Kenzo, get your shit together, my guy.
Dude, what the fuck? Does he want to die?
He's going to die.
He's not.
Oh, oh my goodness. Please. No, dude. No. Okay.
Thank God.
Kenzo.
You are just the fucking worst,
We
man.
only have 6 shots left. Is that even enough? Like, we could potentially not even put one down.
Let's give him more bullets.
Oh. Oh.
Don't go through any doors because they'll respawn all the zombies.
Diane's just our resource manager here.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, we're running
So you got your
low.
bullets already. Man, we are losing a lot of...
Shit.
We're not going to have bullets soon.
Not great.
Not great.
Did we save before doing this?
I'm gonna save right now, actually, on a different slot.
Different slot.
Okay, I was
Perfect.
curious if we saved before we started doing this whole Kenzo get the respirator thing.
At one point we did. I don't know how much
How far
before.
back?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Yeesh.
Yeesh. New file.
So new file.
Ooh.
So tight. So twat. So new file.
Alright, Kenzo's technically in a danger zone right now.
Danger zone.
If we gave him the gloves,
Gotta be careful. when
he'd
you're
feel
touching
so much more badass.
Gloves a badass.
things.
All you fuckers better stay down while I'm going through here.
Yeah, I just put you down like 5 seconds ago. Don't you dare get up.
Alright.
Thank God.
I bet you the guy.
Get to the yellow
Yep,
door.
I fucking knew it.
There he is.
I figured you'd get up.
Ah! Please.
Fuck off.
Oh, what?
Warning. Wall breach. Room close to Martian atmospheric conditions. Leave
Okay.
now.
So respirator.
Leave now. Oh shit! I got 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Use it.
All right, now we're
Oh,
good.
good call.
All
Good
right.
call. Okay, now we've got 3 minutes
Breach
now.
security
Or
lock
no,
in
a minute
operation.
What are we doing
Okay.
here then?
now.
Looks like the outer wall's breached.
I think I
Heat and
know.
air is being sucked out of here as fast as it can be
Oh, I can use the
replaced.
hopper.
Yeah.
Do we have the hopper?
Oh, we stored that.
Oh,
we got
do
it, we
have
got
that.
it. Right
And
there.
and the bike pump.
Use it.
We can't. Okay.
Or you gotta use with.
Use the pump. Can we
What?
maybe
Can you-
later?
Someone sure let the wind out of you, didn't they?
Come on.
Don't be so cute, Kenzo. Help us
Oh wait,
out.
wait. Use breach with this thing. Okay.
All right, now
deflated Mars
use
hopper with
deflated
bike
Mars
pump.
hopper with the pump.
There we go.
Hey, game on. Fuck yeah.
Oh, Kenzo.
Ah!
Oh, Kenzo.
Kenzo!
Kenzo,
Stop.
Kenzo, please. I know you're alone
What
in
the
here.
fuck, man? Oh,
Hey,
that
we
a
don't need the
face?
respirator anymore.
I guess that works.
Groovy. Let's just
Groovy.
the atmosphere of
That
the
felt
base doesn't
great.
blow it right out of the hole and across the face of Mars.
I mean, it probably would. I don't think that's very secure.
Groovy. Oh god. Is this
Oh,
the main
is this
computer?
the main computer?
Really?
Oh,
It looks like
Feels
Mother.
pretty. Feels pretty
that's the
important.
VR station.
Talk to Mood.
Mood, can you hear me?
I am a subunit of Mood, which is one of the highly advanced YX009 series of computers, possessing consciousness and a personality based
Wow.
Oh,
on
that's
a living
nice.
person.
Why?
Mood
Is it Judy
is an
Dench?
infomesh computer, requiring a telepathic link with an expert infomesh operator for full interaction.
That's me.
Mood's
That's me.
artificial personality, extrapolated from that of a celebrated actress, is at
Judi Dench.
present disengaged.
Oh,
To engage artificial personality, please use the Omniscan headset. Warning, those not experienced in infomesh interaction will be unable to activate the headset and may suffer severe adverse symptoms.
well, that
Mood.
sucks. Thankfully, I'm a specialist.
I'm not in at the moment, but if you care to leave a message, I promise I'll get back to you sometime before the end of the millennium.
Maybe you can
End
stop
of the
pretending you're
millennium.
recording and we can get down to meshing. What about it, Mood?
Tell her,
rush with
Kenzo.
me, saucy boy. We haven't been formally introduced.
Then allow me to introduce myself informally. I'm Kenzo.
And I'm Mood,
I'm Kenzo.
as you well know. Now, I hope you've not dropped in for an idle chat. I was
This sounds like
sleeping
Judi
all
Dench.
I
does.
feel decidedly under par. If we absolutely have to chat, then give me a boost from that wonky
We find a girl to mesh with.
Will you, sweetie? I think I'll nod off again.
Mood, wake up!
Wake the fuck up.
There's
Mood?
nothing more to say. Now clear off and let me sleep.
That's the end of that.
You're a computer.
Oh well. Sit in the chair.
Yeah, let me make sure I'm not missing anything in this room. Alright.
The chair is a big tongue.
It is. For meshing.
Access denied.
What?
Fuck you.
Access
If we
denied.
absolutely have to chat,
Give me a boost.
then give me a boost from that wonky power core. Will you, sweetie?
Wonky.
Where
She's
is
talking
that?
about our penis.
Where is
So
that?
inject her with your venom.
Where is that?
Ugh.
Where's the
The
power,
power core.
Oh god,
Power
is
core.
that
Power core.
Power core. Is that where the head crabs are? This is a safe
No,
room.
that
at
wasn't the
least.
power core.
This is a nice safe room for Kenzo to just exist.
This is a safe
Oh,
room.
this
You can
is-
just hang out.
Yeah. So I think let's take stock of what we have and then save it up and call it night.
Seems
Yeah, that's good. This is a good spot.
Yeah. I don't know where we will go for that power core. Wonky power core. Where would that be? We could give her the vibrator.
Maybe this will
would that
boost your enthusiasm.
Would that boost you up a bit? Yeah, I have no idea where the power core is.
Shit. We made some pretty good progress avoiding that room, though.
We did.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna have to go back.
Fuck. All right. Well, we made more progress than I thought we would.
I wasn't sure that any of that was going to really work.
Yeah. We
I had all the
thankfully had
confidence in
we
the world.
thankfully had every single item we could have possibly needed.
Yeah.
Right?
Like they do in Tokyo. We are low on bullets.
That is
It's a-
the hitch we have to deal with.
A
Right now.
slight shame, yeah.
I don't oh, pick like this. This is what we want over, right? Yes. Let's see where we're going. Alrighty, so that'll be the end of this week's streams. Sorry, it was just a one day. But we will be
Hey,
back.
we packed a lot into one day.
We did. We will be back on Friday with our interview of the Terminator. Go watch it. I'll do my usual Tuesday, Thursday stuff. We'll see what I'm actually doing. Oh no, I'm still doing Killer 7 on Tuesdays, and then what the fuck was Thursday? Subnautica. That's right. So Tuesday Killer 7, Thursday Subnautica.
With a little extra Subnautica.
Ooh, extra naughty.
Friday is Terminator review and more of this. So, woo! Where are we going? Na, 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 na. Oh, you know what? Let's go to an old buddy who is not usually live at this time. Going to Outfrost.
Outfrost.
Outfrost? What?
Outfrost is live playing Valorant.
Outfrost, you say?
So, anywho, until next week, I love you, Mr. Minute. Lady Cabbage Patch. Peace. Rate now.
I'm rating now.
Oh.